Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming to sit down because today we're going to be talking about water parks. Summer is finally upon us, my friends. And that means grilling, fireworks, and unfortunately the sweltering heat. I can't stand it. My fat body oozes sweat all the time. Horrible. So fat. So disgustingly fat. As a skinny man, do you like the heat?
No.
That's surprising. I feel like you're a big heat guy. To beat the heat, some stay indoors in the nice air conditioning while others take a dip in the pool. But for those who are seeking more of a thrill, water parks offer exciting and sometimes dangerous attractions. From fast-paced water slides to raging wave pools and soothing lazy rivers, water parks can be an exciting adventure for people of all ages. However, as time goes on, they become far less enchanting as a concept, especially as you get older and realize what's going on behind the scenes. Also, just your eyes open to just being like, this is kind of disgusting. You know what I mean? When you're younger, you're like, what? When I was younger, my fat ass was just like, that's where I get Dippin' Dots. Go to the water park, I get all pruny and I eat my Dippin' Dots.
Can you imagine all the people who don't wipe properly and they're going in like the wave pool?
The don't wipe with shitty ass, mud butt. Oh, the amount of fecal dust or matter from dry poo-poo has got to be crazy. The biggest thing for me is pee. There's no way there is a filtration system that can I mean, you are just getting covered and drinking pee, you know. I've been in a wave pool where kids have like, oh, wow. They like put water out the dude sprout out. I'm like, oh, dude. Especially when I've like been sitting there, like I said, it's like a little fat ass kid just bobbing around. Definitely just took a piss. And I see like a little girl next to me like, and I'm just like,
yeah, little girl, no. Are you the one who took a piss?
Oh, yeah. I was a kid. I don't know. Yeah, listen, the older you get, the more you're like, that's disgusting. People, like, you know, they're like, yeah, it's a joke, it's fun. Until after a while, it's like it's a crime scene. It's a fucking crime scene. While they may still seem fun, water parks are some of the grossest public places you can attend. They're filled with various germs, parasites, and fecal matter. Shit, poo-poo.
Parasites. I never thought about that.
Yeah, little bugs swimming around, actual germs and yeah, I'm telling you, it's a nightmare.
Is that how tapeworms transfer? If you had a tapeworm?
You know what? I have no idea, but I'm gonna immediately say yes. Put on your goggles as we make our way through the disgusting and dangerous world of water parks. Despite being known as a family-friendly attraction, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. I think once again, as you get older, you realize that's every single water park. I don't think is there a fancy water park considered a fancy water park?
I don't know. We had Wild Waters where I lived.
That already sounds like a trailer park. Where do you live? Wild Waters? You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of anyone. We had Oceans of Fun. And even that, once again, that sounds like an American Ninja course or something like that, doesn't it?
I think they're inherently trashy. Also, they like,
gotta be.
They degrade very quickly with all the chlorine.
Well, that's why everything has like rust on it. Just because there's I mean, like, that's why you like look at stuff. You're gonna walk up the steps of this thing. You like look at the structure of it. It's all like rusted and just dripping. There's just water. You're like, is that okay? Yeah, it's fine. Despite being known as family-friendly attractions, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. Great Wolf Lodge is one of the most popular water parks in the U.S. with 23 locations across the country. There's even one around here. I went there once. Great Wolf Lodge is essentially like a log cabin themed hotel with a massive indoor water park, and there's like various restaurants and activities inside, all geared towards children. It's basically like a place where if it's your, like, at least for when I grew up, it was like, oh, it's your birthday, I'm going to Great Wolf Lodge. You'd be like, whoa, because you go there, water park, there's like arcade, there's like interactive shit to do. As a kid, it's cool, but usually if you're an adult, you go there, it's just because your kid gets to run around and do stuff. Despite being very popular, the water park also has a pretty vocal group of haters online. There are tons of reasons to rip on the park, one of which being the ridiculous pricing. Some people have reported spending well over $1,000 just to stay for the weekend. For a weekend! Can you imagine going to get to Kansas, of all places, like hell on earth, and you're like, you know, I'd love to drop $1,200 on Timmy for his birthday. You're in an indoor. I mean, there's like there's 2 slides in a pool. Once I went there as a child, so I've never had to pay, but I gotta tell you, if I went there for a weekend, Friday, left Sunday, and I spent $1,200, Dad would be dead in the parking lot. Dad would be dead in the car. Why is Dad not moving in the car? And just, you see like a little Ford Explorer in the parking lot, and I'm just like, let's take a quick break to do something important, upgrade my Magic collection. The Marvel set is out, and I'm curious to see if there's anything. At the building, you'll be met with an overwhelming smell of chlorine, and the sound of children screaming goes on all night. It's the worst kind of casino experience. Usually it's loud music and slot machines. This is just the smell of chlorine and just children. Are these just screams of pleasure? Is this fun? Like, are kids having a good time, or is there a man walking around killing these kids? I don't know. Also, the log cabin aesthetic does not help. It reads like a horror film. Yeah, there's probably like just a fucking like 7-foot guy just like walk around the halls with like a fucking machete.
Oh, would that work? A horror-themed water park?
That would be awesome.
And the water's blood?
The clientele would be terrible, though. Like, avid horror fans are the fucking, ugh.
Sliders everywhere.
Oh my God. Sliders. Yeah. A bunch of fucking big old boys and girls wearing like Jack Skellington shirts and shit like that. Can't wait for Terrifier 4 to come out. Or that'd be my hell. This is partly because they have games on every floor that run well into the night, encouraging children to run through the building and scream their heads off the entire time. One angry guest said, and I quote,
"And with hundreds of kids in the water, the bathrooms are always empty."
This sentence perfectly describes the amount of piss and feces that can be found in the waters at the water park, which I gotta say, I mean, do you think people break for turds?
No.
Does it just go by and you're like Neo dodging it? Oops, missed me. You keep swimming.
I never did this, but I always fantasize. You know, in pools, they have the little like lip where the water like gets filtered. I was imagining putting my butt up to that and taking a poop in there. So I'm sure.
Why is that a fantasy?
I'm just saying, as a kid, I
wanted to take a shit in this big dollop of drool just going around. I tell you what, I'm fucking real. Just a big dollop of spit. He's like, have you ever done it? Be honest.
No, but no, I never pooped.
You can't say no, but.
My friend was big into water polo, and he said all the time, like, oh yeah, we never used the restrooms. They were locked. He said that we'd piss in the pool, and then we'd go out into the field and take a shit. So.
Just not even being able to wipe and then going back in the chlorine pool is just, that's crazy, man. Muddy waters is what that is. People playing the blues. When staff are not fishing turds out of the splash pad, they're dumping gallons of chlorine into the pools to combat the constant flow of piss. They're basically doing chemical warfare. These kids are gonna get sick. It's like, it's too much, Joshua. I don't care. Because usually you do that shit before people are they're out of the pool or whatever. I've seen people like dumping shit. Like dumping chlorine into the pool because they're just like maybe the pH levels are too fucked up or so. I don't know. The sheer amount of chlorine in the water regularly causes kids to suffer from severe chemical burns and vomiting after ingesting small amounts of the water. God damn, dude, they look like victims of fucking Chernobyl. Kid coming out of the pool. Ah! I've seen plenty of kids vomit from drinking chlorine though.
Oh, I've never.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's when you're a kid, it's always so funny. Haha, there's Tanner, and he's like, oh, it's just water vomit. Oh.
What was your worst experience at a water park?
I was in a lazy river. Whee! Because it's fun because the current's going, so you get to go fast. Woo! And I came up and a Band-Aid was stuck to my cheek like that, and I like peeled it off, and it was like just bloody as shit. And this girl came over, she's just like, "You got my scab."
Oh, she's hitting on you.
Yeah. See, it's so funny. That's how you decipher that. I'm like, it's disgusting. I was gagging basically, and you're like, "Hello, my lady."
Yeah.
I guess the shoe fits.
I can't think of any bad experience like this, but I remember I was terrified of the wave pool.
Oh, I done wrong. I was a pussy at the wave pool too. There's always like one child in distress in a wave pool too. Have you ever noticed that? Every time you go to a wave pool, it's always one kid that's like way farther than they should be, and they're like this. No one cares. No one cares. The lifeguard's just looking down at him like this. Some fat kid in a Tasmanian devil shirt just like this. Oh God. Yeah. Oh my God. I still am haunted by that. Actually, it's bringing back deep memories. God, and it's at everyone. I don't know what attracts those kids out there. I always think about the fact, like those little fat son of a bitches in those shirts, like bobbing their way out to the deep end. I'm like, why do you keep going out that way? Come back this way. Also, the current is pushing you the opposite way. You're all the way down there. Outside the kids area, guests report that the rides and support beams are corroding. At the Dallas location, the outdoor areas don't offer any shade unless you rent a cabana or an umbrella, leaving the sun baking the guests. Also, mind you, children. I like how they only if you have the cabana. Yeah, if you have the pup cabana. The Great Wolf Lodge, you gotta have the pack. You have to be a pack leader and get a cabana. I like how you would think that for a kid's thing, it's like there has to be shade everywhere. Even if the facility you are staying at is great, some of the guests at the Great Wolf Lodge can be pretty fucking weird. While climbing the stairs to a water slide, a man records himself fondling and staring at his wife's butt while he's in line with children. Get your ass up there.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that's probably a breeding ground for horn dogs.
I bet you, what I'm wondering now, that's gotta be a swingers playground. That's what it is, dude. And I bet you anything, they fucking probably rent some rooms and they drink in the rooms. They're like, go find the wolf. I don't think there is a wolf here, Dad. I think it's just called that. Go find him. You shut there. That's not Mommy. Her name's Teresa. Slams the door in a kid's face.
Yeah, Daddy's the wolf.
If the wolf's howling, don't come knocking. In 2017, a 3-week study was done in Canada to determine the average amount of piss found in public pools. They found an average of 20 gallons of piss whizzed out across 3 weeks. The authors view this as a public health concern, but most people aren't as concerned so long as they don't get caught doing it themselves, right? You don't think that's about that much?
20 gallons over 3 weeks. We're talking thousands of gallons of water. I think scientists, they're trying to...
Yeah, it's big pharma trying to stop us from enjoying ourselves. Okay. Former employees of various water parks revealed that the grossest part about the job was seeing what the water looked like before it was cleaned up and prepped for attendees to enter. One described large clumps of hair, sunglasses, old band-aids, used condoms, and all of that shit would just be floating around you as the pumps made it swirl into a torrent of just yuck.
See, condoms now, that disgusting.
I didn't even think about used condoms. We just got done talking about the swingers thing. Can you imagine just be like, just, fucking rip it off and then just toss it in the water? It's insane.
Oh, I bet you there's some people bumping heads in the wave pool.
You talking this?
Yeah.
Oops. Can you imagine being in the wave pool and the guy next to you just like, uh-oh. Now you guys starting to collide and shit. You have your hands together. Oh no. I found out a lot about myself today at the water park I didn't know. Jousting. Honey, it's time to get out. Give me a minute. At a wildlife theme park in Kansas, children were playing in a splash pad where nozzles in the ground shot water up into the air. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted an infection called shigellosis. Shigellosis? What the fuck? Had contracted an infection called shigellosis. It turns out that a total of 40 people of varying ages became ill from the water park. 3 were hospitalized from shigellosis and another from norovirus. The CDC had to urge people to practice proper safety habits before re-entering the Kansas Wildlife Park. This included avoiding consumption of pool water and any poop or pee in the water. That's so true about Kansas, those fucking inbred bastards over there. You guys realize you can't eat and drink piss, right? Are you serious? Are you serious? I was planning on going up to the wildlife park and getting me some shigellosis. They also advised against standing over the splash pad jets, worried that it would rinse feces off of people's asses and end up in other people's... Worried that it would rinse feces off people's asses and end up in others' mouths. What is this hellscape? Are people just sitting there like... Just like shit water going everywhere. But I tell you, it is fun. It's fun being out here at Wildlife Park. Honestly, I'm trying to let me ground myself here. Do I even wipe good enough? See, that's why I use bidets now, because I'm telling you, there is nothing left after.
I think I wipe good, but then some days I'll take my pants off. God damn, what the hell happened?
You're like, when did I put a brown marker in my pants? Yeah.
I wipe until I bleed. I'm like...
You wipe until you bleed? No wonder you're sick all the time. Because you probably have open sores in your ass. You're getting poop into your bloodstream, dude. I mean, you can sit there and laugh like I feel like that's why you're always walking with a limp and shit. I mean, I thought you've had scurvy for like a couple. I think it's just because you got shit. I think you got a little shit butt.
I've always wondered that. Yeah, if you have an open sore in your asshole, there's poop coming out of there. Is that...
Yeah, it's easy to get infected. I don't think just because it's your asshole doesn't mean that. I think it's going in your bloodstream, buddy. Let's just what? God damn, you're getting down after a little hurt locker down there. I'm telling you, ease up on yourself. I tell you, sometimes if I don't have the bidet, it feels like it's just like kind of like a melted Hershey Kiss is just always on the precipice of my asshole. I can never. It doesn't matter. The more I wipe, it never goes anywhere. I even try scooping, digging, anything. It doesn't get out of there.
That might be a hemorrhoid.
No, it's not a hemorrhoid. I've had a hemorrhoid. I have a hemorrhoid. You don't get rid of them. That thing came out of my ass. I'm telling you, I was like wiping one time. I was like, it's all sore. I'm not I think I've said this before, but it was like the size and the same as hard as a green apple Jolly Rancher. It was like that. It was unfucking real. It was pulsating and shit. I could feel my heartbeat on that. I sat there and I was like, I was sitting there, I was like,
This weekend, I don't know what was up, but every time I went to the bathroom, I got shit on my hand.
the water park thing is becoming more and more clear now, actually. You're walking around, splash in the pool. Shit all over your hands. Within the past couple of years, over in Kentucky, a water park dealt with a chlorine-resistant parasite that had to shut down temporarily. The revolving. That's fucking scary. That's a sci-fi movie. Chemicals, they aren't killing it anymore. Motherfucker just mean mugging you from the water. I dare you to come in here with me. At Raging Water, Sacramento, a brawl involving 40 people broke out over a towel. The battle began after two drunk women got into an argument over someone's towel being stolen. And as it escalated, 35-year-old Christopher Neves tried to step in and break up the fight, but was assaulted and left unconscious without a pulse. After Christopher went down, things escalated and involved both families fighting one another in front of their kids. Eventually, police were called and the park was shut down early while the police figured out what the fuck actually happened. And a similar situation occurred at Kalahari Resort in Ohio when someone cut in line at a surfing ride. As soon as the person cut, an argument broke out and eventually a 10-person brawl was broken up by lifeguards. The fight would resume with 23-year-old Brittany Cabay throwing punches at nearby guests until she was picked up and body slammed into the ground. My God. She would suffer from a severe head injury that would cause her to lose consciousness. And during the chaos, her boyfriend Zachary would reportedly pick up a chair, hurl it into the crowd, then slip and knock himself unconscious, joining his girlfriend in the astral plane. Just baking in the sun. You'd think that the standard equipment for a security guard at a water park would be a radio and maybe handcuffs, yet online, security guards are posting photos of their handguns before their shifts at water parks. Okay, I don't know. Shooting rounds in the water. This has turned water park security guards into the laughing stock of the profession, with others showing off their over-the-top loadouts. In 2022, deputies were called to Hurricane Harbor Splashtown Park regarding a group of teens who refused to leave after being asked. During their arrest, a teen jumped on the deputy's back. Nearby security guards tried to step in and help, but that only drew the teen's attention to them. As the security guard began to assist, a teen girl punched them in the head while the other teens bit them on the arm. Eventually, all the teens would be arrested and charged with resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. As soon as a girl bit me right here, I fucking take her mouth, and I just like fucking Kong breaking that dinosaur's joke. I do one of those. A girl hit me, she'd be like, no. I take my baton and I do it. Right through her sternum. I say, just test me. And she's probably got poop on her teeth. Everything we've heard about today about water parks, she's got probably shit teeth, like a zombie attack. I only have so much time before I turn myself. I'm gonna take as many of you down with me as I can. And then, yeah, I'd fucking rain hell on everybody.
The gun comes out. I'm killing innocents at this point.
Jesus, God. Also, that line, my God, I'm killing innocents. I'm killing innocents at this point. Bystanders. People just, yeah, whatever. All right, dude. Many water parks deal with serial poopers or peers in their waters. However, one park dealt with a serial peer who liked to piss on the rocks in the sauna room to fill it with steamed urine. At another water park, a lifeguard reported watching a man squat and lay a steam coil 20 feet from the bathroom, making direct eye contact with them. A man recalled that his younger brother used to go to the shallow end of his local pool and scoop up pieces of poop in a styrofoam cup to get free hot dogs from concession stands. What kind of deal is this? For every styrofoam cup of poop you fill, you get one free Coney dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I guess that, you know what, that kind of rules though. Clean up the pool, get the poo-poo out,
Get a hot dog.
get a free hot dog. But see, that causes more poop in the pool. That's the catch-22 of the whole situation. At a water park in Texas, new lifeguards were encouraged during their training to jump into the pool to pee rather than waste time finding a bathroom.
I'm telling you, anybody who's like a water animal or something,
What do you mean a water animal? What does that mean? You mean someone who's just like an avid swimmer or something?
like sports.
Oh, you're saying because your buddies that do the pool. Yeah, I'm sure they piss in the
They
pool.
encourage it.
I just think it's disgusting.
It is.
I mean, you know, and when they are not fishing poop out of the water park staff are constantly catching people having sex. It's extremely common for people of all ages, including teens, to be caught in the act at a water park. It doesn't matter if it's in the lazy river or the wave pool, people will literally do it anywhere because they're fucking savages.
Did you see that old video of that one woman looking at the lifeguard who was doing this, like doing the scanning, and she thought she was like some kind of robot or alien? That was like a big conspiracy, was that like aliens were at the water parks.
God, dude.
They say it's to keep you alert, so you're scanning the pool, and also so you don't fall asleep. They say like it's a technique like...
I have seen so many lifeguards asleep at their post. Because the thing, it's the perfect, because they wear the glasses and they'll sit there. There's this one guy that was like this. His glasses on, you can just tell he was like... Also looks comfy up in those big wooden chairs. Little umbrella over here in the shade, nice breeze coming in. Especially at a water park too, a little bit of water, just kind of the mist hitting you. I'd be out. Like also, can you imagine me? Can you imagine me being a lifeguard? Big fat ass, no! I would just be like, just use my body to try to propel yourself up and I'll just float down to the bottom. If you've ever gone down a water slide, then you'll know that there are tons of signs and warnings for good reason. Looking at some of the slides found at water parks, it was a miracle that they were ever approved. Action Park is widely regarded as one of the most dangerous amusement water parks ever to open. For starters, the park featured an attraction called the Tarzan Swing, which let guests swing off a platform into a large pool. While it might sound harmless, it was anything but. On more than one occasion, guests would hold onto the rope too long and launch themselves into the pool's concrete wall. Guests also regularly dislocated their shoulders from the rope due to excessive torque during the swings, and pool itself was spring-fed, making it incredibly cold. This actually led to one person having a heart attack and dying after going into shock from hitting the water. If rope swings aren't your thing, you could go down the Cannonball Loop water slide. The slide was a 50-foot long metal tube with a fully enclosed loop at the bottom. Riders at the top would have to be hosed down, otherwise there'd be too much friction and they would get trapped at either the top or bottom of the loop in complete darkness. And most of those who rode came back out bruised and bloodied. According to a former employee, the owner, Gene Mulvihill, would pay them $100 just to test ride the slide to make sure it was safe. It's $100, kid, are you down? After it was open, it was shut down permanently due to a high number of injuries and maintenance needs. Many parents online have discussed how nerve-wracking it is to take their young child to a water park on account of how many potential injuries can occur. Some unfortunate kids have ended up seriously injured due to either recklessness or pure misfortune. One 14-year-old was left seriously injured after being sucked into a water park drain in Funtown Water Park in Crystal Beach, Texas. The teenager had been messing around with his friends, and at one point, he had randomly decided to pick up a large grate attached to the drain in one of the park pools. Why? I don't know. County sheriffs believe that he did this as some sort of dare. As soon as he lifted it up, he slipped and fell inside the suction from the drain and began holding him underwater. His friends rushed to alert staff members, who turned off the pump, hoping it would release the suction, but it continued pulling him down, and he was eventually forced out of the drain, but was hospitalized due to the internal injuries he suffered. No legal action has ever been publicized about the disaster, so who knows? Maybe they paid him out of pocket.
Show the image of the crab getting sucked into the pipe. Water pressure's scary.
Yeah. I think water slides are scary. I mean, like, I'm claustrophobic. I tell you, like, as a kid, I don't know how I did it. Those water slides are fucking, it's insane. I'm freaked out by water slides now. I can't do it. The more you look into water parks, the more archaic they seem. From the people, the sanitation, and the endless risk to your physical safety, it's hard to imagine not feeling at least a little nervous attending one. There's truly no telling what can happen when you enter a place like that. So, if you find yourself going to a water park for whatever reason, be prepared for the dangers that lurk above and below the water. And for the love of God, go to the doctor after. Just do a journal checkup when you're done.
Also, wipe your butt.
Wipe your butt and go pee in a toilet. Go poop in a toilet, for the love of God. And wipe your ass.
But it's so cold.
Ooh, it's cold. Pee make me warm.
I almost saw my friend die in a river, canal. We were at the canal. There's like 20 kids. And this guy's like the most athletic kid I know. He swam out, and then he's like, help! And I watched and did nothing. But luckily, there was a better swimmer who got him and saved him. We thought he was joking.
That's a fascinating story. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're going to be talking about weddings. Hey, who here is married? Raise your hand. Nick, you're not married, dude, so don't raise your hand. Weddings are honestly, got something in my tooth. I think it's a cheese puff. Weddings are a beautiful, beautiful day meant for people who love each other. They can also be days for people to ruin their lives. Want good things to happen, but actually bad things happen. So today we're gonna be looking at a lot of crazy weddings, but there's really no better person on this earth that I could do this with than my lovely wife. Wife! Very nice.
Why don't you guys start off? Did anything happen on your wedding?
Well, I was gonna say, if anything, before we start going into this big document, shut up!
He's gonna tell
Shut up!
and bitch about it.
I'll tell you what I thought our wedding day was like, and then you can talk about it. Or do you want to go first?
Well, I'll go first because
You go first
you're a
then.
liar.
Okay, I'm not a fucking liar. Give me a rundown of our wedding day.
It was at a beach, and we invited his mom and told her we were just gonna do some photos. It turned out it was our wedding, and I came in on a horse down a dune, and the sun was setting, and we got married. It was very pretty, and we took a couple photos. We had some cupcakes, and we had like a drink or two, and then it was a nice day. Don't even talk about the horse going up the hill because it was not that big of a deal.
let me at least say you looked stunning. You look very beautiful. Hold on, the horse on this day almost ruined my entire wedding experience.
His name
First
was
off,
Pistol. His name was Pistol.
well, fuck Pistol,
He's
dude.
a good boy.
No, he was a big, ugly, big, farty horse. And she comes down this dune. My mom is wasted. So was the person that is renting the horses, and they're screaming the whole time.
were
It was not like very white trash. But what happened afterwards, and the ceremony was fine. We have cupcakes and all that. But then I had to walk her back up the hill. Mind you, this is my first time in I maybe 15 years doing anything with a horse, and I'm barefoot having to go up this sandy hill. And Allison's scolding me all the way up. She's scolding me. She's just like, come on. Pull him! People are like, watch your foot. He'll break your foot. He'll stomp your foot. And I knew somebody who's got their foot fucking broken
Like
from
in the
that.
sand, it wouldn't break your foot.
It absolutely, that horse is huge. Pistol was a big boy. More of the story is I'm huffing and puffing up this fucking hill. She's scolding me. We get back up there. I'm drenched in sweat. And we basically just went home after that. But the horse almost ruined the day for me. I didn't say it ruined the day. I'm just saying that Pistol, the horse, I hope he's dead.
He's not.
I'll tell you what I did. This is also before I hit it big with YouTube. So that's how I knew she loved me. Was I gave the guy $20 and I said, you put that horse down.
They did offer to let me come in on a camel, and I said no because I wanted to be on the horse.
The camel would have been very funny, like an Arabian Night situation. If I had to grade our wedding, I'd give it a B-.
I put it in the S tier because we were originally going to plan this big wedding and venue and all this stuff, and then COVID
Well,
happened.
I'm a show pony.
And
Maybe
then
I
it
wanted
tur-
that.
It turned out real nice.
It was all right.
And the cupcakes were good.
The cupcakes were very good. The bridesmaids that she has gave her like a weird bundle of twigs, and they were like, "Here, have this," and she still kept them. It's like a witch. So I think I haven't fully committed to that. You're not a witch yet.
Little do you know, there's a lock of hair in the middle of that bundle, and if I light it on fire, it will kill you.
Light it. Please light it. But no, we're gonna start off with section 1. Actually, you say section 1, wedding accident.
Section 1, wedding accidents.
I need to be a lot more.
What do I say? Hold on. Section 1, wedding accidents.
That's better. The first one is ring bearer destroys bride. What a title. What does that mean? God, I hate Fail Army's intros.
The rings, please.
Oh God!
This guy,
He looks like he kills vampires.
I was gonna say he looks like a vampire. Actually, you just can't wear circle glasses in general. Also, I don't.
He looks tight.
If he
Doc Martens, are you kidding me?
he's got some nice Doc Martens. You know, if he took off that fucking gown, there'd be like a long trench coat.
Oh, you know, underneath all that, he's got a huge six-pack.
Oh God!
Oh God!
I
Isn't
see how she falls again. It seems like she just kind of gives up.
Oh God!
no? She like definitely
yeah,
tried.
okay.
That bitch definitely tried. She was like grabbing on and everything. Actually, she's the reason he fell in is because she fucking pulled him in.
took him down.
Don't people say though that like if something bad happens on your wedding, like a horse, that's like bad luck and you shouldn't get married?
I've heard before that it means you'll have a good marriage, like it's the opposite.
Well, then maybe we should have had our fucking horse stomp my foot then. I am
Yeah.
uncertain for this future. I am scared. If this was you, knowing you, if you fell in the pool, it would be a wrap. I don't think you can get back up and soldier on.
I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't want to be wet.
Next one here we have, oh, it's on Reddit, your favorite website. I love the slideshow, and it's just a guy with a selfie on like a cruise, and there's fireworks inside. That can't be a good idea.
I like how her hand was just deep in his ass. Oh, I see.
As soon as I saw the fireworks inside, I'm like, this isn't going to end well. And then you find out that there's like an entire vegetation like crops up on the fucking ceiling. What's funny though too is that like on the
use alcohol to put it out.
well, I thought it was a bottle of champagne. I think it's a bottle of water.
Oh, I thought it was champagne too.
I thought it was champagne
That's why
too.
I was like, oh, he's dancing all weird.
Yeah, I just like the PowerPoint is just the guy. It's like not even the couple. It's just
Well,
like
what if it's just FaceTime and it's like he's there.
well, it's like the ending of what is it, Inglourious Bastards, when the woman is on the screen on the theater at the end. It reminds me of that of like burn. Oh my.
Wow.
This is actually turning into a tragedy. A wedding, no matter how small or big, is like one of the most stressful days of your life. Even if you're the bride and groom, it's like been.
No, it's worse for them.
You've spent months preparing this. Also, financially, probably crippled you. And I'm looking at all this, and I'm just thinking of like them being like, we didn't even get dinner.
If this happened at my wedding, I'd be like, God's real, and this is a sign.
Yeah, God is real, and I have done something that I need to be punished. That's just unfortunate. I do like the cinematographer's just like not leaving. It'd be funny if you like passed out from the smoke.
Hey, they paid him to take video of the
Yeah,
wedding. He's
I
gotta
will
get the
finish the
footage.
wedding. Nick, this isn't the fucking Iran. Okay.
That's basically what happened in Iraq, though.
Iraq fire, 100 killed and blaze at wedding party.
Is it literally the same fireworks that they
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, someone needs to be like, we are not going to do the sparklers anymore inside. Oh my god, you've seen this. I've definitely this is one of my favorite
yeah.
videos.
Mr. and Mrs. Christopher Myers.
It just looks so painful.
That is 100% a fucking concussion.
And you know he got up so embarrassed, trying to like not look like he has any pain.
Everyone's like, oh! One of my favorite parts here, though, is he does a little Cosby shuffle. His equilibrium's all fucked up, and he can't actually stand.
Just severe brain damage.
She's like rubbing his head. She's like, are you okay?
He was just so excited.
Well, that's what I love is he's just like, big entrance. I'm gonna make all the guys at the firm laugh.
Myers.
If I did that in a wedding, I'd just ragdoll, lay on the floor.
just do the soccer thing and be dead.
Yeah, do the soccer thing, be dead.
Oh shoot.
Oh shoot, his pants fell down, dude.
Did not get the
Did
fit.
not get a belt.
He didn't go to the tailor.
Okay. You got him?
I got him.
Alright.
Fuck, I ruined it for my little girl.
That's so.
I do like the cameraman just like.
That's so. If that's her dad, it's like he just.
It's definitely your dad.
Not only is he fucking your daughter, he got pantsed at his wedding. He's just getting bullied by this husband.
This side of it.
Dude, honestly, at this point, I do feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
It's like his pants fell down. Like, let's all fucking grow up. Look how embarrassed he looks. He's like,
Also, his whole family and the husband's whole family saw it.
this is the literal first impression you're making with like a family as a whole. If there was also a time where the guy was like, you better treat her right, it all goes out the window. Because now he can also just be like, well, at least I have a fucking belt, dude. Did my pants fall down at the wedding in front of your daughter? They fell down at night when we consummated our marriage. The fucking cameraman needs to grow up, though, honestly.
He sounds like a 14-year-old.
Dude, I would
On the
be,
spot.
I'd be fucking pissed. Like, it's really not that funny. I'd be like, I'd leave. I would definitely get so
I
flustered.
feel
I would
like
leave.
I'm pretty bad about stopping laughing, but I feel like I'd be able to.
I think
put
that
it together.
even if you're like sitting there, like doing one of those laughs where you're like silent, and you're like shaking, laughing. I don't think that you'd be audibly just like. This old man is not having it too. This pastor. Honestly, this is actually making me mad. Like I'm unironically getting super
Hey,
fucking mad.
They're starting their marriage joyful, happy. They're giggling.
How much would you like it though in this video? If she like turned the crowd, she's just like, stop! Don't laugh at him! Like, that's my dad! That's my dad! Like grabs, holds his pants up. He's like, I failed you, and he dies right there.
That dude is.
He's
dying.
actually crying. He's not even laughing. Yeah, the cameraman, I want to slap him in the fucking mouth. I'm actually done with this. That honestly, that made me so upset.
So me and my husband's minister went off script during our ceremony, and then this happened.
From my heart to yours. Here you go.
You can tell she's so mad. Also, can I just say that haircut is fucking atrocious. He's like, he's an IT guy, but he's also just like, he's still got a couple party nights left in me.
You know she thinks she sounds awesome.
So you have to sit there and know that you paid for this. If someone's gonna go off script at her wedding, would you rather have the Hallelujah, or what if she did like that Bon Jovi song where it's like, this ain't a song for the broken heart? You'd rather have that?
Because that'd be
It's
funny.
my life and it's now or never.
That'd be so much more entertaining. Like, it would still piss me off because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? But at least, like, remembering,
Yeah,
like, yeah, she's
you're like, stop it! Screaming at him. He's like, I don't want to live forever. like the whole time.
I feel like retelling that would be a lot funnier than trying to explain to someone. And then she just started singing Hallelujah, but like in this voice.
I don't know, if somebody would refuse to stop singing and they had control of the mic and they were like running around and people were trying to like, people were like, stop! I feel like that'd be a lot harder to be like, oh, it was a nice day. But yeah, the person officiating the wedding just sang all of Bon Jovi's It's My Life.
That'd be funny. She's about to snap.
You may now kiss your bride.
They did that right before the kissing part. What the fuck?
It doesn't even contextually make sense.
That doesn't
either.
make any sense. It's like, we're at the fucking finish line here. Why are we delaying this? Also, why she didn't really say anything else besides Hallelujah.
Also, isn't the Hallelujah song like a sad song?
Well, I don't think that's the actual, like, the full, the fat, the fifth. If it was that, she was just doing Hallelujah. She sounded like a fucking, like, minion or something like that. Hallelujah.
And in accordance with God's will, you do now confess it.
Oh my God, is that Abigail Shapiro?
Please, sirs, leave. Please. This is a solemn assembly, not a photography session. Please move, or I will stop.
That's awesome.
I will stop the ceremony if you do not get out of the way.
I love that. David, we pay for that. I'm not continuing if you are back here.
This is not about the photography. This is about God.
Well, what a...
Defending his king.
Honestly,
God.
that's a great line ender. This isn't about photography. This is about God.
Please, sirs, leave.
He's also saying it as if, like, they're not invited to the wedding. Like, they're definitely meant to be there, dude. Come on. Please, sirs, leave. The husband and wife are sitting there, and they're definitely looking at each other like, should we tell him, like, to, like, no, we want the pictures right here? It'd be kind of funny if you didn't see his head at first. He's like, please, sirs, leave. I don't want the photographers back here. And they turn around, there was, like, just, like, a giant asshole in the back of his head or something like that.
Not in this holy moment.
Not in this holy moment. Uh-oh. Bitch with purple hair. What do you think's gonna happen here? What's a guess? If we had to guess on 3.6 million likes and 50,000 comments.
Honestly, I have no idea. She just thinks something's funny. I got nothing.
I'm gonna guess maybe like they have a dog. This looks like a dog owner who's like does the thing, but the dog like drops the pad or like they run off or something, and then everyone's like,
See, now I'm mad. If that's what it is, I'm mad.
Only 2 things are required.
uh-oh, this is definitely gonna be way worse. We're getting into a guy looking at paper reading a speech. That's how you know you fucked up.
He's gonna say something quirky.
Yeah, I don't care if I have to take out the trash and make biscuits on Tuesday mornings. And the audience is like, she does love biscuits on Tuesday morning. And sometimes she shits her pants in bed, but I don't care anymore because I love her.
How do
I
you
love
feel,
you, baby.
how do you feel about this fade compared to the last one?
This guy is kind of dapper. What I don't like underneath is the fucking Doctor Who vest. I know that she won't mind if I go back in time and help people.
Only 2 things are required to keep me happy. Keep my belly full and my balls empty. So you're amazing at half of it. We really need to get you some cooking lessons.
That's the cringe is so
In front
surreal.
of both of your parents. I don't
Especially
know.
to like think about writing that, and you definitely know he pitched that to people, and they were like, "Dude, that is awesome." My belly full and my balls empty. At least you know we're good for half of that. Why do you need a paper to remember that line? You know, what are those the only line? I love you, Jessica. Full job and puts it in his pocket.
Even when my belly isn't full, there is no one I could ever love more in this lifetime, unless I actually get a chance to meet Margot Robbie.
This is a 3rd grader reading his essay aloud to the class.
Why would you laugh at that? I wouldn't love anyone ever unless I met Margot Robbie, and I would leave you. The superstar model actress Margot Robbie. She looks like she has fake hillbilly teeth in. You know, like the toys that you put in your mouth? I know that's rude to say, but this screenshot doesn't help. There's just so much gum and the lip gets so thin. It's incredible.
Nothing's better than the sound of gagging and headboard slamming.
Michael.
They've had enough.
The other ones are like, oh, haha, yeah, we have sex. It's a healthy relationship. But it's like, no, there's no better sound than gagging and choking.
I like how he circled back around. Like, he moved on briefly to, like, Margot Robbie, and then he's like, wait, actually?
Actually, I guess life's pretty good when headboards break walls in his house and she chokes. Michael! Michael! Also, he, like, hasn't looked up once. And she likes to lick the underside of the head and... Michael!
You can choose whether tonight's gonna end with being a toaster, strudel, or a Twinkie.
I'm so glad I'm marrying you, because I get to have sex with you all the time.
You're gonna be filled with cum. That's the entire thing.
You are my cum goblin.
You are now my cum transporter on the SS Whoreageddon Ride Cumster Surprise. She's like, that was a terrible name for that. Okay, the whole time she's just like laughing. God, what a white trash fucking wedding, dude. That's brutal. Why can't weddings just be like an Amish wedding where everyone's just like, it's like almost a sad day. Everyone's just doing this. You're standing, it's all quiet. You're married. That's what they say. You go up to the altar.
No one says anything, just you're married.
You're married.
You are now married.
Yeah, imagine that guy at an Amish wedding. Come, I'd like to make cum.
You will have my seed now.
Sounds like the beginning to like Toy Story or something. You got a friend in me. With the old guy, it almost looks like it's like a fallen soldier's service.
The live band was a bad idea.
Live band is one musician.
It seems like that's in a garage.
This is definitely like a Jonestown cult kind of building.
There he is, the man of the hour. That has to be a relative. He's just like, I can play a trumpet.
Yeah, no, Allison, I definitely think this is a relative because I don't think the people that are doing this wedding could afford a regular band.
I just think plugging your phone into an auxiliary cable's fine.
Oh, dude, I've seen some fucking brutal videos online of people like plugging in like some like Hinder or something. I think someone did Buck Cherry's Crazy Bitch.
Do you remember that video where he plugged the aux in and it was the Spotify ad?
So lame, man, first.
In the middle of the...
Yeah, because the comments were like, bro couldn't even afford premium for the wedding.
Oh, I can't see. I'm too short.
Oh my god, this is the Crazy Bitch video.
You got a lovely face. Coming to your place.
Oh my god.
Bring me out.
Is it the wife singing?
I can't tell. The guy right there covering his ears, he's like, okay, well, this is an appropriate song. This one's for daddy, okay? God, what a horrible tattoo.
That's a birthmark, Hunter.
Can you imagine that? It's a birthmark!
You're a crazy bitch, but you fuck so good I'm on top of it when I drink.
This guy's distraught. Well, I didn't sign up for this.
It feels odd that the wife is singing.
Well, yeah, exactly. Hey, you married a crazy bitch. Also, this guy's like definitely just like a coworker.
He's just comforting his son.
It's like, is it gonna be over soon?
okay.
Yeah, the kid's like, Dad. Also, what the fuck is this camera person doing? They're like, actually having a seizure going down. This is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life.
If I could just get 1 ounce of that confidence, I'd be unstoppable.
They got somebody singing the song off on the side.
I thought it was the wife.
No, I thought she had the headset on.
Yeah.
No, she does. It's like someone is singing it off of the side. Why wouldn't you just play the actual song? Poor baby. Jesus Christ. Look at that bitch throw that baby around. She's like, yeah, right. Buck Cherry, Sarah. Look at that. Look at mommy. The baby's like this. Oh my God. Look at all the bandanas. Yeah, this is a fucking biker wedding. Yeah. Okay. God. Brutal. Screamo wedding? Oh God. This is like almost identical to any like Thursday night party at our art school when we went to college. This is exactly what would happen in people's basements.
This feels about right for Portland. There's literally a Portlandia bit about 2 punk people trying to make a wedding.
What about this?
Yeah. That's everything we were talking about.
I don't know. I feel like they're on drugs.
Yeah, no, that's just some hardcore, dude. That's sick.
with the theme here. I want everybody, please rise up out of your seats.
Also, did we do a first dance?
No, because it was in front of like 5 people and it'd be super weird.
Yeah, I was gonna
Like,
say, I'm
watch
glad
us
we did
dance,
that.
guys.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, can you put on a song? Come here, baby.
It'd be so uncomfortable.
Yeah, no. We did a slow dance in our living room for 45 minutes to that Bell Witch.
But it's the style of dancing where you both are just like kind of holding each other's butts.
We're holding-
like,
yeah, we're holding
really
each other's-
close and like eyes closed the whole time.
And I'm like trying to breathe, but my nose is like stuck kind of in your hair, and I'm like, but I don't want to breathe hot air on your forehead, so I'm like, to Bell Witch's album, Mirror Reaper. That's what we slow dance to.
Husband and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Rivero.
People get introduced like they're fucking WWE's like wrestlers. What the fuck is this outfit?
He's about to storm the American shores.
I was gonna say that's either Storm the American Shores, or I thought Guy Fawkes was walking through the fucking crowd there. Oh, it's Zorro.
Oh.
Is that supposed to be like Zorro mask kind of thing?
Oh, is it the Princess Bride?
Is that what that is?
That's the only thing I could think of where it's like, why would he be Zorro?
I saw one video one time of a couple during their first dance were like making out really hard, like making out like aggressively, and the families were like,
That's my thing with weddings. I'm like, you're in front of your entire genetic family.
yeah, that's why I'm like, just show up and give us like an envelope of cash and let's just fucking leave.
Call me old-fashioned, but I keep it to myself.
Call me old fashioned, but we do it in the Honda Civic afterwards, after the ceremony. Like the song.
I don't know.
I don't even think he knows what's going on. The look of concern where he was like,
Well, I was about to say, it sounds like he's having a war flashback. Yeah, he's gonna kick some ass for his bride, his queen.
So we're gonna do
he's
our.
proving that he has what it
We're
takes
gonna
to protect her.
we're gonna do a nice song, but then I kick everyone's ass.
Yeah, he just starts fighting. He starts fighting everyone that he invited to the wedding.
Are you gonna choreograph it? No.
Just gonna throw some hands and see what happens.
I don't know what's happening, but
I don't know what's happening, but how uncomfortable for the bride too. She just said like stand there.
It's taking a lot of punches and kicks.
Well, what is happening? Why was this not choreographed better?
It'd be better if they occasionally like actually fainted and had new people come in. Oh, he's trying to hit
Oh,
him.
broke the guy on the
There
back.
you go.
wow.
Wow. What a silly gag.
Good for them.
Fuck them. I bet they're divorced already.
Good for them again.
I just hate when I just know it's going to be a dance recital.
You immediately saw her and you're like, hatred.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, it's going to be a dance number. Also, I think this is, from what the beat I heard, it's going to be the Loosen Up My Buttons, whatever song. See, this is just so uncomfortable. What am I think my cousin did one of these things.
Lined up for the guy.
It's like the whole thing where it's like they grind up on the groom or whatever. That shit is so uncomfortable seeing it live. My cousin did something like that. I was like, what? Why are we doing this? This is so madly uncomfortable.
You just married him.
Oh, that's what I'm saying is like, it's a whole room of this and we're gonna grind on him. I just,
Yeah.
There's my baby. I like how every guy in the room's like this though.
They're having a good time.
Don't like the guy holding his pregnant wife in the back here. Baby, can we do that at our wedding? This is so cringy.
Damn, girl, get it.
It's like the day is already about you. Why do we need a full dance number?
Maybe it's her profession. Maybe
You
she's
mean kind
a
of.
dancer.
The only way I'd allow this is if you and your friends were the cast of Sweeney Todd and you did the "Here's a Tale of Sweeney Todd."
I would, if you were genuinely the cast of Sweeney Todd and did that,
Oh!
I'd fucking love it.
I would be mad if you didn't do it.
That would be just amazing.
That'd be the only. Oh, she's looking at him like I think she has done something.
I would want the Pirelli's Magical Elixir song.
Yeah,
twas
Pirelli's magical elixir. That's what did the tricks. I drew.
No grinding it, Hunter.
God, look at that though. If I was her and I saw him do this, I'd leave him.
Oh man.
I'd rather just be like, "I love you," or they'd be like, "Oh, but."
To be fair, we are the epitome of like minimal affection. So we see other people
dare you say
express
that?
something like that, and it makes us personally uncomfortable.
Honestly, here's my top 3 things. 1, I don't like holding hands out in public for a long time. Am I 12?
Okay,
2,
Hunter, you
when
don't-
people unironically say baby to each other.
Yeah, that one's rough.
What about babe?
I don't like babe either. I especially hate in the morning when it's just like, hey babe, can you hand me that? I'm not a big fan of that. I also don't like daddy.
That's just a sexual thing.
I've heard people in videos and shit be like, I love you, daddy.
I thought it was just a sexual thing, but I do see like daughters to their dads still call them daddy even when they're
Oh
adults,
yeah.
and I'm like,
yeah.
oh,
I
gotta
don't,
move on.
can't do that.
You gotta
Also,
move
this primate child right here, sitting like a fucking, she's like, I'm part frog.
She's learning.
All right, it was no grinding. You know, it's just a huge dance number, but for a 4-minute long dance number, come
But
on.
like, what was the purpose?
Yeah,
For the husband to see her?
You're so beautiful when you dance.
It's her day.
It is her day. It is her day. It feels like more of like a birthday thing, though, doesn't it?
I just think we can't comprehend people enjoying things.
Oh, there's Dracula flow, though. Allison, what do you think of this?
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog.
Have you ever seen Dracula flow?
I'm a dog.
Yeah, Dracula flow's sick.
We smoking symbiotes. Smoking.
Keep zooming in on the hair.
I'm on 12 Vicodins smoking on Scooby-Doo dick.
Just kidding.
We smoking filtered crack, you stupid piece of shit.
Dracula flow rules. You better leave that in the video. It has stuff to do with the wedding, so it's
He was
fine.
getting married.
He was getting married.
Call that pussy the Matrix, cause I'm in this bitch and I can't get out.
I always love these. What year did this come out? 7 years ago? I thought it was going to be much older. I love the Windows Movie Resolve where it's black and it like fades in. Jessica Kemp and Mason Gui wedding highlights. Is that how you say his last name? Gui?
I would say
Yes.
I was gonna try, but I'm like, I'm gonna let
Gui.
you take that one.
We just looked at each other. That means that we got a battle now.
How do you like the horse mask? Do you think we're in for a good time? Also, anytime that a guy has the red long sleeve and a top hat, you know you're in trouble.
Well, I immediately had flashbacks of middle school with the anime girls.
Looks like these Pokemon are evenly matched.
These Pokemon are evenly matched. Thank you, Professor Oak. What time period are we in? Look at these fucking dresses. We got Doctor Who in the back. We got two of the fucking Swiss Family Robinson sitting up here. And then we got a guy in a Pikachu nightgown chasing a little girl.
So at this point, cosplay is very popular. There are better outfits.
Also, if you can't afford a Pokemon wedding, maybe just do like a normal fucking wedding. Maybe buy a pack of Pokemon cards the day of and call it good. I refuse to let anybody be happy. No one can just do things that they want. I will scold them because I'm a piece of shit and I'm not happy with myself. Right, Allison?
I mean, that last part's very true.
You're supposed to deny that part.
No, babe. Wait.
Moving on to the next one here. Oh, nice furry wedding. Allison used to draw furry art all the time, and she still has furry friends.
Hey, when you're in college and you need $80, that's a good way to
Hey,
make money.
get the bag, girl. And also, we're sponsored by Bad Dragon, and all those sons of bitches are furries up there. So I've grown to love the furry kind.
But when your persona's bad and you show up to the wedding, I'm looking at the crocodile.
Do you know which one I'd be if I was a furry?
Say it.
You're supposed to guess.
I mean, I feel like the basic one is bear because anyone who sees a furry person, like you have hair and you're.
No, Allison, give me. Oh, I'm large. What do you mean by that? Is it a 3-letter fucking word? And the answer is yes because it's an owl.
Ew.
I look like an owl. I think I could
You
pull
would
off an
want
owl.
to be an owl.
I don't see why
you want
not.
your persona to just be an owl, like you.
I like owls. I think owls are nice.
You be the Duolingo guy.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm very worldly like that. Also, like the
Your
idea.
personality is nothing like an owl.
Why? I'm bashful. I'm quiet, and I'm wise. People, don't fucking laugh, Nick. This mess is
Based
intense.
off of adorable predator, you could be an owl.
Jesus Christ! My God! Jesus.
It's really late.
It's 10:30 in the morning. Is that an SS Iron Cross and he's like walking up with his fucking hands behind his back? Is this a Iron Cross right here, Nick?
Is there a military medal that just looks like that?
Maybe. Look at this guy right here.
Oh my god.
Is it?
It looks like it.
Leave the link. Oh, it's a pony. It's a My Little Pony wedding. Damn, dude, this is like a full fucking stage production.
Is she gonna do the voice?
And gentlecoats, as we gather here, there is an epidemic.
It's called coronavirus.
And it has led 2 individuals into a state of holy matrimony.
Matropony.
That's rough. What is it about that show that just captivates adults?
I don't know, Allison. Friendship, magic, good animation, great voice acting, cute stories. Why do you like Harry Potter? Look at bro standing off on the side here with like the helmet and shit on.
This is our security.
I'm from the network. It seems there's been a bit of a problem here.
So this is a full stage production. As cringe,
Meta with the network coming in.
yeah, the network's coming in, stopping the show. Honestly, as cringy as this is, I respect the amount of time and energy that went into it.
Look,
Also,
at that
compared
weird costume though.
hers,
I think it's a butt plug.
I hope it's a butt plug. What if it's a pussy plug?
That's a far back set pussy.
Some girls got that thing way back.
That back set.
Yeah. That back set. But honestly, this compared to the Pokemon wedding, leagues better.
Yeah.
I would much rather be at this wedding than the Pokemon wedding. Minecraft theme wedding. Oh, that's nice. That's pretty. Nice lake. Got a cute carrot. Is it a carrot?
I thought it was a carrot too.
Oh, I think she just smashed his flower. They got the oldest living person in town to officiate the wedding. Oh, I didn't even start saying anything. They're like, we're done. Definitely the drug addict brother.
Yeah.
Shirt not tucked in.
Did you notice the Superman lion?
The
Just
guy-
a lion watching.
The Superman suit lion had nothing to do with it. The Harlem Shake thing made this a really hard one. I like how this girl's just standing there. She's like, like wearing her fucking scrubs. She's like, I have to go to work in 20 minutes. It's starting to look like fucking Camp Crystal Lake or some shit. These like little cabins out here. That's always the worst part of the bit though, right?
They didn't even commit that hard to.
No, that's what I mean. Is that's the worst part of the bit is whenever you do something kind of cringy and then I think it all sinks in and then you all kind of like awkwardly like stop. You're like, oh god, it's a fucking Jedi wedding.
You think Airsoft Fatty's gonna be here?
The only way this turns out cool is if it's like the choreography is fucking amazing, where it's like when she like has her dress and it's flowing, you know.
Dude, what if she ripped that bottom part off and did a backflip?
I unironically like, okay, well this just turned out to be a fucking amazing show.
I do like how she's a Sith Lord.
Okay, first off, I just want to say this, and I'm not trying to be anti-feminism because I am a feminist, but he could have fucking overpowered the shit out of her right there. I could tell that he was going easy on her, and honestly, because he's a Jedi, he did that, but I wouldn't have done the same.
Dude, her force sensitivity is way too high.
But honestly, that's why my lightsaber color is green, not blue.
Oh my god, she has,
Look how fucking
she has the
powerful
force.
she is, dude.
what if she drove it through his chest?
It was a real lightsaber.
Yeah, exactly. I like the idea though that they took this footage and they paid some guy to go through and actually put in the sounds for the.
Well, I'm wondering why they chose to fight each other and how it ends with them still being married.
That's what makes it so hot. Beautiful jump. Look at that. Wow. Okay.
This isn't the worst one of the like.
No, I mean like.
Weddings.
I appreciate the effort that they put in.
I do think it's lasting a little too long.
It is lasting.
They've overstayed their welcome a little bit.
It is lasting too long, and like I said, this would be a lot funnier if he just overpowered her and he was like,
killed her.
"God!" He took like both of them, he took both of them, and did like the Anakin Count Dooku death thing.
I just want him to
And then-
take her lightsaber, cut her head off.
That's what I'm saying is does the thing like that, but then everyone's like, "Oh my God, this is graphic," and then a spotlight goes up. A spotlight goes off in the background, and you see like the guy's mom sitting in the back, and she's like, "Do it," and does that in the back.
That
That'd be fucking awesome. You guys can spin the fucking lightsabers all you want. Just
You need to wrap it. Someone needs to die.
one of them definitely needs to die in the fight to make this worth it, or if they start hardcore fucking right now. Oh, boo!
This is literally like how a fanfic movie is like they were fighting, but then actually their dicks were really hard, and then they kissed when they were trying to grab each other's swords, but then they grabbed a different sword.
That's hot.
I can't believe no one died. That's fucking annoying. That's all the videos we have. Look at all those crazy weddings. Allison, when you inevitably divorce me, what's your next wedding gonna be like?
A courthouse.
Honestly, fucking same.
Well, it's like you did it once, it'd be fucking.
Why would I go through the whole charade all
Here's
over
my
again?
thing. It would just be embarrassing to invite my family to another wedding, which they weren't even there, but
Well, I was supposed to say you have the freebie there at least.
that's true. I don't think a single person from my family was there.
No, just my mom was there.
I don't know, I'd still probably do a courthouse just because I'm like, if I ever got married again, it'd be one more time, and if that didn't work out, I'd be like, never again.
I wouldn't marry again until I was in my 70s, and I'm like a billionaire. I'd marry like a really hot 24-year-old,
Why not?
like a Swedish model. And then when I died on my deathbed, I'm like, you're not getting anything.
That
is
would
what I
be
would say.
so
That'd be
funny.
that would be the biggest troll ever. But you know what? If you have any funny wedding story, no, I don't want to do that. Thank you guys for sitting through the cringe with us. We hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Also, if you're getting married soon, good luck.
Also, if you think you have a funny wedding story, you don't. It's probably just funny to you and not
Yeah,
to
it's really
nobody
not.
else. So just keep it
It's
to
really
yourself.
not. I tried telling people that horse story, and like it just comes off as rude.
Because it's a lie and it is rude.
Well, it's definitely not a lie. It definitely was a deal. You know what? That's okay. I'm done. I'm done. The video's over.
Bye.
You don't get to say bye. It's my fucking video, dude.
Bye.
Hey, before you leave, I just wanted to tell you something. Me and my wife made a beautiful cartoon with an amazing cast and crew of people called Witch's Hound over on my wife's channel, and you can find that video here or in the description or probably in the comments. I'll probably post it there too. But it's a nice little cute version. It's not my usual grotesque bullshit, but please check it out. It's a lot of fun, and we're going to be doing more of them soon. So, thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on Sun Down because today we're talking about office jobs, in a way. For a majority of people, work is exclusively something you do because you have to, right? I would say almost everyone doesn't wake up clicking their heels happy that they're going to work, right? Can we all agree?
Me. If you love your job, you want to be there.
Well, when you show up, it makes me not want to show up to work, so... Back in the day, the workplace was a far more rigid place where you put your head down and you did what you were told. Nowadays, there's a higher priority advocating for yourself in the workplace as well as pushing for a healthier work-life balance, right? People aren't in the coal mines anymore. We have a bit more. I mean, don't get me wrong, people are still pissing in water bottles at Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
But you'd have to think things are a little better. Right. With Gen Z entering the working world, we've seen these values clash with older generational values. Not only that, but with TikTok, we've seen a lot of popular trends emerge from people reacting to the cruel realities of the corporate American atmosphere. So let's talk about all the various Gen Z workplace trends. The only reason that we even wanted to make this video was because there's a trend going on right now called the office siren. You see, the office siren trend essentially consists of women wearing and showing off their outfits, a modern interpretation of the 1980s power dressing. Remember that? Like Balenciaga, big suits, you got shoulder pads. Power dressing. And power dressing aimed to incorporate popular male fashion into clothing for women to wear in the workplace. This would often consist of things like padded shoulders, wide-legged trousers, and quality fabrics in darker, neutral colors. Like this. What do you think of that? That's a strong, independent woman, Nick. Get used to it. Sorry. Hey, the future is female. The goal was to defeminize women, so they would be taken more seriously in a predominantly male workplace. And over time, this evolved into a more unique style that introduced flashier colors and designs while still appearing professional, right? After a while, they're like, I'm bored, dude. Put a little cayenne pepper on this and think, wah-bah! That's what you get. Emerald, bam! Does anyone remember Emerald? Who? Bam! Starting in the 2000s, workplace attire has shifted to a much more casual style, which removes the necessity for power dressing in a majority of professional environments, right? People showing up to UPS are wearing the brown. They're not wearing power suits, they're wearing the brown.
That'd be impressive. UPS carrier was wearing
If a male or female, if they were power dressing at me, walking into my house, dropping a box, a man in a full suit dropping a box at my house is very suspicious. Just look weird. I'd be like, what are you doing?
Stylish.
Yeah, but if the jacket had like a little UPS logo on it, I'd be like, that's kind of sick. If they're doing that though, you got to go full butler mode. I think you got to have like a little bow tie. Yes, master. Carry your package like this. Take very short steps. You have like a platter you put the boxes on. Right away, master. The office siren trend brought back this type of aesthetic, but with more emphasis on sex appeal.
Yeah, they defeminized it. Now they're bringing the femininity back.
They defeminize things, and they're just like, how about we get the ladies back in, huh? What would Beyonce say about this, is what they said. The word siren refers to the Greek mythological creature that lured sailors in with their songs, leading to their untimely death. That feels maybe a bit cruel. Do I look sexy? You siren. You harlot. I don't want to hear your songs!
It's because they're tempting the men at the workplace to get fired.
Am I supposed to look or not? I don't know. Can I look at you? That's what she's saying. She's like, I don't know. And many of these TikToks had a similar format, where women wearing business attire would film themselves pretending to work on a laptop in the middle of a body of water. Which, to be fair, if I was like a 63-year-old truck driver, I'd be like, okay, come on, you got soft hands. That kind of meme. But then also it's just like, we're working. Look at us, we're doing Java. We're coding in Java.
We're vibe coding.
We're vibe coding. I want to make an app that lets me make pina coladas with my feet in the pool. Create vibe code.
I mean, if you could, would you?
Work at a pool?
Yeah.
No. Well, one, I feel like I would ruin my laptop. And then also, two, I mean, like, listen, I like swimming. Do I want to be just floating around all day? No. I'd rather take a nap. I'd rather be working from my house on my couch, and every once in a while just be like working and just be like... just kind of slip into a sleepy state. Oh. But to be fair, if I was a young, cute little princess, or if I was a handsome man, maybe I would be out there. Oh, my abs, I just look so good. I don't even like going to the pool now just because of my orangutan body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a behind the scenes of like Mighty Joe Young or something like that. That's what it looks like every time I get into a pool. Yeah, exactly. But other women focus more on the sexual side, right? Making videos about how much they want to work an office job just to dress up like an office siren. It's cute. I wish I was going into work today. One of those things. Look how hot I look. I wish I could go to a corporate job today. And some guy's like sitting in his car, like watching this before he has to go work like 10 hours in an office job, just like opening his glove compartment and grabbing a gun and just being like...
Today's video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. People always ask, Hunter, when do you sleep?
Never.
But seriously, I might be coming around to the whole sleep thing now that I have a Helix Sleep mattress. Before you get a Helix Sleep mattress, they have you take a sleep quiz to find the perfect blend of what you need. He finishes
I've seen a couple videos of office sirens being like, they have to go talk to HR because they're too sexed up.
Well, yeah. Well, of course. Yeah, they're like, you can't actually show your told during meetings. She's like, siren. Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Watch out, sailors. Like, you work for HP. We make printers. You can't do that. You know, and some see this style as empowering, right? While others feel that it reinforces the sexualization of women in the office setting. For people that have traditional corporate jobs, they are well aware that most of these outfits are not actually something that you can get away with wearing in an office. I mean, obviously, they're being like, you have to be a dunce to think that you could wear the short thing and that their tits are just like popping out and they're like, I hope I can show up to my office job today. And so it's just like, you're gonna get fired day one. Congratulations, you got fired. However, one now deleted comment from TikTok details the story of how someone she knows lost out on an amazing job opportunity because of this trend. And this is that deleted comment.
You have a college credit paid 25-hour intern position that goes straight to a 6-figure salary job at graduation.
Where? Where is this and where was I, is what I want to say. My God.
The girl wore an office siren outfit day 2 and was immediately fired for it. And yes, we can fire someone for that. It's the contract she signed when taking the job.
What do you mean? And you are to not wear anything revealing, unless you want to roll the dice. We'll see how I feel on each day. I'd like to think in the contract for the job, he's like, if you're going to have boobage, it needs to be hidden by 2 buttons. And if your ham hocks are going to protrude from your pants, then see me immediately. Sign here.
I bet no boob windows.
If boob window is in the contract, I'm going to be very excited.
It's in the contract she signed when taking the job. Literally lost a guaranteed $200,000.
Imagine losing a $200,000 job just because you had to get all sexed up, dude. You know what? At the same time, I'd say, what were they wearing? What do you think they were wearing that could have been that bad? Do you think that it was way too sexualized? Or do you think it was like a little provocative and they were just like, you can't do this? A mini skirt? Shame on you. Get out of here.
I'm imagining she went full on siren.
I mean, I have seen some where you're like, word? You know, like, yeah, that's an outfit? All right, well, damn. But if you got the goods, Nick, are you not supposed to show them?
Not at work, unless your job is sales.
Well, listen, if you're at a convention floor trying to sell some big stuff for a company or whatever, hey, I bet you that contract goes out the window. Jessica, show more of these. We gotta move those printers. And one woman reportedly took her outfit inspiration too literally and ended up wearing a similar fitting outfit at her corporate job. She ended up getting fired and decided to sue her coworker who believed that was the person to blame for her firing. Her coworker made a video to voice how stupid of a reaction it was, stating, quote,
"Babe, I don't wear those outfits for fun. I literally wear them to get them taken off on camera." What?
Is this an OnlyFans?
I'm like, what? She's like, I wouldn't wear that unless I was being recorded. Snap, snap, bitch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. One of the most viral things to come out of the Gen Z corporate space is the infamous Gen Z boss at a mini video. Last year, an Australian skincare startup company named TBH Skincare posted a video to their Instagram page that instantly became the target of ruthless criticism. In the video, a group of girls are joyously singing in a circle as they hype each other up, and people were quick to lambast them for being too cringy.
Gen Z boss and a mini. Gen Z boss and a mini. Itty bitty titties and a bulb. Itty bitty titties and a bulb.
Yeah, it pisses me off. Listen, I'm all down for girlies being girlies and boys being with the boys, but guess what? What the f is this?
It's just girlfriends having fun at work.
Do your job and go home. Do the in a bar. You know what I mean? Don't do it in an empty conference room, itty bitty titties and whatever. You know what? Men rise up. Why can't I say small fat
and an attitude?
Small fat and an attitude. Small fat and an attitude. Prolapse and a raise. I don't know what the fuck it is. This video turned out to be an older trend that was super viral at the time, originally posted by Who Gives a Fuck, and it became so popular that even celebrities like the cast of Parks and Rec were joining in.
Pony in a cashmere shirt. Pony in a cashmere shirt.
Because celebrities just can't let it be. They gotta join in. Okay, you guys are not watching the show. Watch us do it now, please. The skincare company didn't expect their video to blow up the way it did, and were even more surprised to see the unnecessary scathing comments, which I'm not gonna lie. Listen, is it cringy? Sure, but come on now. What, people can't just dance in a circle and make some songs? Come on.
This like bred a lot of misogynist people.
Oh, this is the thing that bred a lot of misogyny. This is the one thing that bred a lot of misogyny. Misogyny was like kind of dormant before this, and this is, I do like the comment of this, people say this is what lost Kamala the race. Way to go. Sorry. Republicans are going to win on this one. They ended up responding to the hate by making another video, and this time replacing the lyrics to the song with mean comments they received.
Jennifer Hay got bring it back. Jennifer Hay got bring it back. Women should go back to the kitchen. Women should go back to the kitchen.
Which, you go girls. Hey, Gen Z, way to own the workplace. Regardless, their page spiked in followers and their viral video brought tons of traffic to their skincare website, leading to a noticeable increase in sales. So who won? I think they did.
And they're also in Australia.
And they're Aussies.
They don't care about American politics.
Who gives a? They're like, I lost Kamala the race, dude. I'm worried about dingoes eating babies and kangaroos standing outside my back door. Have you seen that shit? Someone like looking out, he's like, what's out there? He's like a giant buff kangaroo.
And they choke dogs.
Yeah, and he's like, give me back my dog. And he knackers him in the face. You got knackered. Peace off. You have to bleep that, but over time, as the newer generations entered the working world, they found themselves dissatisfied with the state of workplace culture. While it's become common for people to go above and beyond to help their company succeed despite a lack of proper financial incentive, Gen Z began to push back, including introducing the phrase quiet quitting. Long are gone are the days of the 2-week notice. Now we quiet quit. This is the 6-month notice, ladies and gentlemen, the quiet quit. While quiet quitting has been around as a concept for quite a while, the popularity in the movement recently has been attributed to the Gen Z use of it for viral. Basically, trying to get them clicks, dude. You gotta get them clicks. If you don't have the clicks, are you even living? I don't think so. The point of quiet quitting is to stop doing things that don't match up with your actual job description, and essentially, it means no longer putting in more effort than you have to, which in my opinion, yes. Especially if you're working for like a giant conglomerate or something. I don't have to do other for you, dude.
Walmart?
Like Walmart, yeah. Walmart? You wouldn't go above and beyond for Sam Walton and his family? It is common for employees to take on bonus tasks that extend past what they were hired to do without any hint of additional financial support. You know what I mean? You're working maybe longer hours, you're taking in other people's job descriptions and stuff like that. It normally just trickles in, but I will say, I think half the time it's for like shift leads who are like, hey, we're behind on this, do you mind helping? I wouldn't say it's just Sam Walton being like, no, now do this. Maybe it is sometimes, I don't know.
This is what I say when the shift lead asks for help. I say, not my job.
Quiet quitting. That's what I do. I do that now. Hey, actually, man, I kind of hurt my back. Do you think you could help me? Not really in my pay grade. Quiet quitting, more appropriately referred to as acting your wage. Acting your age is funny. Is a means to stop higher ups from taking advantage of workers. Some describe it as merely setting firm boundaries to avoid having work encroach on their work-life balance, which I think is fair. I do think some people, they toe that line a little too much. You just gotta be like, no. I worked for, remember when Sprint was a phone company? I did some work for them one time. It was my email you at like 2 a.m. Wake up.
Can you come in?
You know, or just being like, you gotta make this edit. I'm like, oh, like, what? Right now? Yeah, get 30 minutes now! That kind of brutal. But this means avoiding non-mandatory meetings, showing up early, or staying in late. As this began to catch on, surveys began to show that around 64% of employees considered themselves quiet quitters. This was especially prevalent during the COVID work from home era, where it was harder to monitor people on their job. First off, if you were working your ass off during the COVID era for like a big company, what the f are you doing? That was the first time to just get paid and relax.
If you had an essential job, you couldn't.
It's true. I want to thank all the Door Dashers. Remember when they did that? We want to thank the heroes that fed us during the pandemic. Did you see each post like that? Yeah, there's a post being like, I just want to take time to thank the heroes that fed us during the pandemic. They're talking about like Uber Eats and DoorDash delivery drivers. I'm like, well, goddamn, I mixed up 4 of my orders, so I'm not thanking them too much.
Not all heroes wear capes.
It's true. Some people have taken the idea of quiet quitting and applied it to areas outside of their job. For example, some have posted TikToks discussing how they've been quietly quitting friendships and people by no longer initiating conversations. Autism. And according to marriage therapists, quiet quitting is also incredibly prevalent in marriages as well.
Oh, I know this one.
You're like, I know this is all too well. In the case of interpersonal relationships, many believe that this is a cop-out for having a direct conversation about problems that you're having, which obviously it is. Nobody wants to have the awkward conversation. I don't want to be your friend anymore, dude. You suck. Or I suck, but I think you suck. You know what I mean? Actually, you're the problem, but you're just like, actually, you're the problem. It's just people being like, I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it today. Even though like 7 months ago, you could have just been like, I don't want to do this anymore. And now it could have been totally resolved by now. Not only does the younger generation want to fight back against being undervalued in the workplace, but they also want to address the prevalence of worker burnout. One of the ways people want to approach this is by acquiring what's referred to as lazy girl jobs. Lazy girl jobs is another concept within the anti-work movement that emerged from the idea that people should find work that is financially safe while also reducing the stress that comes with high-intensity jobs. That doesn't feel very Gen Z and woke. Essentially, it aims to go against corporate hustle culture because life should be about more than just your career. And in a video by she coins this term and refers to occupations like account managers, marketing associates, and receptionists. Jobs that can be remote, financially safe, easy, and flexible. Lazy girl jobs!
This is where you can get in the jacuzzi.
You're a lazy girl job. Get in that pool. Hop in that pool, girl. The video sparked the trend of acquiring and showing off your lazy girl job, and critics of the movement believe that lazy girl jobs are going to stop workers from developing useful skills to take them farther in their careers, and it's also resulted in companies looking at their workplace and removing jobs that resemble lazy girl jobs. So because of this, they're just like, get that out of here. And I will say there is some truth to being like, you should try to find a career where you're like, I actually want to develop a skill or use this, like I might have to have a job, but it's going to be beneficial towards something later on. But just like potato couch surfing these work things because it's easier, I think it's like I feel like you're gonna have a rough golden years
because if you get fired, that's
well,
it.
You're fucked,
and you don't have another skill.
And then you really have no way to also like grow. Like you're always just kind of stuck in this weird nebulous place of like floating around looking for stuff, which also too could be a result of people just being like the job market sucks or it's hard finding stuff or it's so competitive to find jobs. I don't know. Hop in that pool, girl. While some people online try their hardest to find an easy, laid-back job, others flock to TikTok to share how much they love the corporate grind. Let's talk about TikTok's corporate girlies. Some people use corporate girly hashtag on TikTok to post content that glamorizes the busy 9-to-5 structure. Unlike with a lazy girl job, these people work beyond their expectations and love coming into offices. They're creeps. Freak me out. Anybody who's like a bootlicker at their job, weird, I don't know. Even if you work at like a place like Nike or something where you're like, I really love it. Ah, dude. Happy to be here. Also, it feels forced. I don't know.
They're going to go up the corporate ladder.
Those are the people that are going to be the bosses in the future that you hate. But also, do you think it's better to go into your job being like, I don't think you have to be miserable, but just like, is it weird to just like glamorize this thing? Like, I love this. That has to be a healthier mindset, right? Even if people are like, I hate my job. If you're actually content with it, is that a problem?
I think like being pleasant around people.
Well, you know what it reads like? It reads like you're in a cult where people are like, you don't even realize you're brainwashed. I think that's why. You know what I mean? Like a person's just like, and I can't wait to stay out later just to help out the team. People are like, you go home. what? I'm glad you're happy, but I feel bad for you at the same time. I don't know, it's weird. These videos consist of work routine videos and office motivation with enough hashtag girlboss energy to make people think that they're going to work is the coolest thing in the world. I'm going to work. It's like going to Coachella. It's essentially career porn. Some people get a lot of motivation from these videos, while others are disgusted by the career chipper attitude. Really think it just all depends on where you're at in your life. Could be some person who's just like, yeah, I am going to get up and I am going to try. And there's other people who are like, I'm dead inside. Either or.
It's a spectrum.
It's a spectrum, like autism. Many people online think that the phrases like corporate girly or lazy girl jobs are cringe and make women look like children, which I agree with both those. It's just like, I don't know. It's weird. Lazy girl jobs is a pretty funny derogatory thing though. Oh, you're a hostess, so you got a lazy girl job? It's like I feel like hostess could bust their ass. No?
Yeah.
There's probably some crazy receptionist jobs. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. But also corporate girly, I will say. I'd be like, fuck off. I'm a corporate girly. I'd be like, cool. Get a new hobby. Collect stamps. That's what I'd say. Do something cool. I don't know. Anything else. And on the polar opposite side of the internet, a woman named Brelly Acero went viral for posting a TikTok where she cried over stress of having her first 9-to-5 job, which is just really funny.
I'm so upset. Oh my god. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9-to-5 schedule in general is crazy.
And also, I think way more common than people think. I've met so many people who are like, I can't take it. Just off of some, like, they work at CC's Pizza or something. It's crazy. In her video, she rants about how it's impossible to have any sort of real life outside of work because of her long commute to and from work, which, dude, it's a funny video. At the same time, the essence and the soul of it, I feel you. I feel it in my bones. Granted, wouldn't post it because also you have to realize that every other human being is doing it as well. So it feels a bit where it's just like, pick yourself up a bit and reevaluate, you know, it'll be all right. And for most people, this is beyond normal, which led to tons of support being thrown away from those that are sick of their jobs, sucking away all their energy and ruining chances of a social life. And this sparked a heated online debate about Gen Z is just lazy, or if perhaps they raise a good point about the absurdity that is the modern work culture, which I think could be both. I think everybody's a little lazy, and I think that work can suck. Also, I'm a fence rider, and I have no opinions. I'm really trying to cover all my bases here, all right? With everything costing more, there is a reliance on dual income households, and with worker burnout being more and more common, people felt that this woman was onto something. The post had moved on to Twitter, where a hyper-conservative audience began lambasting all of Gen Z as unfit for the modern working world, claiming that they're too weak and sensitive to handle it, aka the man who has sunglasses in his profile picture, and he's either taking a selfie in his truck or there's an American flag behind him, and then that's the whole like, you got soft hands kind of thing. Soon after, Brill reported that she had eventually lost her job for reasons unrelated to her viral video, and however, her TikTok has nearly 700,000 followers at 22 years old, and she's likely more than fine because follower counts equate to money.
I need to do that. Be in my car and start crying. Work is too hard.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's just kind of funny just to be like, yeah, it sucks. I mean, like, what I don't know what else I'm supposed to tell you, you know?
Quit. Get a different job.
Yeah, I think it's just more like, I think the job sucks. One, because it's something new, but you know, with time, change is fine. Like you'll kind of adapt to it. But also too, the job could just also not be a fit, and it sucks to go look again, but it might just be better to go and look for a new gig, you know? For those that chose to stick to their grueling jobs, people have concocted more unique ways to slack off in the office. So let's talk about faux-ductivity, aka pretending to work. Most people have experienced pretending to look productive in front of your boss. Faux-ductivity, also referred to as task masking, can include typing loudly and aggressively on your keyboard, walking quickly around the office to appear busy, and switching browser tabs rapidly as if you're deeply researching something. Instead of just sitting down and doing what you're supposed to for the day, we're just gonna procrastinate and just pretend that we're doing it. To be fair, I think there's some jobs where it's like, I can get this done in 30 minutes. So I get that. And that, to me, those are the jobs where I'd be like, I need to look for something new. That's a prison sentence. It really is. You're just like, I'm supposed to do this, and I'm like, okay. Because those are also jobs where you're catered to do more than what you're actually hired to do. Those are those kind of jobs, I think.
When I had worked in a law firm as a receptionist, I'd get bored and I would just draw. This sounds weird, but I would just write help over or no. Anyways, I left that.
There was something so cathartic and good feeling I had when I wrote it. It's almost as if my mind was trying to say something.
I left it in the printer room, and I guess my boss found it and then showed my mom, and then my mom was like, this comes off like psychotic.
Yeah, it does. Well, you probably look like the Zodiac Killer. Also, you're like leaving it out so someone's gonna find it. Like, drop it.
Why does it say no and help? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Giggles is talking to me again. And this has become a trend online as well, with people posting videos instructing others on how to do it effectively. You gotta show people how it's done! And productivity is much more common than you'd think. A 2024 Work Human study reveals that 32% of workers admit to be pretending to do their job, which is also gotta be so much lower than what is actually out there. Also, who's gonna be like, I totally just pretend to work. I think other people would be like, this is a test. I'm going to get in trouble for who's watching me.
Yeah, they're handing them out at work.
Yeah, exactly. Here, take one of these and fill it out. You're like,
be honest, they're anonymous.
We don't even know who's doing it. He like puts up a GoPro like right on your cubicle, right on your cubicle desk. You're just like. On the other hand, 37% of managers do so as well, which I love that too. I got promoted. I feel like they're like, I got out of the trenches and now I'm not going back, dude. It is living la vida loca now. The most common reason for this can include poor work-life balance and the feelings of burnout, like every other fucking thing. But what happens when you just can't take your job anymore? While some people just want to clean out their desk and storm out ASAP, some Gen Z workers have decided to take a different approach. Let's talk about revenge quitting. Revenge quitting is when you leave your job, but purposely do it in an inconvenient way that causes chaos for the employer. Many are doing this as a way to stick it to the companies with toxic work environments. I've had so many people do that. I had this job where a guy was like, I'm gonna quit, and he hated his job, and he picked up like 7 shifts. He told people, I'll take your shit, I'll take extra hours, and they just didn't show up for it. And like there was like a full week where people were like, I made plans, I can't come in, and it f***ed over the whole thing.
Damn.
Yeah. To be fair, that's kind of fucked up, because if you do something like that, then you're f***ing up other people too.
Yeah, you're not f***ing up the work. You're f***ing up your
Yeah,
coworkers.
which in his mind, he's like, chaos. The managers. But then it's like, well, you're gonna have to stay later. You know, I don't know. Older generations view this as a childish and unprofessional, while Gen Z seems to believe it's justified as a form of protest against unfair treatment. And a simple example could include quitting your job when the team is understaffed, and other people, however, have escalated that approach, right? So kind of what I said. And in Texas, a man named Davis Liu worked as a software developer working at a company called Eaton Corp. And after 11 years working with the company, his job was moved around to the point where his job responsibilities began to decrease. Suspecting that he was on his way to being let go, he set out to create a complex and malicious code to infuriate the company. Part of this code acted as a kill switch in the case he was fired. He had created a code he called Hakai, which is Japanese for destruction. The code prevented coworkers from logging into their company server because their company profiles were being deleted on an infinite loop. That's kind of up. Eventually, he was fired. This is when the kill switch went into effect, resulting in their entire system to be inoperable for a long time. And in the process, the company lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was discovered that Lou's PC was the one executing the malicious code. They discovered that not only was he trying to erase complete project files, but he's also trying to delete encrypted files as well as Linux directories, which is pretty much just he's trying to destroy the entire company to where no one can use anything. Lou was taken to court where he faces 10 years in prison for purposely sabotaging the company. The court date is still pending. My boy's serving some time. They're gonna call him the Lou decade because that's what's getting ready to face him. But what about when you've lost your job and it's time to find another? Well, Gen Z has tactics to anger their employees before they've even stepped foot in the office. It's referred to as career catfishing. In short, career catfishing is an act of defiance from Gen Z workers where they acquire a new job but don't ever show up. Why they do this, I don't really know. They do this without ever communicating to the employer why they ghosted them. They just kind of don't show up and that's it. And the people are like, okay. This is a form of protest against poor working conditions, unprofessional hiring practices, and insulting salary offers, continuing the trend of Gen Z workers prioritizing their personal needs more than accepting the modern corporate culture, which good, I think. But I think it's kind of fucked up. If you don't like the salary, just don't do it. There's like also, I think that so many people think that like the people that are hiring them are the evil people. It's like, it's just an employee, whatever. You're fucking over all the other people who are in your position. It's like, well, fucking, they should leave too. Like, it's not that easy. Another reason someone may engage in career catfishing is if the job listing description ends up being misleading, or if there are large delays in responses when discussing the potential hire. God, you took too long. After leaving their time wasted, they move on to a different job while pretending that they're still interested in the original, attempting to waste their time in return. And a survey from CV Genius suggests that 34% of Gen Z workers have participated in career catfishing. There's certainly a big difference with how Gen Z handles the working world. To some, it may just seem obnoxious, like the younger people are just not cut out for the normal job nowadays, right? Like the old, they just need to suck it up. Or perhaps we're all just so used to the grueling hours and the reliance of side side hustling that we think that this is the way that it should be. That it's just that there's no changing it. This is what it is. But regardless, it's interesting to see how the older generations are reacting to this newfound priority of workplace balance and such with Gen Z. Old generations clashing with, young generations. It's a tale as old as time. But I'm always curious as the generations go on, what becomes normalized with Gen Z to where then the other generation starts fucking with it too. And two, I'll tell you this, the older you get, the more grumpier and crustacean you become. So this whole thing is cute now, but there's gonna be one day when those motherfuckers like, yeah, I ghosted them. They're gonna be sitting at a desk being like, the sucker didn't message me back. Or you just ghosted us. What the It's gonna be the same guy. It's a tale as old as time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching today, and hopefully your workday is going good as well. Wanted to make this too because I feel like so many people are like, hey, I'm working, I'm gonna watch your video then. So if you're at your job right now, cheers to you, buddy. We appreciate you. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I don't want to go to work.
Misery Monday. I am a child. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I don't want to work.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about reality television. Most importantly, we're talking about Mormon reality television.
I thought it would be cute if you guys each drew what your perfect vagina looks like to give me info.
Oh, reality TV, especially Hulu. Hulu, for some reason, is just dropping back-to-back bangers. At the Gypsy Rose show, right? That's the only one I can really think of. There's gotta be more.
Was the medieval one, was that Hulu?
No, the Ren Fair was HBO. All we know is Hulu just dropped another absolute banger. Ever since the Gypsy Rose video, I have been consuming, ladies and gentlemen, not just food, not just alcohol and soda pops and candies and sweet treats, reality television. I think I've said before that I'm a big fan of Gold Rush, American Choppers, and Deadliest Catch, but also something came across my lap, a little manila envelope slid in front of me of a little secret new show that's blowing up, very popular right now, called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And today, we're gonna talk about this show, because let me tell you, I watched the entire season in 2 days with my friend, Trevor. Why did we do this? This is what it's like hanging out with me, dude. But this is... it's not the funnest thing, but we did watch like 8.5 hours of Mormon reality television. And I've been seeing some of these things pop up on TikTok and stuff because this show is starring a bunch of people from Mom Talk, which is a Mormon subsect of mothers who twerk and dance for power. It's good liberation, I guess. I don't know. But it all started in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Mecca, the capital of Mormonism in the world. And this is where these fine LDS Latter-day Saints queens twerk and drink soda pop. There's a lot of soda pop drinking in this.
Is there?
Yeah, because Mormons don't drink pop or caffeine. They can't drink alcohol. They don't swear, and they can't before marriage, which they all break those rules. They all break those rules. A lot of times in the show that we'll get into, they'll have like mocktail people come over and they'll just drink Coke and Pepsi. I think they just have a sugar crash and then they're just like, I gotta get out of here. And then they leave after they all suck each other's and eat each other's and cokes and stuff like that. And they twerk and listen to Bruno Mars or whatever. But Mom Talk is a group of 8 Mormon women who started the group. Really, it's just them using the hashtag Mom Talk on their videos of them twerking and dancing and, doing like fake laughing. Mom Talk and fake laughing. Oh my God. Especially like photographs of girls being like, or they're dancing and they're like it's the funniest thing when you've done this 8 million times, dude. What's funny is you get to see behind the veil, dude, because it's just the most petty bullshit of all time. They say it's to promote positivity and highlight the femininity of women in the Mormon faith to show that they aren't just stuffy, cultish religion and to showcase their personalities, which is AKA rich, generic, famous white women that just do this. They're just clones, but they're individuals. One of them gets surgery on their pussy, and they show that. And she describes it as 2 hot dog buns. There you go. Coming up momentarily.
My meat curtains, they just hang low.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Now I've got my fair share of bad habits, and that's why I have Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, so you can use it anywhere. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with satisfying snaps and clicks to help calm you down when you're feeling anxious. I found that Fume is super easy to use, and some of their best flavors are orange vanilla and crisp mint. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory for your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. Head to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
But the 8 members of Mom Talk, the 8 circles of hell, are Taylor, Frankie, Paul, Jennifer Affleck, yes, she's related to Ben Affleck, Demi Ingman, Macy Neely, Jesse Nikitakura, I definitely said that wrong. Also, I think I said a bad word at the beginning of that. Michaela Matthews, Whitney Levitt, and Layla Taylor. She's the youngest of the group. I'm gonna stir up my mouth. This group is riddled with controversies. Not really, just a couple. But some of the funnier ones is when Whitney Levitt filmed a TikTok dance in December of 2021 while in the hospital room next to her baby that was receiving care for RSV, respiratory virus that can lead to serious complications and even death if untreated. It's unbelievable because I remember even when Nick was in the room, he was like, "Is that the girl who danced next to her like dying child?" And she was like, and we were like, "I don't think so." And then in the show, they showed it. She's like, "Yeah, people keep leaving me hate comments." It's like, no shit. I gotta watch this video again. It's so funny. I like how she kisses at the beginning too. I love kissing at the beginning and doing, and the baby's just like, she's like, Lil Lee was taken off of oxygen. Oh, brave, Whitney. Whitney, you're such a baddie. The next major controversy in the group is what led to the creation of the show that we're getting ready to talk about, and what led to us wanting to cover this cringy phenomenon and why I watched 8.5 hours of this. It's just the cringe. The de facto leader of the group, Taylor Frankie Paul, posted a somewhat cryptic video in May of 2022 of herself saying she was separating from her husband, Tate, and it left fans of the group to wonder what happened to cause the split. After she posted that video, Taylor posted a second video of herself in an empty house talking about living alone for the first time, getting divorced, and raising 2 kids by herself, which added to the gossip within the fan community. Oh my god. People are spilling the tea. This is the first time, too, I got to really indulge in the spilling of the tea. Petty, interpersonal that should stay behind doors. But instead, it's thrown into the internet for everybody to act like they're a part of it, even though it's like gossipy bullshit that I despise. If something's going on in your personal life that's like between 2 people, I think just leave it there. Do I need to know? Because usually when it always comes out, it feels like it's just profiting one person. It's always good to know some dirt on somebody or to fucking like kick up some shit, but at the same time, it's just pathetic. There's an extremely active community on Reddit all about Mom Talk gossip. Fans in the Reddit community spent their endless unemployed hours investigating and noticed that other members of the group were unfollowing Taylor, and many of them were liking comments on TikToks and Instagram that were saying Taylor cheated on Tate, and that's why they were splitting up. The plot thickens, the tea begins to spill. Finally, on May 25th, 2022, Taylor went live on TikTok to broadcast to her 3 million followers that she was in fact going through a divorce with her husband Tate. Oh my god! Taylor, tell us why! The reason they were separating was due to what they called soft swinging. And see, this is where I became very, very intrigued.
Back to being in an open relationship, Tate and I kind of opened those doors, and he never like fully went, I don't know what you would call it if it's like soft swinging, but you don't like fully switch, if that makes sense.
You're probably wondering what soft swinging is. Well, it's when people do everything but so this group of Mormon people were fucking on clits like Jolly Ranchers and deep those footlongs all day at these fucking parties where people are eating candy and drinking Sprite. Hello? I mean, like, I feel like I'm in hell. This is crazy. Can you imagine someone's like, "Is it too late yet to say sorry?" And they're like filming TikToks and the guys in the background like, and they're like, ah! Like knocking over Bibles and shit. The group would have parties together, and at these parties, certain members of the group, not all of them, would go off into other rooms and swap partners with each other. Little swinger action, dude. To each their own.
What does God have to say about that?
He'd probably say, well, at least you're doing it with a fucking holy person. That's probably how they justified it, right? But they would not go all the way with the other members unless their own spouse was in the room with them. That is also a revelation that I forgot, that they would only fucking fuck each other unless their partner was in the room, and then they would have sex with them, which is just, it's just cucking. I always wonder, what do you get out of cucking? Look at her go. Man, you're folding her like a chair, scraping her up like a grill. Spank your ass. There you go. Sweetheart, you want to pick? Nope. Okay.
I think there's two philosophies. I think there's one of the humiliation of like, my wife's being f***ed, and like, that's hot.
We cover a lot of humiliation kinks, I feel like. I think the it's hot is in the same category as being like, I can't believe my wife's fucking another guy. God, it's hot.
The other reason I think is like a safety thing where it's like, well, if she's gonna fuck other guys, I want to know.
That's humiliation too. If it's, I'm gonna fuck other guys just so I know that she's doing it, that's him just being like, well, she's gonna do it anyways. You know what I mean? It's just acceptance at that point. Those are both humiliation kinks. They gotta be.
Maybe they're not very good at laying down the pipe, so they want to see someone who's actually good and be like, God damn, that's me.
Taylor stated she broke the rules of the arrangement by actually going off and having sex with another member's husband without her husband in the room. And part of the reason it was so bad was because her and the other husband actually developed feelings for each other. So Taylor, that witch, that scarlet letter of a woman, went off and had sex with the guy without her husband in the room to facilitate the arrangement and not be able to probably jack off his pud into like a bucket. Which it's like, Taylor, stop rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Taylor was very careful not to name anyone in the group specifically that was engaging in the soft swinging, but it led fans to speculate and come up with their own ideas of who was cheating with who. Because of all this drama, Hulu decided to pick up the show to follow the drama of the friend group. This is where entertainment's at. Okay, when I was excited about watching the show, I was like, we're gonna be watching Mormons fucking and sucking. We're not gonna see anything, obviously, because it's on Hulu, but it would be funny to be like, oh, we're gonna go drink soda pop at this guy's house and we're all gonna be like sucking clicks like Jolly Ranchers and all the other things I said before, right? Would that not be a kind of an interesting show? And then for them to kind of skirt around like, but I mean, you know, we got church tomorrow, so we can't be up too late. Like, that would be fun. I would watch that show. So far, the show has been highly criticized by members of the LDS community due to the group often acting in ways that go against the religion's teachings, like showing them occasionally drinking alcohol, dressing provocatively, and dancing in a sexual way. You're going to find out very quickly that the entire thing is very convoluted. Rules mean nothing. They mean some to some people and nothing to other people. And they're like, it's bad show. Did I watch all of it? Yes. Would I recommend it? No. Because here's one. No swinging in the entire show. How do you get out of it? If you're in swinging, how the fuck do you just like, I'm not in anymore? Yeah, right, dude. Show the swinging that they're still doing. That's bullshit. To really get into the grasp before we start going into these episodes, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going into all of them. It's going to be a painful watch today. I need to introduce you all to the main cast of characters. Starting off with the head dog, Taylor Frankie Paul. She is the leader of Mom Talk. She essentially started the group by getting the other Mormon mommies that were using the hashtag together to make a friend group that filmed content together. Basically, it was a bunch of Mormons in Salt Lake City, Utah, who were twerking to Bruno Mars and Charlie Puth, or the fuck his name is, and they were just like, seriously, you guys dressing provocatively don't know about God. And then they would like slap their, like you would see their ass, like, or their ass would put just like this, and they're like, yeah, Bruno Mars, twerking in front of the camera, and their kids like dying in the background. And they're like taking shots of like RC Cola, doing galaxy gas. Joseph Smith didn't say anything about this. Taylor's most known for being the one who caused the most controversy by revealing in a TikTok live that she and her husband were splitting up due to the group porking each other at parties and causing a huge rift within the group. She's the main focus of the show and is currently pregnant with her boyfriend's baby. We're going to get into that, all right? Her boyfriend's addicted to fentanyl. They don't really go into that either. That pissed me off, too. We'll get into that. Next up, we have Whitney Leavitt, a.k.a. fucking Count Dooku, dude. She wants to be Palpatine, but she's Dooku. I would say Taylor's Palpatine, and then Whitney is Count Dooku. She's sitting there with her arms cut off like, ah! She is the main antagonist of the show, if you can even call her that. She's just another Mormon mom who's just like, who else fucking hates Taylor? Who else thinks Taylor should get hit by a Hummer EV? Whitney is a catty bitch who causes nothing but problems by poking and prodding at other members of the group and then acts surprised when people get mad at her. I think everybody has that friend. I'm Whitney. In her friend group. She does things like tell other girls secrets to different members of the group and make jokes at their expense that cause arguments, and then cries and gets pissy when they all call her out. Also, and this is just me speculation, this is a complete fabrication. It's a lie what I'm about to say. Don't take this as a joke. Her husband, Connor, is definitely gay. He's a gay man. He has to be gay. This is me joking. This is a lie. I'm fabricating. He's a gay man. Next up, we have Jessie Naganikura. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know. I've never heard anyone on the show say her name once. Forgive me. She's the oldest member of the group at 31 years old. Oh my God, used goods. Yee. She's the wild Mormon, and they refer to her as having the loosest Mormon morals and occasionally drinks alcohol, aka she's the fucking heretic. They basically referred to her as like a demon. Also, 31, not that old. She looks like she's 58. All right, I legitimately thought she was one of the moms. I understand what I look like, but guess what? I'm being a catty bitch because we're watching reality television. That's only fair. She owns a hair salon that the girls go to so they can get their beautiful platinum blonde hair touched up and talk shit about the other girls. AKA, she makes tons of bank, and all of her cheap ass Mormon friends go there and they're like, do my hair today, bitch. And they get the exact same haircut and they all just like walk out looking the exact same. Same. Next up, we have Michaela Matthews, one of the younger members of the group. She's mostly quiet and kind of off to the side the whole show, and only makes a comment every now and again without adding really any substance. She's a forgettable character. Forgettable meme. Sorry, Michaela. Her main issue is that she has some unknown chronic skin issue that doctors apparently can't understand or figure out, and she goes through a bunch of testing constantly, but they have no answers for it. She's a goddamn anomaly. I don't know what the hell to say it. She's just barely soft-spoken, and then all of a sudden she's covered in bruises. She is married to Jace Terry, which we never hear from him, so who gives a and they had their first child when Michaela was 17. Jace does not appear on the show because I'm pretty sure he was in his mid to late 20s when he impregnated her when she was 16. Next up, we have Jennifer Affleck, another younger member of the group. She also has no conflict within the group, and all of her conflict comes from her psychotic albino husband who emotionally abuses and controls her in every moment. His name's Zach. He is apparently a second cousin to Ben Affleck, and they bring up that they're related every chance they get. I think the first thing Jennifer says in the show is that she was the first J-Lo to Ben Affleck, and you're like, oh my God. There's a speculation that he may not be related to Ben Affleck at all, and he's just lying about it because they have the same last name. I don't know. All right. She gets clowned on by the other girls for being the most Mormon of the group and is a lot more reserved than the others, probably because her husband is a psychopath. We'll get into that later too. Literally, he's just like, I'm going to medical school. And then she calls her and she's just like, why are you yelling at me? He's like, you dumb. What are you doing? We're getting divorced. I'm cleaning out the closet. She's like, oh my God, Zach's being weird. And then the next scene, the other girl's like, hey, so when your husband emotionally manipulated you, what happened with that? She's like, no, it's fine. It was like so blown out of proportion, like, and I deserved it. So it's like, whatever. And you're like, well, that's a fun life. I love being an Affleck. Next up, we have Macy Neely, who is Whitney's only friend on the show. After the split between the group, she also exists just to make catty comments occasionally without adding really anything to the show besides just being a fence rider. Her main conflict in the show comes from her becoming the CEO of her fertility company called Baby Mama. After Whitney has her little freak out and doesn't show up to the grand opening release party, their relationship becomes rocky. She's married to Jacob Neely. Once again, we rarely see him. Who gives a shit? Keep up with me. Keep up with me. Next, we have Layla Leanne Taylor, who's the youngest of the group. She also adds basically nothing outside of being the designated cultural hire, as she's the only one that isn't white. She's not currently dating anyone and was recently divorced, so her only real exposure to the show comes when the girls take her to Vegas for her birthday, which makes no sense because they don't drink or gamble, so they just go to Vegas just to be like, we're crazy! And then they sit in an Airbnb the entire time. So, awesome!
Do you think that was like a Hulu thing? You guys have to go to Vegas.
Oh, probably. We'll get more to it when the episode comes up. I bet you anything, they're just like, you need to do something that isn't just eating candy and drinking soda pop. And they're like, yeah, we're getting our hair done. They're like, no, go to Vegas. Go to Vegas and fucking smoke a cigarette. And they're like, oh my God, what? No! And then lastly, we have Demi Ingman, becomes the main enemy of Whitney and leads all the girls to go against Whitney, as she is the most outspoken of the group and leads to a lot of the shit talking. I would say Demi's probably my favorite of the entire series. All right, I'll say it.
Okay.
May I say it?
You may.
Her husband, Brett Ingman, is 16 years older than her, and fans online have discovered that he was a family friend of hers when growing up, so people believe the age gap relationship is partial grooming. But the relationship seems to be very strong, and they don't argue like all the other couples. Demi said that she knew Brett at the age of 9 when Brett was still married to his first wife and having babies, which does sound awkward. But I will say she seems the most normal, and he seems like the most normal guy. Do I know that for a fact? I have no idea. Right? This is a petty, terrible show with snakes and tall grass. I have no idea. But all I can say is, out of all of them, I'm like, I would rather just be in that household. If I was to be a son to any of them, I'd be like, give me to that, those people. Let's get into some of the guys here, because the men in the secret lives of Mormon wives are very interesting because they're all terrible. They all seem to be terrible, terrible people. Anyways, let's talk about Dakota. Taylor's boyfriend, he is a former heroin and fentanyl addict that gets Taylor pregnant immediately after she gets divorced. I think she gets divorced in a month later, she's like, I'm gonna need a pregnancy test. And I know that motherfucker's ramming fentanyl still. I was like, give me some fentanyl stuff in the show. Holding out the entire season, doesn't come. If you're looking for fentanyl content, this is not the place to come. Taylor later disclosed that Dakota was the other husband she fell in love with during the soft swinging scandal. So, she got down real good by the fentanyl and she fell in love. Can you blame her? The thing about Dakota is he is very emotional and manipulative towards her, but they always end up back together and work through their current fight before immediately starting a new one. He pretty much blows up at her. She's just like, what the f? And he comes in and he's like, babe, honestly, I was out of line. That'll never happen again. And then she's just like, I'm going to Chippendale's show in Vegas. And he's just like, what the f? You stupid bitch. And then a day later, baby, why do we keep doing this? It's every day. Next up, we have Connor. Gay guy. Whitney's husband, he seems to be totally checked out of the relationship and is almost definitely gay. All right. He seems completely gone. He seems soulless. He seems unhappy. This is the kind of guy where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to write him the divorce papers and say, let's just split. Shake hands and split, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's worth fighting harder when you have a kid. All right. They have a lot of kids. They're Mormons. They got pups. All right. Connor is accused by some of the others of having been on Tinder, which causes some arguments between him and Whitney, but he takes full responsibility for his actions. He's just like, yes, I did do that. That's fucked up.
I had a real problem and it led to something that really hurt my wife. I'm so sorry.
My whole speculation with it, I think it was Grindr. I unironically believe it was Grindr, and they're not giving us that bit. They're like, we'll fucking sue you. Telling people it's Tinder. But Whitney claims she wants to be out of the drama and not involved, but he will regularly update her on all the gossip he hears about the group. She basically forces him to be like, tell me everything the other men are saying. She's like, what happened? He's like, oh, you want me to... Okay, yeah, Taylor's mad at Dakota. And she's like, obviously. He's like, yeah. And he sees his gardener outside. And he's just like, I thought at one point, I thought that she was going to walk in on him she's dancing with her sick baby, and then Connor's just sucking, doing whatever he can, having a good time. Why not, dude? Connor, get out there. Get on Grindr. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but the most evil person I've ever seen on a reality television show is Zach Affleck, who's Jennifer's husband. His family is apparently extremely wealthy, as they are all doctors, and they gave him a ton of money for medical school, but he blew it all on his gambling addiction. Okay? He's extremely emotionally abusive and threatens to divorce her and says he doesn't love her anymore and calls her names because she went to Chippendale's show on Layla's birthday trip to Vegas, which let me tell you, the Chippendale show, she wasn't even in the same room as the show. She went up and said, hi, nice to meet you, and talked to them. And he was like, you're a bunch of f***ing. He was in Vegas with her because he didn't trust her to go. And then he's just sitting at the table gambling. He's texting her you're a dumb cunt. I hope you die in hell, you rotten whore. And he's like, hit me? 22, my luck. Now that we're introduced to everything, I'm just going to do an episode by episode breakdown because I think it's funny. That's all I got to tell you. So let's get into episode 1. Episode 1 is quite the hook. First off, you realize very quickly that all of the episodes are labeled after books because it's religious, right?
Oh, because the Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon. Or the Book of John. They say that about all kinds of shit. The first episode takes place after all the swinging drama has calmed down a bit, and Taylor meets with one of the girls at a restaurant. Taylor and Whitney haven't seen each other in a while since Whitney and Connor just moved back from Hawaii, so they also meet at a restaurant and talk about the reveal of the swinger parties, and Whitney says she can't trust Taylor anymore.
Genuinely was I don't feel safe with Taylor. I never want to make a video with Taylor ever again. I still don't really trust you.
They don't ever say who was in the swinging thing, but right there it makes you think Whitney and Connor were definitely fucking. Also, here's another thing. I was
gonna say Connor watching. That's why he was involved in the swinger thing, because he's getting off seeing other dudes.
Oh, I bet you think Connor was getting sucked by other dudes. People are just I don't know, let's have a couple shots and get crazy. He opens up a Gatorade lemon lime, and he's just well, let's just get nuts. He's pouring some Tang powder into a glass, and he's just I don't know. Let's just see if we can forget some shit tonight, huh? He slams it down. I'm gonna make you see God tonight. Connor might even get me excited about it. I'm I don't know, Connor, let's go to a closet. Taylor talks about how she started recently seeing Dakota, a former heroin and fentanyl addict, and tells her mom she might be pregnant with his baby.
I have to take a pregnancy test tonight. You're so stupid. You're always screwing up everything. It pisses me off.
In the first episode, there's a part where she's I'm gonna tell everybody that Connor was on Tinder. And to me, I was she's just saying that because everyone's just yeah, the dude's definitely probably in love with another guy.
Makes me feel like my whole marriage was just a lie.
She tells people, and people are oh my God, he was on Tinder talking to someone else. Oh my God. And then Taylor's hey, by the way, I just pissed on a stick and I'm pregnant. There's something brewing in me. Easy bake oven right here. Everyone's oh my God. And then Whitney gets mad that she's you stole my moment.
What the actual Taylor? Immediately, right after sharing this trauma that's happening to me. For you, immediately talk about something traumatic that's going on in your life.
Can you compare this to that?
Well, Taylor also said, she's like, I'm pregnant, but I think I lost it.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think I lost it because I just like queefed out a bunch of blood in the toilet. So it's probably dead. It's scrambled up and God took it. And Whitney's like sitting there like in like a Snuggie or whatever, like, this is my moment where people are supposed to be paying attention to me and what I'm feeling. If anything, in that moment, wouldn't she just be like, well, I mean, I could be in that boat, right? Most of this episode is kind of explaining the backstory and who the cast is. But the climax of episode 1 shows police body cam footage of cops coming to Taylor and Dakota's house after she gets drunk and argues with Dakota, but then throws a children's playset and metal chairs at him and accidentally hits one of her kids.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes. Yeah. The episode ends with Taylor being arrested, which I was like, if this is going to be some weird, catty, like drunk Mormon shit, I was like, I'm in. Episode 2 takes place 11 months after the first episode. I thought that was fucking crazy. Episode 2 is The Book of Belonging. The episode takes place 11 months after the first episode and shows that Taylor is 9 months pregnant with Dakota's baby. And guess what? After that assault and stuff, the body cam footage was like, I mean, it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. And he's like, I stuck with her because that's my baby. Like, that's my mom, my baby's mama. All of these relationships, besides Demi and her fucking boyfriend who's like 75, or her husband who's 75 years older than her, those are the only people where I'm like, this is probably a good functioning relationship. Everything else just seems like we're just beaten down like dogs.
The crew stopped filming when Taylor was in jail because they knew nothing good was gonna happen.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course they're gonna stop filming for 9 months because they're just like, okay, well the one person who was like kind of doing anything in the show is gone. All these other are just eating beef jerky and cosmic brownies and being like, I can't believe we're so bad. It's like, whatever, dude. You want to watch me get my hair done? And the crew's just like, pack it up. Well, let's just wait till she's done for prison. My God. But now Whitney is leading a campaign against Taylor and is somewhat declaring herself as the new leader of Mom Talk, which I thought was kind of cringy too. I'm like, it's a hashtag on TikTok. She's like, I'm the new leader. Cool. Whitney is discussing with some of the other girls how she wants to kick Taylor out of the group and not associate with her anymore because of her actions and how her scandals can ruin the overall image and vibe of the group. We get to see some nice petty shit of them being like, brands are gonna work with us if Taylor's doing this. And it's like, you are like advertising like pussy lotion. Whitney grapples with the really hard decision of promoting sex toys on her page, and some of the girls don't like the idea as it's a sin to crank hog. So she talks to her mom, who also agrees that promoting sex is wrong. So you can twerk your ass and show your asshole on camera twerking to Bruno Mars, but you can't just be like, hey, if you rub this on your pussy, you'll...
God does not want you to have, specifically women, to have orgasms.
That's why I want to be so how do I sign up for this religion? Dakota moves into Taylor's house at the end of the episode, which really pisses off her parents because they don't like him and are worried about her dating a former drug addict, which it's like, newsflash, dude. The fucking kid is already baking inside of her womb. I think we're long past that kind of stuff. Episode 3 is the Book of Saints and Sinners, which the group attends a party at one of the husband's parents' homes and are expected to be on their best behavior as the parents are much more traditional and conservative, but one of the guys brings out some vodka and a few of the group drinks it, causing judgment to be cast by some of the more conservative members of the group, aka it was Zach's parents' house, and they're like, hey, he might actually get shot here.
Jessie drinking is disrespectful and it almost feels like she's spitting in my face.
It's one of those things where it's like avoiding like confrontation, so it's like you can tell people are upset, but no one's just like, hey, could you not just drink here at my dad's house? He's really conservative. Just say that. But instead, everyone's just like, Jennifer Affleck is having a baby blessing event and decides to uninvite the girls that have looser morals, leading the group to say that they are being split into saints and sinners, which causes more discord. AKA Zach was like, Jennifer, if they come here, I'm divorcing you. And she's like, okay. So then it gets split to people who are like, oh, we're more Mormon than you are. And it leads some of the more trashy Mormons to be like, I can be Mormon too, bitch. And that's pretty much what it is. Demi hosts a Galentine's Day party at her house where the ladies can just enjoy each other's company and have a good time bonding as women. Demi is in her bra when some of the girls arrive as she's still getting ready, and some of the girls' husbands see her in her bra, leading Taylor to claim that if she did that and Dakota found out, she would be, quote, ripped to shreds. At the Galentine's Day party, Whitney gives Demi a joke gift referencing a sexual act Demi had with her husband and told Whitney about it in secrecy. It's revealed that Whitney had actually told a bunch of the girls about it and it embarrassed Demi in front of all the girls. It's like a box of Fruit Loops or something. I think her husband said that her pussy tastes like a box of Fruit Loops or something. She got really upset. She's like, I told you that in secret.
This specific thing that she was trying to make light of and make a joke was something that was completely intimate and off the table that was between Brett and I. We swore to each other we would never tell a soul about that.
Which at the same time, I was like, Whitney, stirring the pot, dude. Dooku really trying to get that power in. But, you know, I mean, I get it. Understandably, she's upset that all the girls were laughing about an inside joke that they shouldn't understand. And Demi says that she's pissed off at Whitney because it was childish. But then Whitney says she's mad because she feels ambushed somehow because Whitney is an actual troglodyte monster. Also, I want to say at the bar mitzvah or whatever the fuck they threw for Zach's baby, whatever, all the girls have to like sit down and be quiet and only the guys can go up, and they're like, only the guys can go up because they're a part of the priesthood. So the women have to sit down and not say anything.
The reason why women don't give this blessing is because only men carry the priesthood.
And it's done in pat. It's very quick, but I was like,
it's empowering.
I'd probably want to go to a Galentine's Day party too after that. Are you kidding me? We're only getting to heaven and you guys get to tag along. You're like, Episode 4, The Book of Truth. The girls go on a trip to Park City for Macy's birthday and to spend time together to try and repair any bad relationships within the group, but that doesn't end up happening and things just simply get worse because nothing good ever happens. It's only tragedy in this beautiful twerking TikTok glam group. It's hell. It starts out fine and the girls make some epic dance video content together, but then Demi decides she wants to break out something called the Truth Box, where the girls will anonymously ask a question to someone else in the group. That's a good idea. It starts out okay at first and it's kind of fun as the questions aren't anything too controversial, you know, but quickly devolves into girls asking very targeted and accusatory questions. Like immediately. They're like, do you like Sprite or Pepsi? She's like, Pepsi. And they're like, ah! And she's like, did you suck Derek's dick? Everyone's like, the biggest fight comes when the question is asked to Whitney, why don't you like Taylor? Dooku gets asked why he doesn't like Palpatine, dude. Whitney answers and she doesn't really care about her and that she can't trust her, and then also mentions she feels hurt that people rallied around Taylor after swinging issue and forgave her, but people still bully Whitney for the video she made about dancing next to her sick baby. It's one of the funniest moments in the entire season. It's so funny.
Connor rushes Liam to the emergency room. The first couple days were a bit scary. I'm thinking, like, let's, you know, do something fun, and I made a video.
People keep blasting me about dancing next to my dying kid, and people forgive Taylor. What the f? The next morning, Taylor decides that she needs to hash things out with Whitney about their relationship, but the Demi comes up to them in the bathroom and keep pressing Whitney about the situation, and it turns into a big yelling match, ruining the night. It's very awkward, it's very cringy, a lot of people crying.
At this point, Mom Talk was already hanging by a thread before this trip, and now we're having this happen.
The amount of times women cry in the show is unbelievable. They do that thing too. Pet peeve of mine, dude, is when women are wearing makeup and they cry and they do like the, they tap their eyes.
Yeah, Whitney did that.
I can't believe it. They just fucking cry. You're already looking like a goddamn baboon. The girls all leave the trip feeling upset and like their relationships are worse than ever. It's just a bunch of like more catty shit. Nothing is ever said. Like, I just want you to know I'm hitting this. This is the substance. It's this quick. Now imagine sitting through an hour of that. The talk, I think the talk is 30 minutes long. About her just being like, you were never on my side. She's like, why would I be on your side? We don't ever dance and make content. You're like, this is the show. There's so much B-roll of them just like filling up cups with pop, with soda. And them eating like brownies. That's the show. Episode 5, The Book of Broken Vows. God, what the fuck is this? A Harry Potter sequel? What the fuck is this? Probably the most boring episode of the show. The big event that happens is that Layla is throwing a party to celebrate her divorce and leaving a toxic relationship. And people were like weird about that. I was like, that's cool. If I was a girl and I was like, oh, some girl is like throwing this is my dead name, I'm going back and I'm a free woman again. Is that not a fun thing to, why not celebrate? Why make it a sad event, right? If my friend called me, if you were married and you called me like, hey, I'm throwing a party because I just divorced Paula Deen, you just signed the papers, let's get fucking wrecked tonight. I'd be like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Why not? Whitney left the Mom Talk group chat and all girls laugh about it. Whitney claims she isn't leaving for attention. She just needs to not talk to them so she can focus on herself and her relationship and family, but then immediately says she thinks it's weird that she left and nobody is checking up on her to see how she's doing and that she left the group chat.
Macy called me and she was like, we're making things so dramatic again. And I'm like, what? What are we making so dramatic? She's like, you leaving the group chat. Now everyone's calling me, asking me why you left the group chat. I'm like, no one called me.
She's basically like, I think, like, I just don't even want to hear from them because you need to focus on Connor because he keeps hanging out with this guy, David. And I just think it's weird that no one like remotely tried to like see how I was doing. And it's like, you just said you didn't want to talk to them. Yeah, but I just want them to fawn over me and just like, I just want their attention and time and everything that they have when they're present. I'm evil. Did I tell you I'm evil yet? Macy's having a photo shoot for the upcoming release party for her company, and Dakota and Taylor go to support her. But then Dakota barges in and starts to ask if they can do some professional shots of him and Taylor, which makes Macy uncomfortable because she's just kind of like, hey, I hate you, Dakota. Also, your fentanyl's dried out your mouth and your mouth smells like cat shit. Sorry. At Layla's party, Dakota and Taylor get into an argument, and Macy has to be the mediator between the two of them. And during the conversation, Taylor expresses how she's afraid to commit to Dakota due to her experience with bad relationships in the past, and also because she's heard rumors of Dakota cheating on her.
I feel bad because it's like been a long time. We're having a baby and I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
This episode was really boring. It was bad. Dakota's very uncharismatic. Once again, if he's not doing fentanyl, I don't care. It made me realize, I'm like, this is like what Jersey Shore is. If Jersey Shore was this, it would never be that successful. You have to have the drunken fights. You got to have the sloppy shit, right? Everyone's too fucking put together, eating Tootsie Rolls and just like you're arguing about nothing. Hearing sober people argue about petty shit is so much worse than hearing drunk people argue about the same thing. Because at least the drunk side is much more entertaining and it's like gets crazy. These people are just like, you barely even, you're like disrespectful. And you're like, wow. I'd hate to be your friend. Whoa. Episode 6, the first book of sin.
This is when they throw a wrench. They said the show is boring.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. The producers are just like, probably had a fucking gun to his temple, and he's like, if you don't do something, I'm going to pull the trigger. He's like, you go to Vegas. And the girl's like, no. He's like, go to Vegas. So the Mormon moms go to Vegas. Some of the husbands are upset that their partners are spending time alone in Vegas without them, so Zach and Dakota decide to go along with them because they're... Whitney has blocked some of the women and even unfollowed everyone from the group. So now everyone's just like, we hate Whitney. Also, Whitney's going to like a homestead thing. She's like, I'm a homestead girl.
What exactly is a homestead?
Self-sustainable living. It's up to the individual or the family to decide like how far they're going to take that. Like
We want a farm.
Also, I immediately paused the episode when we Googled it, and now she gave up that immediately, and she's trying to be an actress in LA. Good idea, Whitney. Jessie announces she's having a labiaplasty. Remember when I talked about that earlier? And the group of girls paint pictures of their labias together. And after the surgery, Demi brings tulips in honor of her two lips that have been cut up and reconstructed. They also all poke and prod at her. She like shows it, and it's... I'm trying to think if I got like my dick extended or something like that. If I was like, dude, look at it now. So that makes sense. I'd probably show it off. Dude, look at it now. Look at this Johnson, dude. So, I'm not going to die. I would do that shit too. The girls trick Dakota by telling him that Taylor is going into labor, which pisses him off because they can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. So they're like, her water broke. And he calls her back. And they're just like, just kidding. Taylor's here. And he's just like, what the fuck is your problem? He's like, we're doing rails of fentanyl. Dakota and Zach talk about how they want to go to Vegas with the girls so they can keep an eye on them. We also learn that Zach has a huge gambling problem. One of the funniest revelations in the entire series, because you find out that his wife, Jen, is paying for everything with her TikTok and that she's supporting him through school and everything. And he's like, well, you said you're going to give me an allowance, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to give you $2,500. And I'm like, God damn.
I'm giving you $2,500 and I'm going to be really pissed if you lose it.
$2,500 fucking allowance for a bet. Like, you're just like, yeah, here's your play money. That's crazy. The episode ends with the girls going to Chippendales and they rub on oil on half-naked men. Zach gets pissed off at Jen and threatens to leave, but Jim is upset because she didn't even want to go in the first place. She feels like she's like, I didn't even want to go. She starts yelling at him, and then like at 2 a.m, she leaves randomly, so people don't know where the fuck she's at. The clip of her getting yelled at is pretty funny.
Okay, what's going on? I thought he was cool with you being here.
No, he doesn't want to be married to me if I do stuff like that.
It's tragic out of context, but if you had to build up this entire thing, it's nice to see some other emotion that isn't just fake. They all have like very fake, like happy car salesman, realtor vibes. Oh my God, how are you? Also, everything is always like, yes! Oh my God! And I just picked up sweet potatoes at the store. Oh my God, sweet potato, yes! Okay, I love those. It's that Mormon energy, dude. It's draining. Holy f***, when I lived in Utah, it was all the time. Holy brutal. Oh yeah, Macy gets an anonymous tip that someone slept with Dakota because she has like an Instagram live or Instagram story thing that's like your confessions, and someone's like, I slept with Dakota for fentanyl. I didn't know. This is before I knew that he was dating Taylor and impregnated her. Sorry. So then Macy's like, oh my God, do I tell Taylor or do I not tell Taylor? which we go into episode 7, which is the Book of Trust. Michaela and Jen leave the show early so they don't upset their husbands. Leave the show early, they were never there. While this is going, the other women are having a blast watching Chippendale dancers go at it, right? They're having the time of their life, which this is, if I found out my wife went to a Chippendale show, I would not give it. Honestly, it's just people doing, oh my God. They're performers. It's a job. My wife went to Chippendales and she had sex with every dancer. Damn. Zach threatens to divorce Jen and then goes to the casino to gamble. It's really funny. It's just like one shot. You can tell he was like, if you come near me, I'll fucking kick your ass, to the camera guy. So the camera guy's kind of far away. We learned that Zach gambled away all of his money his family gave him for medical school, which medical school's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So good job, Zach.
His family gave him a chunk of money to help them through medical school and kind of ease the burden, and he blew right through it.
I didn't hit it big on Baccarat like I thought I would. Dakota finds out that the women went to Chippendale show and gets angry, but once again, as always, our King Dakota, the fentanyl flop himself, he apologizes as usual. I may have overreacted, baby, I'm sorry. Macy tells Taylor about Dakota cheating on her, and Taylor says that if it's true, she'll leave Dakota. Boom, boom, boom. We find out that Jen and Zach talk things out, and that even though he has narcissistic flare-ups every few months, they are just fine. It was the thing I talked about earlier, where she comes in there like, oh my God, well, what happened? And she's just like, yeah, I mean, it's like not even a huge deal. We talked it out, it's fine. When he's yelling at her on the phone, it's fucking gruesome. And she starts like bawling, why are you yelling at me? It's fucking crazy. But lastly, we go into episode 8, the last episode, which is the Book of Rumors. And Taylor confronts Dakota about the allegations, and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing about Taylor's trust issues. Just trust me already, bitch, damn!
You say this stuff to me 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
So it's clear.
No, not even about this. Like, I'm just hearing this 24/7. Like, I'm sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him. Meanwhile, we find out Whitney is pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick into a cake. They dig through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake. And then someone had the actual smarts to be like, wait, is this the actual piss stick? And she's like, yeah. And they're like, that's disgusting.
Did you actually pee on that, or is it just like a...
I actually peed on that.
Okay, why did you put that in the cake?
There's a lid on it.
So yeah, then she's like, okay, I might have overlooked that one. Good news about Zach, our psychopath. He gets accepted to a medical school in New York, and Jen tells him that she can't move out there because it'll ruin her entire career that she has supported him on. You know, she likes it out here. And Zach's response is, I'm happy with that, but I don't care. You think I'm joking, but that's actually it.
I'm happy with that, but I really don't. I don't really care.
And you're like, this is going to end in some kind of like, he's going to get arrested somehow. Don't know what's going to happen. Zach will be arrested sometime in the future. Would have done great in the 80s. Zach would have had a great 80s run, but 2024. Macy launches her maternity supplement brand, Baby Mama. Whitney's invited, and the other moms make an agreement that if she doesn't show up, that they'll all unfollow her. Newsflash, she doesn't show up, so they all fucking unfollow her. Who cares? But at the same time, to me, it was uplifting to see people just in unison hate Whitney, because she's the biggest dog here. It's unbelievable. Taylor's water breaks, and her and Dakota go to the hospital. There's an insufferable video cam thing of Dakota like being all happy about it, but it's just so fucking, it's like a social media post where he's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. She's like, my water broke. And he's like, yeah, she smelled her panties. It was definitely water. It wasn't piss. And you're like, why would you include, like, just say her water broke, dude? Like, fucking getting all weird and like specific about it.
Yeah, we both like looked at each other, and Taylor's like, what was that?
I thought I peed myself,
Yeah.
but it's water. I had to smell it just to confirm.
She did smell it, and she confirmed it.
He's like all like coke eyes. He's like, I can't wait to be a dad. While this is going on, Michaela has a roller skating party going on because they're Mormon. Whitney arrives uninvited, and the women are mad at her. Yeah, she shows up when everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean? And she's like, this is awkward.
I'm gonna go. I feel so awkward.
This is awkward.
This is so awkward right now.
She gives Macy a gift, but Macy refuses to open it. It's pretty funny. She's like, here you go. She's like, cool. Okay, this is awkward. Whitney doesn't understand why Macy's mad at her. Macy tells her that she always supports Whitney, and the one time she wanted Whitney's support, she wasn't there. Whitney shrugs us off and only thinks about herself. She's like, yeah, well, I'm feeling weird. I had indigestion, a period cramp or something. I'm pregnant. I don't know. Whitney leaves the party and says she needs to step down from mom talk, and everyone applauds. Everyone's happy about it. The universe is healing. She does go and beats a child to death and does a dance in front of it. That's not true, but it could have been. The episode ends with Taylor giving birth, and that for the first time, she feels confident in her future. Jen then declares she's leaving mom talk because of Zach. Pretty funny. I gotta leave because Zach thinks it's a bad influence. You're just like, you're hopeless. You're completely brainwashed, Jen. I feel bad for her. And Macy makes a call to women who slept with Dakota. She calls the girl and she's just like, can you tell me about your relationship with Dakota? And she's like, I'll tell you all about it.
I just have some questions about you and Dakota and your past relationship.
I'll tell you everything.
And the episode ends and you're like, oh my God, did she do it? Who cares, dude? God damn.
I was gonna say Macy's just poking the bear.
Well, yeah, Macy's just doesn't fucking like the guy. Oh, this is the big thing I took away from it. Demi, best character in the show. She brings the most confrontation. She's the loudest, most obnoxious one. I liked watching her. And apparently her pussy tastes like Fruit Loops or something. Much like Lil Xan said, her pussy tastes like Skittles. Worst character by far is Whitney, and the person who I think will die first is Jen. Okay, those are my predictions. This show was a roller coaster ride. I don't know why I thought this would be a good episode. I don't know if it was. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It was something that I watched, and the entire time I was like, I want to just talk about this. I have no idea who to talk with. I tried talking to my wife about it. She wouldn't listen. Apparently, there's going to be a second season. I don't fucking know. I had to talk to someone about this besides my friend. I had to put it out there. I have no self-respect for myself or my time, and I hate myself. Goodbye.
Hey now, it's me Tugboat again, telling you it's your last chance to pick up a plush of me and all these 6 shirts. Sale ends Monday, June 15th, and after that, they gone for good.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today I'm sick. I don't feel good. And I feel like I'm just a little...
Stop complaining, dude. Just read the fucking script.
Today we're...
Smile!
Today we're going to be talking about gang stalking. Gang stalking is something that's become quite the controversial topic online. Nowadays, there's an increasing fear of mass government surveillance. While this is a legitimate fear, there are some people who believe they're already being carefully watched over by malicious forces. Hey, don't get me wrong, gang stalking is not new. It's been around forever, but it's a fascinating subject that I feel has evolved over time too. Which, if you don't know what gang stalking is the act of a coordinated group of people essentially stalking a person or watching their every move for the purpose of harassment. That's why you get people online, videos on Instagram. And back in the day, I first heard about it whenever I heard Rusty Cage's song about it, and he did a video about it. This is a while back. Very catchy. I remember when on YouTube, then from there, you just kind of, because your mind is open to actually seeing those things, or just because you know what the keyword is, then you can start seeing it more. But now I think it's evolved even more with the rise of vertical content, because now it's anybody with a phone can just record something and then post it very quickly on a social media platform. So that's why you have people, who watch their mailman, he comes by every fucking day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also gets other people paranoid because if someone posts it, they're just like...
Already paranoid people looking at paranoid people causes chaos.
Well, it's like the thing I think people... everyone's saying it was crazy, but they're just like, yeah, the birds are Chinese spies. And then you find out, China
Which
does
is
have...
true.
Yeah, China... China does have drones that are bird size, so...
People have the right, and I feel like the gumption to be paranoid in today's times. You know what I mean? I want somebody to gang stalk me. I want to be gang stalked.
Look right out the window.
Oh my God! Most people see gang stalking as a form of wild conspiracy, so it's easy to discount self-anointed victims as nutcases or boil their struggles down to paranoid delusions, right? It doesn't help when it's a 53-year-old woman without any clothes on, screaming and looking frantic, right? It's easy to assume, okay, well, she's on drugs. But what if she's not? Are they actually crazy? What if there's more to the phenomenon than people realize? Today, we're going to talk about real historic gang stalking cases as well as the average everyday people that claim to be targeted. Can I just take
No.
5?
No. Take a drink. Read the script. Come on, we have to film 3 more videos today. We're behind schedule already.
Right.
It's 12 p.m. and we have 6 hours of recording.
Okay. If this is the first you've heard of gang stalking, let's get into how it works. What makes the concept of gang stalking so terrifying is not just being spied on, but being spied on by a large coordinated network of people. Because potential gang stalking perpetrators include the police as well as military, and the situation can be much more terrifying than a passing stranger simply staring you down on the street. It's the idea of a collected group of people that are out to get you, right? It's not just not one person, it's an organization. It's something that's larger, right? It's Big Brother watching you. It's an idea that's trying to get you for whatever reason.
Or Big Sister.
or big sister. Patricia, big girl, volleyball and softball all-star. They call her Ham Hock in the locker room. They call her When she never says her full name, Patricia, she either says Trish or Pat. TIs, or targeted individuals, live in constant fear of being followed. This means hyperanalyzing every facial expression and movement the people around them make to ensure they're not part of this malicious network of people out to get them. And there are endless reasons why someone may believe they are being gang stalked. One popular narrative is that the powers that be wish to experiment on innocent people with high-tech mind control technology behind their back, which sounds like schizophrenia. But how do we know it's not schizophrenia, Nick?
We don't. Well, you could. You could.
No, Dick, we have to show these people empathy. One thing you don't have for me while I'm sick.
Yes, well, I will not have empathy on you. I don't have empathy on schizophrenics.
You're such a kind God, you know that? However, the perpetrators of this act can be just about anyone, from jilted exes to space aliens. That's a big spectrum.
Yeah,
actually, how big of a spectrum is that? An insane ex-girlfriend to an alien that you don't know their own language, whatever, species you've never seen. How big is that gap?
That's huge.
You think
That's
so?
Anything in between. Because
there's some people in my past where I've been like, I'd go on the fucking UFO. I mean, I'd be less shocked. I'd be like, get me out of here.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, which one's more dangerous?
Yeah.
The X. The alien, he just wants to watch.
You think so? Remember that movie Fire in the Sky? It's like a pretty mid movie, but that scene with when he's on the table and stuff, I don't know how real it is like that. Also, they're always putting stuff in you. Why are aliens always wanting to put stuff in you?
Well, because they want to test you.
Do you think that the alien stuff, when people were like, oh, he probed me, was that just because it was men in the 60s or 50s having gay sex and they didn't want to admit it?
Oh, yeah. They went to the doctor because of like a torn asshole. And they're like, I was probed by aliens.
Or something, yeah. Why are you walking funny? Should an alien pick me up and put something in me? He looks outside and he just sees like his boyfriend in the bushes.
I was gonna say maybe his boyfriend's an alien. Just little.
How do we know? How do we know?
Jump the border.
Talking about some Kansas guy that's having homosexual tendencies. All of a sudden he meets, some guy from the Philippines, as if he knows where that is. In the 1940s. Yeah, right. He's probably like, he's from space.
Take me to your leader.
Yeah, take me to your leader, Ricardo. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. It's a perfect time to reset and refresh your sleep space. And it all starts with investing in a brand new mattress. 1 in 3 adults do not get the right amount of sleep they need per night. Sleep is so important for your health, and the lack of it raises your risk of obesity, depression, and heart disease. It's important you get your rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up to a mattress that's made for you. So many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with better mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses all set to serve a specific purpose. So how do you know which one's... Stalking tactics, as told by the self-reported victims, can often get so complex that it's easy to discount them as lies or symptoms of a psychotic disorder. After all, hallucinations brought on by these disorders can easily make someone feel as if they're being watched. Regardless of their validity, being a TI is exhausting and can ruin your life through fear and paranoia alone. I mean, people have full-on mental breakdowns. Even if you are not a TI or a targeted individual, the thought of being a TI or targeted individual, I think, would be catastrophic to the mental state. There would never be rest.
No, yeah.
Constant distress.
I'd be constantly paranoid if I thought someone was fucking with me or just watching me all the time.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm constantly paranoid is because I told you I was sick today, and I told you that my wife was helping me and that you still were insistent on me coming up here and doing this fucking video.
Well, that is a you problem. Tell Allison. Allison knows our schedule, and you getting sick is not going to mess it up. You had the entire weekend to rest.
What are you talking about? We were at a convention the whole weekend.
Exactly. You could have rested.
I'm supposed to rest during a very busy, okay, whatever. Though gang stalking is a relatively new phenomenon, there are plenty of historical examples dating back centuries. Often cited as the first example of gang stalking is the case of James Tilly Matthews. Born in 1770 and living in London, James had a long history of imprisonment and subsequent release due to insanity. The first time he was arrested was after the French suspected him of being a double agent during the French Revolution. The next arrest occurred a few years later when he began shouting treason at a lord during a debate in a House of Commons. And while living in London, James believed that there was a gang living in a cellar near London Wall using a device he called the heirloom to shoot magnetically charged rays into his body. James' descriptions of this gang and their device were recorded in nearly a book-length psychiatric report written by one of the caretakers at the hospital. According to James, the device supposedly ran off a dog excrement, animal sperm, and putrid human breath. And the gang consisted of his leader, Bill the King, and his second in command, Jack the Schoolmaster. Below them was a woman dressed as a man dubbed Sir Archie, and the person operating the machine, Glove Woman. The machine had multiple mind control settings, including stone making, lobster cracking, bomb bursting, thigh talking, and James' least favorite, brain saying. This final setting allegedly forced thoughts into his brain against his will. James also claimed that at one point, the gang implanted a magnet into his brain, which enhanced the heirloom's effects, causing him to laugh uncontrollably and speak nonsense. James also claimed to occasionally encounter the gang in the streets of London. During these encounters, they would pull out and use magnetic batons that would allow them to vanish. James would tell others around him of the gang's work, warning them about the machine and how there were spies living in London. And for years, he would talk about the gang and blame major catastrophes on them until 1814, when he was put in a private asylum. Under the care of doctors at Fox's London house, James' delusions stopped. Though the story is cited as the first cured case of paranoid schizophrenia, the behaviors he exhibited before his treatment are believed to be the earliest recorded instances of someone believing they were being gang stalked. So let me tell you something. If you were able to follow along with that and understand all the shit that just happened, bravo. Which here's the thing, was it proved that he like did all those things? Because what a colorful life, first off, before, you know, the gang stalking mental illness thing. Also, people living in the sewers in London doesn't seem totally fucking far off to me, dude.
And a machine that ran on dog urine and...
Well, see, now so the parts that came up is when I'm like, he is trying to validate these things that he's experiencing. So to me, I can't tell if he has like dog jism, some poo-poo, and people are coming up and yelling at him. So he's like, I smell all these things, and it's powered by it. The dog jizz, I don't understand that. The animal, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that's a practice back then or whatever, but
maybe he smelled too much dog jizz. It's common in London.
How do you know what dog jizz smells like? It's the 1800s. That's what they did. They collected it for fucking honey and oats or whatever.
What?
You know, I bet you that's a thing. I bet you anything there was a business that probably jacked off an animal, and they're like, you put it in your cereal in the morning. Or it's like, it goes great with toast.
It's like ancient Chinese medicine.
I mean, yeah, anything. I mean, people are fucking stupid. They're dumb. I don't know. I like how it smells. I mean, I don't.
That sounds like blasphemy, though.
Editor, cut it out. Whatever. It wouldn't be until centuries later that the term gang stalking would officially be coined, and more cases of gang stalking paranoia would be recorded. Ernest Hemingway is one of the most prolific authors of the 20th century, known to billions worldwide. Have you heard of him? Everyone in the comments right now, if you actually know who Ernest Hemingway is, say, I know who Ernest Hemingway is.
I know who Ernest Hemingway is. He's in World of Warcraft. He's a big game hunter.
See, and that's the problem. I'm talking about gang stalking, which also I want to say Ernest Hemingway's gang stalking was real. And now you're like, I know who Ernest Hemingway is. World of Warcraft, methinks? Follower of Arthas, probably? I don't know if that's true, but... In 1961, he would take his own life. However, his death would be surrounded in mystery as the years before were filled with paranoia. 2 years before Ernest Hemingway's death, Hemingway had deep connections to the communist movements in Spain and Cuba, and he would regularly spend time in both countries and have contact with government officials. Because of this, Ernest believed that he was being stalked and surveilled by the FBI, and when he hung out with friends, he refused to use his own car or even talk while driving, fearing everything was being taped. He would have to have his friends pull over and wait for cars he suspected of tailing them to pass by. And on one occasion, he saw two auditors working late inside a bank and believed they were combing through his finances. Hemingway would get up from his table at a restaurant, believing the wait staff were agents and some of his interns were federal agents. His paranoia... Sorry, my fucking... Ugh.
No, sorry. Come on, keep going.
His paranoia would start to eat away at him at the point where he could hardly function, so he's eventually admitted to a psychiatric facility where he would receive shock therapy. While in the hospital, he would turn on his close friends, believing that they were working for the feds as well. Following his death, people believe that he was simply a psychotic, drunk old man, but it turns out that his paranoia was actually justified. Eventually, the FBI would declassify a 122-page document titled Hemingway Part 1, which went into great detail about the agency's monitoring of his every fucking move. It also hinted that Hemingway may have loosely worked with the FBI while they were fighting against both Spanish and Cuban communists, which the fact that it's labeled Part 1 implies that there are more pages that have even yet to be surfaced. So who knows? Who knows how many parts there are, Nick?
Just the fact that, yeah, you were working with someone you know what the FBI is capable of, and now you see all the signs and nobody believes you.
You're working with them. We don't know how his relationship with them ended. Is it poorly? To the point now where he's like, they're gonna fucking kill me. Because also he probably knows the severity of like well, they're not just gonna like assassinate you. They're gonna make you say like, oh, he committed suicide or something, right? In the first pages of the document, the FBI admitted that Hemingway was slightly against working with them and referred to their operations as similar to Nazi Germany's Gestapo. It's not a great page one, you know, turn of the page kind of document opener. So no wonder Ernest was fucking like, I need to get the fuck out of here.
I like how it's too. It's like he doesn't agree with our methods. All right.
All right, I guess we're the bad guys then. For decades, people had theorized that Hemingway's paranoia had been genuine, with one theory stating that the Mayo Clinic, which was affiliated with the hospital that delivered his shock therapy, might have worked with the FBI directly to fry his brain and worsen his mental state. Who knows how many people have been affected by gang stalking that have gone unnoticed? The only reason that we know what the FBI did to Ernest was that we had a prominent public figure whose files were eventually publicized. But, I mean, the amount of people that you don't know is fucking insane. A few decades after his passing, another author would struggle with the same paranoia caused by a different government agency. Gloria Naylor was a famous author who saw her great success with her releases in the 80s and 90s. In 1996, she would get into an argument with her neighbor who allegedly had a brother working for the National Security Agency. In the following weeks, Gloria claimed that random cars would continually drive down her street and watch her house. Out in public, people would begin following her everywhere she went. On airplanes, she'd noticed people would mimic her every movement, and she believed her phone had been tapped. In an interview, she stated her belief that the government was using technology capable of decoding her brain and reading her thoughts. She would claim this technology caused her to hear certain racist and anti-Semitic phrases on repeat in her head, despite not outwardly feeling that way. All right. I mean, that's crazy, but at the same time, it is kind of funny that someone's like, I don't know, they're like actually fucking super racist, and they're like, I don't actually feel that way though.
Yeah, just thoughts in my head. Someone's putting those thoughts in my head.
Boy, oh boy, the government's having a field day right now. She fully believed that this was all part of an elaborate surveillance campaign by the NSA. Her final book, 1996, is a fictionalized memoir heavily based on her real-life story. It was received with mixed reviews, with some believing her story, while others remained skeptical. However, there might be some truth to Gloria's story. Before her passing in 2016, there were multiple NSA whistleblowers who exposed the agency for its mass surveillance and data collection program. It was also discovered that in 2008, the U.S. Army received a grant for telepathic technology that could use the brain's electrical activity to transmit messages. I have a feeling that like NSA, FBI, whatever, the things that they're actually using, like actually manipulate people, I think it's like it drives them crazy, but then the effects of that cause people to like, I don't think that like they're like, okay, well, we're gonna shoot a ray, it's gonna make you think a certain way.
Oh.
I have a feeling that like it fucks their brain up and then their brain formulates whatever. You know, I don't believe that they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna shoot this and now you have anti-Semitic and racist ideologies. I think that it just probably fucking jumbles your brain or something and then it like makes you go crazy.
It's kind of like if they like, yeah, we're testing something on you and they just had like a microwave pointed at your brain.
Well, yeah, like literally.
You,
yeah.
And they think it's doing X, but it's actually causing you to hallucinate.
I don't know any of that shit. All I know is like, I feel like if you condition somebody enough to their brain, I feel like you can like fuck with their brain chemistry. Gang stalking isn't just limited to government bodies. Companies can perform it as well. In 2019, eBay faced criminal charges that led to $3 million in fines after employees went on an unhinged harassment campaign. Ina and David Steiner were co-founders and writers for E-Commerce Bytes, a newsletter focusing on e-commerce companies. Ina had written a story about a lawsuit where eBay accused Amazon of stealing its business by poaching its sellers. In it, she lightly criticized eBay CEO Devin Winig's business strategies. eBay executives had already taken note of Ina's inflammatory newsletter when she previously mocked Devin's insane income and how little he paid his employees. According to the court documents, after Ina wrote the second story, Devin's communications chief, Steve Weimer, messaged another high executive, James Ball. In his messages, he would state, and I quote,
"If you're ever gonna take her down, now is the time."
Calling her a biased troll who needs to get burned down. This sparked what would be a month-long gang-stalking campaign that escalated with each passing day. eBay had its own intelligence agents within the company led by James Bow. With his new marching orders from Weimer, he began using the team to harass and stalk the couple. And shortly after the memo was put out, people within the team started creating fake Twitter accounts to send death threats to the couple, dox them, and encourage people to sexually assault Ina.
What? Courage.
Jesus, what the fuck are you talking about? It's insane. The fact too, they're just like, what eBay?
Not long after the harassment online began, Bao's team started sending physical packages to the Steiner household. These packages included a bloody pig mask, funeral wreaths, a book titled Grief Diaries, Surviving the Loss of a Spouse, and insects including live spiders, fly larvae, and cockroaches. They even began sending pornographic magazines to their neighbor's house with David's name on them. This is all like some Scientology shit. It has like, how do we know that fucking eBay and Scientology are in cahoots, dude? It's too similar. But also, it's a newsletter. I mean, like, it must have, I mean, who the fuck actually, who read it? I mean, I guess just the CEO to be like, how dare they? I'm the CEO of eBay. I'm not gonna stand for something like this. Go put fly larvae and say that people go tweet that you're gonna sexually assault her. Yes. Realizing the couple wasn't intimidated, Weimer became also Chads. Realizing the couple wasn't intimidated, they're like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. What? Weimer became enraged and told Ba,
I want to see ashes.
Lower.
Do whatever it.
Lower.
Oh.
I wanna see
ashes. I wanna see ashes. Do whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes. This launched stage 2 of their campaign against the Steiners. Members of Bao's team began surveilling their home and following the couple around. The company also began creating fake Craigslist ads under Steiner's names, claiming they were having swinger parties and estate sales at their homes. DoorDash drivers would endlessly deliver pizzas to their home, and eventually Bao's employees began straight up doxing their street address. The entire time, both Ina and David were petrified by what was going on. They would tell family and friends about it and repeatedly find themselves taking pictures of random cars outside their home, fearing for their safety. The Steiners would get an investigator involved who combed tirelessly through all the information they had and had found some interesting links. First, he found that all the pizza payments were made with a gift card from Silicon Valley near eBay headquarters. Fucking moron. It didn't take much digging for the investigator to find some information on both Bao and one of his employees, Veronica Z. Not only did he find their phone numbers, but he learned that the two were staying at a hotel at the Ritz-Carlton. When the investigator attempted to confront them at the Carlton, they were already gone and headed to the airport. He attempted to call them, but Bao would pretend to be Z's husband and would play dumb. In time, the FBI would get involved, and Bao's team began scrambling to create a fake stalker to frame. They also began fabricating personal dossiers on the Steiners to try to cover their tracks while also making the couple look bad. Members of Bao's team even attempted to find a friendly police officer in the Bay Area that would falsify security camera footage to try and back up their side of the story. eBay's legal team had also gotten involved and launched a full internal investigation. Despite Bao's attempts at having his employees delete incriminating evidence of their stalking, everything was eventually brought to light. In the following weeks, the intelligence agents under Bao would be fired. Bao himself would be put on administrative leave, and Weimer would be fired as well. Later the month, the CEO would resign and receive a $57 million exit dollar package.
Oh my.
$50 million in an exit package. Fuck you. In 2020, the U.S. Department of Justice charged several employees with multiple counts of cyber stalking, conspiracy, and witness tampering. Each charges carried a potential 1 to 5 years in prison, which the CEO, guess what, was never charged with anything. So that's a shocker. In addition to the sentencing, eBay had to pay $3 million and agreed to be monitored by the government for 3 years. The Steiners also filed a civil lawsuit that was recently adjourned for an undisclosed amount, which $3 million bucks, that's not enough. Not when the fucking CEO's getting a $57 million fucking exit package. Come on, dude. Come on, man. Look online today and you'll see that gang stalking is still very prevalent. In fact, feelings of fear and paranoia are only worse now that countless online communities exist that feed into a person's every delusion. Those who are deeply affected by supposed gang stalking are often heavily involved in these online echo chambers, leading to wild posts that get treated as completely reasonable across Facebook, Reddit, and other online forums. Among these posts, nothing can be a simple coincidence. Even a bug found crawling from the wall must be a surveillance bug there to document their conversation and movements. Other creators dedicate their entire careers to exposing their supposed gang stalking, often by just filming their everyday lives and interpreting everyone's movements as suspicious in some way. Similar to how people online will trick internet lolcows into destroying their lives for content, commenters on these videos will confidently assure them what's happening is 100% real in order to keep the content rolling. One of the most insane cases of this is seen in Yoshikazu Iwama. Yoshi was known online and within the community as a peculiar man that was convinced he was being followed and monitored by a town filled with stalkers. To combat this, he would bring his digital camera everywhere he went and would diligently film and upload videos under the name Ayuyo700. These videos often consisted of him making strangers uncomfortable, and he wouldn't shy away from extreme acts like screaming at elementary schools across the street or even chasing down high school students on his bike. He was very often arrested for his crimes. After filming a heated interaction with two young neighbors who were fed fed up with his behavior, the video was posted and went viral, leading to Yoshi becoming a hot topic across the internet. Because he was so comfortable filming his neighborhood, people were easily able to track down his home, and what followed was real-life harassment that would escalate from throwing trash on his doorstep to costume men scaring him, filling his house with smoke, and even visiting his ill father at the hospital as well as his gravesite once he passed away. Swarms of people came to mess with his lawn, dance for a security camera, and scream at him for long periods of time, knowing he'd upload the footage, which was exactly what they wanted. Many streamers would offer support to Yoshi by interviewing him and helping him pay off his bills, and the harassment had calmed down significantly as time went on. It's clear that this man was simply struggling mentally, and people used his fear of being stalked for content. Ironically, these fans basically became the real-life gang stalkers Yoshi was previously made fun of for believing in, which is just fucking wild. But that's the thing though, once you get into that lol count territory, once you get into that territory where people for some reason have this like vendetta against you, I always find that these people that are obsessed with like trolling people online are just as like mentally fucking disturbed as the other people. You get this gratification of tearing down someone that bad. But also too, I mean, I don't know, there's a thing of being like when you're young, you're like, haha, that's funny, but to actually proactively go somewhere, fucking visit someone's ill father, go to his gravesite afterward, I don't know, fill his house with smoke, it's just fucking crazy, man. It's difficult to just believe a lot of these stories at face value, but sometimes it doesn't seem too far-fetched when you look at the past. When mind control experiments like MK Ultra are a well-known part of CIA history, it's not crazy to assume that there's at least desire by those in power to control the minds of people in some way. Today, there are so many cases of potential gang stalking that online groups form solely just to investigate and understand them. While the concept of powerful people tapping into your phones and cameras isn't really that shocking anymore, some people certainly take it to the extremes. In the majority of these cases, you're likely not being followed, and you should be careful choosing the communities you inhabit, because they might just feed into the dangerous false narratives that you've constructed for yourself. So for the love of God, if you think something's happening, seek help. And if there's a schizophrenic person or a mentally disturbed person on your Instagram story, don't feed into it, all right? Let the person be, just scroll. The world will be a better place, Nick.
I like, comment, and support them.
Well, until next time, I am getting out of here, and I'm gonna go probably sleep for a bit because I am very sick and I don't feel well. So,
well, I already told you we have more videos to record, so you're gonna sit there, and we're gonna record for another 6 hours.
I feel like you're gang stalking me. I feel like I see you out in public. I'm like, we're not at work.
Yeah.
Nick,
in your window. I'm going in and sniffing everything.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking politics. I'm sorry. I'm saying, oh God. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I know talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? We're in a very weird time politically. Trump goes on Aiden Ross's stream, does the Trump dance with him. They're giving away cyber trucks or something like that. And XQC was there, I think. And then Kamala Harris has people twerking at her committee and she's doing like weird Southern accents and stuff.
So I'm gonna get into some business now. Okay.
It's been a whirlwind of media attention, and quite frankly, it's a goddamn circus is what it is. I don't know if other people in other countries feel this way, but anytime any political race happens, it's just such an overabundance of cringe. It's just like self-shame and cringe. That's all I have. And it splits the country so heavily too. No one can ever just agree to disagree on something, right? People say they like to, but I feel like people are very judgmental, which we do live in polarizing times now as well, but I don't know. We do a lot of tournaments on this channel, and with the election coming up, which I'm not going to talk about my political opinions, because here's the thing, guys. All right. One, I'm dumb. I'm an uneducated voter. And to be completely frank, I don't know if it's bad to say, I've never voted once in my life. The only thing I've ever voted on is local government stuff. That's the only thing I ever think really I ever can affect. All right. But other than that, I just don't vote. I'm a bad person. Sue me, right?
Yeah, my opinion on you has changed.
I've had people legitimately say that. Listen, I'm just uneducated. So today I wanted to go through and we're going to figure out which politician has the best slogan, looks the prettiest, and has the hottest partner.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. If you're struggling with credit cards, medical bills, or paying off personal loans and collections, then PDS Debt's here to help. Everyone accrues debt, but the world doesn't make it easy on you to get out of it. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, and you have at least $10,000 or more in eligible debt, then PDS Debt has customized options just for you. There's no minimum credit score required, meaning you can have bad credit and fair credit and still be eligible. Implementing PDS Debt's alternative solutions can save you more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Look, I've worked a lot of odd jobs. I went to art school. Hell, I even lived in my car for a fair bit of time. And I get it, times can be tough. So if you're in a weird spot, maybe at least check out PDS Debt's free analysis to see if there's just any other options for you. See if it's something that can get you out of a little bit of trouble. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/PapaMe. It only takes about 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/PapaMe. pds.com/PapaMe. Thank you so much, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video and back to the video.
We tried to make this as petty as we possibly could to really get into the mind of an uneducated voter. So without further ado, let's meet our political candidates. We have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi. Is that related to Mahatma Gandhi?
I don't know. I didn't look. But we're uneducated voters, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to assume yes.
Actually, you know what I'm going to say? As an uneducated voter, I'm just going to say, oh, Gandhi. That's probably the same Gandhi, right? Then we have German statesman Konrad Adenauer, Prime Minister Winston Churchill. I know him. The British Bulldog, eh? President William Henry Harrison. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto. Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. We have President Herbert Hoover. Polish politician Andrzej Lepar. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal. Democratic President Franklin Pierce, Republican Senate candidate Kristen O'Donnell, New York Governor Alfred E. Smith, President Lyndon B. Johnson, Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. We have Lenin on this list, okay. Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun-han, and President Richard Nixon, which there's a couple of there I do know. There's a couple, I would say the vast majority I do not know, but these are people with controversial slogans. Because you know what, that's the thing with politics, right? It all boils down to a strong slogan. Remember Obama? Believe. In a weird way, you're like, God damn, I want to believe. I want to believe in something, right? And then Trump says, make America great again. I mean, I don't give a if you like the country or not. That's just like a very, that slogan's hard. Make America great again. Kind of makes you just be like, yeah, what the happened? What the fuck happened, man? Slogans are so important. So we need to figure out who has ever had the most unhinged, who's had the best unhinged slogan of all time. And first up, we have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. Indira Gandhi, 1971. Her slogan was Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. Why was this a controversial one, Nick?
It's just whoever's the best, like, just based off the slogan, who am I going to vote for?
Right. So based off who the slogan is, what they look like, their personal life, and just like, I mean, face value everything, right? You don't look into the politics, that's it. Okay. Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. How do you debate that? I'm not gonna lie, I like the Sweeney Todd thing over here too, if I'm being honest. My heart's starting to palpitate a little bit. I'm starting to get a little sweaty. This is how I actually feel in the electoral booth, where I'm like I feel like I'm choosing the wrong thing and having no information. This is all feeling so real. Where's the husband at? Oh, this is the husband. Versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. God, what a ghastly man. I feel like this is like a vampire or something. I always hate when old people's heads, man, they start getting those like onion spots. That grosses me out. How do you stop that? Is that just from being out in the sun too long? Conrad's was literally no experiments.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Do you want context?
No. Well, actually, do you know the context of it? I actually don't want to know because I don't want to inform my decision. No experiments is such a fucking cryptic. He's scary and he's German. He seems like a German mad scientist. As a leader, I feel like people would be afraid to toil with this man. I would be afraid to toil against this man. Versus, I'm going to be honest, the Indira Gandhi seems very sweet. Do I want my leader to be scary or do I want them to be wholesome? That's kind of we're immediately facing a philosophical debate early on. I'm leaning towards Konrad because one, I'm like, he looks like he belongs behind a podium ruling something, doesn't he? Next up, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, which I do love the British Bulldog. He's a good man. And President William Henry Harrison. So I have to go against my own country. Let's see, what was Churchill's? Better a third term than a third world war. That's cold. That's ice cold. He did look very frumpy. He looks like the most stereotypical British guy. Like, this is definitely a plate of brown kind of man. Yo, why is his wife kind of a baddie though, huh? She's got a strong chin, dude. She's got like that. That's like a Buzz Lightyear chin if I've ever seen one. She has been mewing. She's been mewing and he's been gooning. That's the ultimate looks maxing couple. William Henry Harrison. I don't like the haircut already, first off. Looks like a toupee. You know what, just own your bald. I mean, it's easy coming from a guy with like a very full head of hair. What, can you not just be bald? Damn. He looks like he's, yeah, just like I don't like him. All right, well, we're going kind of hard on. What's his presidential campaign? Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Oh my God, that's his wife? Oh, this doesn't look like a ruler to me. One thing I can tell you right now about Winston Churchill, that see like I mean an old thirsty basset hound. This one's too easy. This is definitely Winston Churchill. That's gonna be hard to beat the himself. Damn, dude. Next we have Philippines candidate Junjun Soto versus Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto 2014. So this is the most recent one we've had so far. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. Love the transparency. And for those of you who don't know or is not a Filipino, this is pretty much the most overused sentence phrased during elections. Most politicians here would usually cry in front of the camera just to get people's attention, so you can't really put trust on anyone anymore. Is that what he said?
No, this is what someone gave context to.
Okay. This is the only photo we have of him too, isn't it? I'll tell you what. I feel like I would love to go like a barbecue with him. This would be a kind of guy that I'd love to just like hang out, have a couple drinks with, but at the same time, too trusting. Maybe a pushover. Maybe I want to be lied to a little bit. Promise me something I can't have. All right, let me see the Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. I want to say right now, love the name Don Chip. Keep the bastards honest. Oh, that's a good one. Keep the bastards honest. In Don Chip, eh? Ugh. His smile is not very good. He's got kind of a rat mouth. Also don't like he even is doing more of a rat face in this thing. He's kind of doing like a... And then his wife looks a bit like one of my grandpas with a wig on. That makes me feel uncomfortable. I like Junjun Soto, but I feel like Don Chip is going to be like... I feel like he's going to push us forward. I wonder if he's liked. I'm gonna be doing there's gonna be a lot of edits of like, was he a liked candidate? Did he win? I don't know. Don Chip has my vote for this round. President Hubert Hoover, I never liked his name. It always reminds me of the vacuum. Hoover vacuums, come on. Or Polish politician Andrzej Leper. A chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. I do like that kind of good old boy energy. He's kind of a bit of a looker, a little bit. He kind of looks like, I was gonna say Citizen Kane, Orson Welles. Let's see what Andrzej Leper is all about. He said, Zimsta Jes Zlotka. Revenge is sweet. Oh, that's sick. Everyone's like, ooh. Oh, the other politician's like, he looks kind of constipated in this photo, though. Can you imagine this guy saying revenge is sweet? He just blows like a huge ass fart, like soils himself. His wife looks like, I feel like I would like to be friends with that family because the mom seems sweet. She looks like a very sweet woman. That kind of makes him even more intimidating, though. Revenge is sweet. With the Polish politician Andrzej Leper, you have the fury of an Italian-American mobster, but then you have the caring side of his first lady, who is, dare I say, looks like a very sweet woman. It's got to go to Leper. Revenge is sweet is just like, he's just like, if you do wrong to us, I will take great pleasure in coming for you. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal versus Democratic President Franklin Pierce. So this feels like an actual, this feels like an actual election here. I'm always hung up on the name Bobby because of Bobby Hill, and he's like by far the worst child in any cartoon. That boy ain't right. Tanned, rested, ready. Huh. I really don't like his dweeby picture. Already off to a bad start with this. Also don't like his hair split down the middle like that. Franklin Pierce. We poked you in 44, we shall pierce you in 52. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, could be taken in multiple ways, though, if I'm being honest. That cannot possibly be a picture of his wife. That looks like a picture of his mother. That is crazy. Don't like that she has one black glove on, so now I have to speculate what is wrong with that hand. Versus, it's just Bobby Jindal. It feels like it's too much of a joke. I don't really like a jokey leader. Take the job seriously, dude. What are you getting paid for, right? Pierce. Pierce all day on that one. Republican Senate candidate Christine O'Donnell versus New York Governor Alfred E. Smith. You see Christine O'Donnell. Let me get a little look at that. I'm not a witch, I'm you. That's her candidate. That's her slogan. I'm not a witch, I'm you. She's got that like, what was it, Sarah Palin kind of vibe. Oh, that like fucking crazy ass like soccer mom energy. I don't know if I like that, dude. There's a video of her.
I'm not a witch. I'm nothing you've heard. I'm you.
Her starting her video with "I'm not a witch" is insane. It honestly gives me I'm getting a couple kind of points in your favor. Immediately what I think of is, what did she do to have to say that? What about New York Governor Alfred E. Smith? Let me see him. Make all your wet dreams come true? Make all your wet dreams come true? God damn. Oh, and those gray teeth up front. Oh my God, him down at the racetrack too with his bullish wife. Oh my God, make all your wet dreams come true. He's like, you know what I'm saying, sweetheart? Did you make an oopsie? Did cocky go boing boing in the middle of the night? Wifey did it. Alfred E. Smith just kind of creeps me out if I'm being honest. Christine O'Donnell at least looks presentable to be a world leader. If this guy showed up, they'd be like, did you get the only fentanyl addicted politician to be your president? You know what I mean? Man, I love wet dreams though. Oh man, I love it. I've only had it. Well, you know why I like it is because I've only had it happen once. It was a mess. Oh, I'm saying I woke up, a mess was made. Nick, I'm telling you, when I say I mean, I threw away my shorts.
Oh God.
It was unbelievable. I've never woken up more happy though in my life. When I went to bed, my shoulders were all tight. I had like back pain. I was all nervous about stuff. I don't think I woke up feeling 18 years old again. The years melted away. All the stress. I was like, a cartwheel. It was like a big slushy. Took them off, threw them away. Took a shower and went about my day. That sounded like a Dr. Seuss passage, did it not? Did that actually sound like... That sounded like a dog. I'm getting off the. I'm gonna go with Christine O'Donnell. You know what? Yeah, she's not a witch or whatever, but the Alfred E. Smith thing is too much. President Lyndon B. Johnson, I know him, and Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Now this is a political mashup right here, dude. Holy shit. Let's see. President Lyndon B. Johnson. In your guts, you know he's nuts. Damn! Holy moly, he is deep up in them guts. Yo, Lyndon B. Johnson be f***ing me just right. Lyndon B. Johnson, too, he looks like a little hound, too, doesn't he? Damn, dude, his wife's a little baddie, too, huh? What I wouldn't get him. She knows, too. She's just like, in my guts, I know he's nuts. He's been up in my guts with his nuts. And then Vladimir Lenin. Bread, land, and peace. God, what an intimidating man. Bread, land, peace.
Look at his wife.
I know. Everything just seems so stoic and cold in that country. Vladimir Lenin, though, let me tell you, I'm like, he looks like a guy where I'm like, I want him to do all the serious shit. He looks like, I don't know why, I don't know if this is right, but in my mind, he looks like the evil scientist in the first Outlast game. They look like they've never smiled one day in their life. They don't smile because they're Russian, that is true. Also, I will say Lyndon B. Johnson kind of has this like good old boy aspect about him. He could talk about the serious stuff, but if my car broke down, he'd help me. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lyndon B. Johnson. He has a very pristine face too. Very memorable face. How about Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han or President Richard Nixon? Tell you what, Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han this is a tall cookie to crack right here. Let's see, Kyu Yun Han, gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. That's pretty epic. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. He's not even talking about his country, he's talking about space too. I kind of love that. All right, his wife's kind of a baddie too. Believe, begin, become is in that photo as well. He looks passionate as This guy's getting me kind of hyped up, dude. I want to be at this rally. Good luck, Nick. I gotta say good luck to Nixon is all I gotta say. They can't lick our They can't lick our so good. We like don't change in the middle of a screw. Vote for Nixon in 72. It sucks because here's the thing. I'm trying to go in unbiased with all this. And yes, all things are fun, but he was just a horrible president. Also very deceptive. I mean, he did lie. And he made our country look like a joke. Dude, and even if he was good, does he have swagger that Kyu Yun Han has? I don't think he does. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. Are you fucking kidding me? Also the passion, the raw passion in those photos. I'm going with him. That marks the end of our first round. We get out with the weak, continuing with the strong, and the second round begins now. Starting off, oh God, I forgot about Conrad Andenor immediately. Versus Winston Churchill again. I feel like Conrad doesn't even stand a chance. He got past round one because he was so ghoulish and scary. And I was like, oh, maybe he's intimidating. I feel like Winston Churchill kind of has that too. Conrad also looks like he's on the verge of death. That was the problem with Biden, is I was like, I feel like this guy's gonna die any day.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if...
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
It just feels sad having to run. I'm just gonna go Churchill. Don Chip versus Andres Lepper, the constipated man or the Australian rat. Don Chip he kind of just looks like a politician to me. Versus the Andres Lepper guy, if I'm being honest this time, I'd be like, I feel like you work for like the trash company, like the Sopranos kind of thing. Who would you say, Nick? I already had my vote. I'm just saying what you think.
Probably Don.
That's who I had. I voted Don Chip. Ooh, Franklin Pierce or the Republican witch Christine O'Donnell. Christine O'Donnell just saying I'm not a witch is just so funny to me. She also she has a very kind appearance, doesn't she? Yeah, her like smiling, laughing. It's crazy soccer mom energy. That's the powerful thing about a crazy ass soccer mom, is she's gonna be really kind to your face, but you know she's like planning some shit in the background. Your son looks really cute. I'm like, yeah. And they walk off. She's like, I'll go get him off the field. Let's go, Joshua. That's like some evil, heinous shit. Christine O'Donnell is becoming a power player on this list immediately. Franklin Pierce, I don't know. His wife also looks like she's 145 years old. Christine O'Donnell moves on. The American Witch. You got also the American Witch. That's pretty good. The American Witch. Come on. Lyndon B. Johnson versus our boy Kyo Yun Han. Lyndon B. Johnson is just what I expect of like the golden age American man. You know, he's a guy's guy. He's honest. He's respectable. And now he's just like, I'm in a place to just bring this whole thing home. Kyo Yun Han makes me believe in myself. Gaze upon the world, conquered the universe. I like also that he's just like, yeah, we want everything. This is the problem. There's a very important King of the Hill episode where Hank, who is obviously a very stern Republican man, shakes George W. Bush's hand and it's limp. And he's like, then he's like, I don't know if I can vote for a guy whose hand, he has a limp handshake. It changes his whole perspective about him.
His handshake. It's limp.
And I'm looking at Kyo Yun Han and I'm picturing that. I'm picturing standing in front of him. Am I taller than him? Am I bigger than him? When I shake his hand, does that make me feel like I'm like, is this the leader I want? Right? Versus Lyndon B. Johnson. I picture myself as like a child looking up to his father. He's just like, here, let me help you up. Or I'm on my back and he's like, let me help you up. And he picks you up. You like Kyo Yun Han?
Oh yeah. Look at his wife, dude.
You're just all there for his wife. I think, you know what? I'm being too hard on Kyo Yun Han's, I guess, his size and stature. He makes me feel too good about myself. I'm sorry, Lyndon B. Johnson. I have to go Kyo Yun Han. Kyo Yun Han. All right, now this is the semifinals here, guys. All right. And in semifinal match number 1, it's Winston Churchill versus Democratic leader, the Australian rat, Don Chip. The bulldog versus the rat, which is a crazy, insane political battle. Oh my God. Don Chip has some kind of weird hold over me. I don't know why. I look at him and I'm just like, this is a guy that I want to hang out with. This guy. Winston Churchill, yeah, he's gooning, he's edging, and his wife is mogging and looks maxing and all that stuff. But what I really want to like sit down, also he's British. Ugh. Like the thing about the Australian rat, is he'd be like, you want a Jack and Coke? I'm gonna drink it Foster's and I wouldn't mind having a whiskey and a soda, hey? Versus Churchill, I feel like he'd just be like, let me get a pint of your finest ale. I don't like beer. You see, we're coming down to very petty stuff right now. Also, I'll be honest, after looking at Winston Churchill's Buzz Lightyear jawed wife more, I'm actually just more afraid of her. She doesn't even look real. It looks AI generated. I gotta go Don Chip. Don Chip! I love Don Chip. Oh my God. This next one, the American witch Christine O'Donnell versus the Taiwanese politician Kyo Yun Han. This is not even close, dude. Soccer mama energy or like me motivating myself? Come on. Burn the witch at the stake. Move Kyo Yun Han on. I will say her starting that political campaign ad once again though. I'm not a witch. It's some serious energy. I'd be like, this is unhinged. All right, our finals. This is an unsuspecting. I did not suspect this finals. The finals is unbelievable. The Australian rat, Don Chip, versus Galactus, as I want to call him. The Taiwanese politician, Kyo Yun Han. Here's the facts. Here's the pros on both sides. Don Chip looks like a politician. He's got that age to him, that grace. to where he's like, I've seen some shit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I can fix it, but I at least think I can handle the situation. He's a guy I can see where the problems are at. Also a guy that if I was in a bar, I'd like to just have a drink with him. He seems like an all around, like a man. Here's the positives with Kyo-Yoon Han. He has a positive, like, his aura is off the charts right now. He has this vibe of making me feel good about myself and wanting to conquer my future, which is huge. His wife's a baddie, certified baddie. So you know he can pull tail. That's kind of sick. And just an amazing slogan. Oh yeah, wasn't Don Chip's Keep the Bastards Honest? It's pretty good too. Keep the bastards honest. I love that. Let's look at the cons. Don Chip, yeah, he's a bad boy and stuff. I feel like he's gonna do illegal things. I feel like you would want to like him and really be on his side, but I feel like in the back of your mind, you know that he's doing some kind of crime, which is in a way kind of a positive too for me, maybe. The cons for Kyo-Yoon Han, once again, are strictly this. One, I don't like the giant mole on his nose, okay? That's petty. I also don't think that he could beat Don Chip in a fist fight, if I'm being honest. I don't think he can arm wrestle him. I honestly feel like Kyo-Yoon Han probably couldn't. I don't think he could beat any 9-year-old Australian boy in a fight. That's probably rough to say, but off shooting from the hip, that's what I think. Does he make me want to reach for my future? Yes, but you know who also does that? My mom, okay? Do I think my mom could run the country like Don Chip? No. It's hard saying goodbye to someone you love. Kyo-Yoon Han, through this venture, has made me truly look at my own world. I'm gazing at it. I'm seeing that it was a little less empty without him. And I think conquering my universe is realizing that I need to conquer my content moving forward. I need to take action. And I think by conquering the universe, I think it's meaning electing Don Chip as our official political leader here. I know, but Don Chip, he's got a place in my heart. I'm sorry. Don Chip is the kind of guy stand behind the podium and you'd listen. He'd just tell you how it is. And you'd see him drinking at a bar and you're like, well, yeah, of course, that's Don Chip. And that's the kind of guy that I'm voting for. So my vote for this presidential or political race that we have here in this tournament is Don Chip is my champion. And of all these people, I think Don Chip would probably get my vote. I really hope he's a good politician. We'll just put something here. Hopefully he's a good candidate. We'll see. We'll see. I'm curious to see. People almost always disagree with my picks in the tournaments here. So I am curious to see what you guys think. The rat is getting my vote. Don Chip, you are my hero for today. There you go. Once again, hopefully he was a good selection. I refuse to absolutely look into any of this information. So let me know who you'd vote for, and I will catch you all in the next one. Happy voting, everyone. Bye-bye. Talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? Decisive. Divisive. I had it right the first time. Okay. Versus Conrad. I don't want to be in that. I don't even think I want to know this man. He scares me. But is that a good political avenue?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? As we get deeper into the holiday season, I kind of have had the taste to get some holiday horror, you know? Maybe a little Jack Frost. Remember everybody saw that in the movie stores? Whenever you walk by, it'd make the scary face. I remember I would go down Hollywood Video and I'd walk by the aisle and I'd be like, and I'd like kind of run off. An instant classic is Krampus, and maybe even, what's the one with, it's not Hulk Hogan, is it Goldberg? Silent Night, Deadly Night? Or is it just Deadly Night? Whatever, he plays. It has one of the best intros ever in the rest of the movie is, you know, whatever. But those all kind of came to mind until earlier this year I came across something called The Mean One. I think I saw this like maybe a month after the Winnie the Pooh movie came out, and it's a Grinch horror film. Ah, God, why? Earlier this year, we were doing a lot of horror movie reviews and stuff, but I could not find it, to say the life of me. Wasn't on any streaming platforms, couldn't find it anywhere online, but luckily, I was able to receive a copy from a source. I don't know which source it was. I won't tell on the person that gave me said video, but I was able to see it. Finally, we were able to watch The Mean One, which is essentially, if I had to give you an upfront idea of what The Mean One is, I would say it's like they tried to do Jim Carrey's Grinch as a horror film, but they also wanted to just kind of do the plot of Willy's Wonderland. Is kind of the idea. It's the worst movie I've seen this year, I'll say that. It's not the worst movie ever. We're not gonna go that far, but it is by far the worst movie this year, which this year has been stacked. Right, Nick?
Oh yeah.
This is one of the worst horror films I've personally ever seen. This, unironically, might be one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's also one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. This year has been fucking stacked. I mean, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, the Paul Bunyan horror film, Children of the Corn remake. Holy shit. The Little Mermaid. I would honestly say that the AI-generated Little Mermaid movie was more enjoyable than this. But without further ado, obviously spoiler warnings in case any of you are deranged enough to put this on during your holiday festivities. Don't want to ruin this one for you. But without further ado, I had to watch it, so now you have to listen about it. Let's chat about the mean one. Okay. This movie starts off, and throughout the whole movie, there's like a narrator, which I'm pretty sure they're taking that from the cartoon. Well, I guess it's also in the Jim Carrey Grinch movie too, right? There's a narrator the whole time. It's in this context, it doesn't work at all. It's always kind of random, and you're like, oh shit, why the fuck are we doing that? But I digress, whatever. It starts off, and we get the classic scene of Sidney Lou Who, but in this movie, they call it Sidney You Know Who.
Remember that story about Cindy You Know Who?
And you're like, okay, I immediately know what kind of fucking movie this is gonna be. As soon as they start introducing, like, I mean, it's the name, but it's slightly different, okay? So it's like trying to be cute. And that's another thing with this movie, before I go too much into it, is I don't know how intentional the comedy's supposed to be. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, it's like, obviously it's they're trying to treat it as serious as they can with a horror movie, and it feels like they're doing that here too, but there's so many intentional, haha, this is supposed to be cute funny, that I didn't know if like, oh, are other parts of this movie supposed to be a comedy or a horror? I don't know, but it was bad. It wasn't funny and it wasn't scary, so I don't know. So it starts off with Sidney meeting the Grinch at the beginning, and they kind of establish that this is going to be a different version of the classic tale. It starts off with Sidney giving the Grinch or as she calls him, Santa. But time stops, and then the narrator's like, well, that's probably the story you remember, but it's actually far darker.
But what if I said that's not how it went down?
And we get a nice cut of the mom immediately coming in and just being like, Sidney, watch out, that's a monster! The mom and the Grinch get into a scuffle, a scaff as you were. The mom trips, falls onto a spike. The actress they had for Sidney lets out a very monotone, Monster!
Monster! Monster! Monster!
That's the beginning of our movie. Until we cut to the future, apparently, and Sidney and her dad are driving back to town to just enjoy the holiday season, even though it's like your mom was grisly murdered during the holiday. It's very odd. And we get a lot of weird dynamics between Sidney and her dad. I mean, he's like really, really over the top, and there is a funny line where as they're driving up, Sidney and her dad are singing, and like they're laughing because they finished a song, because apparently that's funny. And she lets out a sigh, and the dad immediately says, are you okay? Because I can turn around right now.
You're gonna be okay? Because we can turn around right now.
Which, don't really know what elicited that response, but she's like, nah, it's fine, it's whatever. And then this is where we start getting, okay, now we're getting into extremely schlocky, low budget, new, like, bad director kind of filmmaker vibes, when there's some shots that are snowy, and then there's some shots that are like, this is just Southern California or Northern California. I want to say that their home is probably in Northern California. That's kind of what it feels like. But absolutely rock hard for Sidney. He is flustered. He's like, what's your name? And she's like, oh God, Dad. And the dad's like, I wish you would get in here and fuck my daughter. Would you climb through this window and fuck my daughter? She's like, Dad. She looks at the cop and she's like, if I skinned my dad alive and cut off his cock and killed him and shot him in the back of the head, would you help me with that? And he's like, well, I'm sorry, I gotta go. And the cop just leaves. But we started to notice that during this interaction, the movie is like extremely quiet. Dad immediately sprints in. What's wrong? Except this time he's holding a bat. And in this part where he's like trying to like console her and he's like, oh, it's okay. The actor to the actress was just extremely kissy. Like to the point where I'm like, maybe if it was like your younger daughter and you're trying to be affectionate, you'd be like, it's okay. And like kiss her head, and do whatever. He kisses her head, her hand, and then her shoulder. At what point I'm like, am I on the hub? I feel like this is the beginning of like an intro to the hub, if you know what I'm talking about. They go into the coffee shop the next day where they're sitting down. We get introduced to the mayor, who her name is Mayor McBean, which is coincidental because I was like, isn't that the name of a Dr. Seuss character? And we were like, oh yeah, well that's probably a coincidence, but it gets so much worse. Essentially, the handsome sheriff that Sidney wants to fuck is there as well. He comes up. There's a guy that they've obviously, like a younger actor that they've tried to age. He kind of looks like Negan from The Walking Dead. He comes up and she's like, oh, hi, Sheriff. And he's like, you remember me? And you're like, oh, so this is her like thinking that she's gone crazy. And it's like, oh no, literally the next day she's just still in the hospital. And it's like, so was she, how long she been in there? Because they kind of just let her out, which is weird because of every character in the movie so far has been like, yeah, Sydney, she's fucking crazy. It's like Michael Myers. It's like a young kid kills a family member, comes back and kills more people. It kind of reads like that to where it's, I feel like they would be more alarmed, like, oh, well, this person has been around, their mom died, now they coincidentally come back, and then now their dad is dead. I guess we'll just let her go. Mayor McBean shows up and she gives Sydney some flowers and she's like, hey, nice to see you're awake, psycho. She's like, I'm not a psychopath, the monster's out there, please. And then basically the Christmas killer's back. You know, we get some of that stuff. The voice narrator says something again. It's so, I can't fucking remember. It's like, it's just so fucking bad.
The last of her love had been stolen away.
Gooning with the boys does not make you gay.
Sydney is taken home by the deputy, and you can definitely tell that the deputy, I mean, his dick is rubbing against the zipper of those pants real bad. I mean, he is bricked the fuck up. She's like, I'm not crazy, I saw a green monster head fur, okay? He's also like, I think he's super new to the Force too, and he's just like, I don't care. I want some crazy head. I want some crazy lady pussy, like, bad. Did I mention I'm Jewish?
Proudly Jewish.
The mayor goes to the sheriff to tell him that they can't go through another Christmas killer thing again. It's bad for the MO in this small town. We can't keep having all these Christmas killers, Sheriff. I'm a 33 millennial mayor, all right? I have to get reelected my entire life. I get paid $12,000 a year to be mayor of this town. And she does like a very sassy Karen thing as she walks away. She's like, okay, sweetie, all right. You can tell that, I don't know. She's a bitch. We cut to Sydney's house where she's inside cleaning her dad's blood off the floor, which we'll do a fact check now, but I'm almost positive that like the forensics keeps it there to take photos, but I'm pretty sure someone like cleans it up. Like they get someone to come and clean it up for you. I don't think they're like, that's a bummer. There's the blood. We shouldn't have left it that long, but we did. Sorry, man, for real. But Sydney luckily says, I'm tired of cleaning daddy's blood. I want to go for a hike. She goes up the hike of the mountain and she starts drinking some of the Jewish tea that the deputy gave her, and she looks like she's really content. It kind of almost, she's like has the composure that she's just like, I'm totally fine with my dad being dead. But luckily enough, while she's taking some pictures of people kissing under a mistletoe on the mountain, like, that's a weird place to do it, but okay. There's the Grinch, and he starts attacking them with his claws. And we get one of the funniest scenes of the movie where Sydney runs up the hill, turns around, and there's the Grinch's face. They're definitely doing a Jim Carrey Grinch. It's becoming very, very clear. And then we get probably the funniest scene in the movie where she takes a bunch of rocks, and she's throwing it at the Grinch, and she's hitting him every time in the face. And she just keeps screaming, "You're real." And I don't know if this is supposed to be funny. You would think like maybe after one you kind of cut it quits, maybe two. So many rocks are thrown. It's an obnoxious amount of rocks. So the Grinch runs off. The paramedics are there now. Sydney's in a big hissy because she saw the thing she saw when she was 6 years old. She's definitely not insane. She definitely didn't go up to the hills and assault these people. I promise you. But you know, the paramedics are like, who did this to you? She's like, well, I don't know. My glasses fell off. I couldn't get a good look at them. Which is like, I'm pretty sure even if you had your glasses off, you could see a giant green furred man in a red Santa Claus suit. It might be blurry, but you'd probably be like, it was like a red Santa Claus suit with a fur guy. Whatever. That's just what I would think. So it's out of our jurisdiction, which it's pretty funny. He's like, what the heck is this? What is this? Sasquatch? What is this? He says something else. He's like, is this a cowboy?
Hellboy? Bigfoot?
Pretty sure he says this is a cowboy. And I'm like, what? No, it's just monster. Look at it. Sydney puts up flyers of blurry images, which is just stupid. I mean, like when you look at the flyers, it's like, have you seen this man? Green fur and claws. And it's the blurriest compressed fucking JPEG you've ever seen in your life. And that's when we cut to, which once again, the edit makes it look like we're cutting back, or like it's like a flashback, but no, we're just cutting to a group of Santa Clauses on a party bus who are driving into town. But the edit makes it look like a flashback. It's so fucking weird. The group of Santa Clauses that are in something called SantaCon. Jesus Christ. It's cute and hilarious when one of them tries assaulting the waitress. Really funny. Because usually when horror movies do this, they're setting it up to where the bad guy gets his comeuppings. He slips off to the back while all of his friends are laughing, and I think that he's gonna go grape the waitress, and she just elbows him in the face and she just, sorry.
And it's like, wasn't he about to just like skip it up, assault you? I feel like you should probably be a little more, I don't know, not as like, I'm a bad bitch. You know, I would be like, I'm gonna kill you with a fucking frying pan. But luckily the Grinch comes in and we really get to see this guy, whoever the Grinch actor is. He has a little candy cane, he's doing a twirl, and he bashes one of the Santa's heads in. He's very Jim Carrey here. And all hell breaks loose. I mean, he's beating people up. It's total pandemonium in the bar, which you wouldn't really know because there's no music really at all. So it feels very silent, and like I feel like they just forgot to add sound effects in. Like, it feels so empty. There is a funny part though where it's once again a terrible edit, but the Grinch jumps up and he immediately lands down and it's just like a wig that has like some cherry pie filling on the floor. That was pretty funny. He stabs an inflatable tree, puts someone in a meat grinder, and he just beats the shit out of people. So the waitress who hit the guy on the head, the Grinch like drug his body into the freezer. So I don't know why they had to make the SantaCon people just like, I don't know. It's like, it felt like a biker gang, like a movie, you know what I mean? Like when it's like, oh, the biker gang comes in, they're like, we're not paying for anything, fucker. You know, go get us a beer. You sweet tits. Yeah. Let me see that pussy. I want to see that Cyclops eye between your legs. They were just people dressed up as Santa. Just felt weird. Whatever. Also in this movie, they reused the same B-roll of like clouds passing by the moon, but it's on like 12 frames a second. It looks really like, maybe even 8 frames. I mean, it looks like really jagged. Like almost like the render got fucked up, but they keep reusing it. It's gonna make me laugh a little bit. At Sydney's house, the Grinch comes and turns her lights off. Someone breaks in and it turns out it's not the Grinch. It's the old man who was drinking the whiskey in the truck. Remember him from a while ago? You don't? I barely did too. Sydney punches him in the face and he does like a creepy line. He's like, you gotta punch harder than that if you're gonna beat up the Grinch.
You're gonna have to learn to hit harder than that.
It's like, okay, what? They go to Horton's to get a drink. You just kind of see what's happening. By now we're like, oh God, he's gonna keep putting in all of these Dr. Seuss references. McBean, Hortons, it gets so much worse. The local whiskey fat old man drunk shows a drawing to Sydney, which looks like a pencil drawing that a 3rd grader would do at school, which is fine because it's not, he's a professional artist, but it's just funny because he just carries it around with him. What does that monster look like? Well, let me show you. And he pulls out this drawing. And then she's like, well, what am I seeing? What's his name? And he's like, they call him the Grinch. And as he says it, the waitress or the bartender is like,
Finch! Order from Mike Finch!
It's a really clever way to get around copyright. But then the drunk guy is like,
but to me, he's just the mean one.
Wink! Wink! It's the name of the movie! We get exposition about the lumberjack, how the mean one hates anything Christmas, how he doesn't like the mean one because his wife was mailing. This is kind of funny. This is like just such a stupid backstory. He's like, my wife was mailing Christmas packages to our cousin in Florida. It's like, okay. I feel... Our cousin in Florida. So we had to mail him the gifts because he lives in Florida. And listen, Sydney, you dumb bitch. That's a local drunk. Please, for the love of God, leave me alone. She's like, I'm not going to. And even the deputy who wants to fuck her real bad, he's like, I mean, come on, Sheriff. She has another eyewitness here. So Sydney keeps manipulating and gaslighting him, really promising her strange to him. She's like, so I guess you're not going to do anything, I guess. He's like, well, I mean, it's out of my jurisdiction, but I'll see what I can do. So we cut to the next scene of him going up into the hills, and he just very easily finds the Grinches. He's picking them up like a little bread trail or something like that. There's a sheet over something. He lifts it up. It's a dead body. The Grinch comes in. He has a really mishap with this little toy, and it's a big spooky scene. He leaves the cave after seeing this dead body, the Grinch doing his Jim Carrey impressions, and he runs into the drunk guy who has a gun, or he's getting ready to go into the cave and I guess kill the Grinch. And he's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And he doesn't immediately just say, oh my God, I just saw a dead body. They have like a weird back and forth, and then the drunk guy's just like, well, I guess you just saw what the mean one's about. And he just once again reassure you that he's a drunk. It's like, we already have that. But they don't go in and do anything. They both have guns. Go shoot him. He's right there. Whatever. Oh yeah, and that's also when we find out that his name, the drunk guy's name is Zeus. But people just call him Doc. People just call him Doc. Dr. Seuss, do you get it?
Matthias Zeus.
Zeus?
Well, everybody calls me Doc.
Holy shit, it's so stupid. Oh my god. So the deputy and Sydney meet up and he tells her that I think something is going on. Even though you saw a dead body. Yeah, no shit, you know something's going on. I think something weird's going on. It's like, didn't you just see a decaying body and a bunch of fucking weird wallets in a cave? Yeah, no shit, dude. Go back to your boss. Holy shit. Sydney takes a shower and the deputy comes in and starts fucking her, but they both get hit by the Grinch again or get attacked by him. Once again, just propping up another like dream sequence. It's like, it feels like it's doing a callback to like Nightmare on Elm Street or something. It's giving that vibe. And also just to say this as well, it feels like the Grinch is trying to do like an Art the Clown thing from Terrifier, but without any of the actual gore or any of the charisma from the actor and like the ambiance of music. It falls so flat and it just seems like somebody doing like a Hollywood Walk of Fame Jim Carrey Grinch impression, and it's really fucking stupid. And that's another problem too with this film, is just like, no, so far all of these kills, you don't see any of it. It just cuts to like off screen, bam, and then like the result of the death afterwards, which is just the worst. It's the worst when you do that in a slasher, dude. But luckily it was just a dream. She wakes up and the narrator starts being like, she can't tell the dreams from reality.
Nightmares made it hard to know what's real and what's fake.
And it just feels like, well, no shit, dude, I just saw that. Like, are you trying to say us? Are you trying to say that, like, we can't start to discern that from reality? Are we doing, like, a weird dream sequence? Like, is this real? I don't know. It was just confusing. We get a cringe montage of as she learns kung fu and how to shoot a gun really well in this montage, which there's no perception of time, so you have to assume that it's all in one day, so she did this in about, like, probably 4 to 6 hours. Pretty sweet training session. Doc grabs a bottle of Geisel whiskey and really is sure to turn the bottle around so you know what it is, which if you don't know, that's Dr. Seuss's actual last name. These Easter eggs are so sick! Oh god. Doc leaves and he gets arrested for drunk driving, but we cut to a diner, and at the diner, it's called Egg Heaven. It's in green font, green eggs and ham. Have you ever heard of that? Inside, the diner owner is mad because he got Jingle Bells in the mail and not the bell peppers that he ordered, which why a food company would get that mixed up, I don't really know, but it happened. And because of that, you know, the Grinch gets mad because there's some Christmas stuff and we get another death. He hacks away at his body, but it's like Spirit Halloween prosthetics and they're already cut, so he's just like slamming down on already cut objects and it just looks very obvious. It was bad. I don't know. I'm just telling you. Which also, they're trying to incorporate some of Jim Carreyisms from the Grinch. They keep trying to do that in there, and it just doesn't work. One, because like he's so quiet. The only thing that you ever hear from the Grinch is he just does.
So you can get 1 giggle for $10. There you go.
Which I guess the Grinch does that in the original film. I don't know. The sheriff, he's like, I'm trying to help you get rid of a monster. The sheriff walks away and he gets in an argument with the mayor, which that's when you find out that the mayor was once her deputy. She was a deputy to him at one point, and they know some kind of dark secret, and I think that this is when they reveal that they know there's a monster in town, which is very parallel to Willy's Wonderland and that sheriff too. So it feels like just kind of like, oh, well, they did that, so I guess we will too. But at least in this movie, the mayor says an extremely cringy line. She says,
"If I burn, I'm pulling you into the pyre."
Sick. Sydney's sitting there contemplating how she's gonna beat the Grinch from the drawing she got from the doc, looking at his chest, and she's like, are his shoes too tight? His heart is probably 2 times too small. By this point in the film, they are really committing extremely hard to making Sydney look like prime Ronda Rousey. Looks just like her. They're like, that's how the viewer knows that she's a fucking bad bitch now, for real. And the deputy comes in with his laptop talking to Ronda Rousey, and he's just like, listen, I cross-checked these walls I found in the cave, and all of them are hikers, which it's all like photoshopped images, and he looks on their Facebooks, and there's just the Grinch photoshopped in the background of each one of them. And it's like, because this town, which is called Newsville instead of Whoville, oh god, has a website that's like, come hike here, and the domain is owned by the mayor. And he's like, the mayor's in on it. She wants people to go up to the mountains to get killed by the Grinch so he doesn't come down here, I guess? Which, I thought that he only prized on people who do Christmas stuff, so she's saying in the website, like, go do Christmas stuff up in the mountains or whatever. It once again feels like a parallel between Willy's Wonderland, where it's like, oh, go clean up the pizzeria. But at least in Willy's Wonderland, Wonderland, it's like, it's to feed them so they don't break out and kill other people. It doesn't have like a Christmas correlation thing of whatever. I saw your boyfriend up there going to the mountain to kill the Grinch. And then it has like this weird moment where she's like, oh my God, did he say that we were boyfriend and girlfriend? It's one of those things where I'm like, what is this movie? Are you trying to be cutesy and funny, or are you trying to be a horror film? Stay in your lane! My God! The deputy goes up to kill the Grinch. The deputy is singing like Christmas songs, but doesn't know him because he's Jewish. And he does, you know, some funny renditions of that until he just sings the dreidel song, which that's when we hear the Grinch. And if we can ever hear the Grinch in this movie, I'm pretty sure they just use stock bear sounds. So it just sounds like, You'd be really scary if it was just Jim Carrey sound bites. Somebody stop me! But the deputy gets his leg stuck in a bear trap. Ooh! The Grinch has a mistletoe and does a kissy face to him. Very, very funny. And then he gets lit up by the sheriff and then runs off. The sheriff like shoots him like 4 times and he's just like, "Rrr!" And it looks like it doesn't really affect him, but the amount of blood that comes out of his mouth, I'm like, this creature is dying right now. But no, he just runs off. The sheriff basically opens up the bear trap. He's just like, you'll be fine, kid. I'm gonna go kill this Grinch. He starts singing Christmas carols as well, and they tried doing a Saw shout out. Kind of like the scene in the first Saw movie where the guy takes a picture to illuminate the dark room. He does that with a gun, except it's just like, it looks like I'm doing a lot of references right now because I really want to piece together how I'm absorbing this film. So he's shooting in this cave to light up the room like in Saw, but the Grinch is dodging the bullets, kind of like the Emperor fight scene at the end of Chronicles of the Riddick, if you've ever seen that movie before in your life. The way he's moving. Needless to say, the sheriff dies. Uh-oh. And once again, they meet right outside the cave. Every time we go outside the cave, they're always just right out front, which makes me think that like they could only shoot in a certain vicinity outside. They couldn't show too much of the forest because there was like, I don't know, corporate buildings or something like right there. They're immediately right there and they're just like, we gotta get the hell out of here. So they drop off the Jewish guy who basically tells Sydney, he's like, it has to be you, baby. Please, for the love of God, let me lick the tip. Please, Rhonda. Take me to prom, Rhonda. Sydney goes back and she is luring the Grinch in. She turns on all of her Christmas lights and now it's real, dude. She says, it's time to roast this beast.
Time to roast this beast.
The Grinch carved the roast beast.
We cut to her in her house. She's sleeping. The Grinch sneaks in. She says some fucking cringe line and kicks him in the chest. And then that's when the Grinch like turns around and there's 2 laser pointers and he's getting sniped and the doc is shooting him, but there's no laser sight on his gun. He just is just shooting him. They can't find him, and Sydney has all of her guns are Christmas themed. Like she has like a candy cane shotgun, which if this was like a cheesy, fun, schlocky action movie, maybe that could be fun. But here it's just like, you took time to paint that. It just feels weird. The doc ends up getting attacked. Also, the Grinch gets shot like 6 times again. He's been just getting lit the fuck up. I mean, he's borderline immortal, invincible here, okay? The Grinch attacks Doc, which is kind of funny. He does like, please, no! Please don't do this, no!
Julie!
Sydney tries to attack him again, tries shooting him, but the Grinch does meh and runs off. Doc scolds Sydney. He's like, Rhonda, get your ass back inside and stick to the fucking plan. We go back inside. The Grinch and Sydney have the douchiest action scene of all time. They do like a little punching scuffle, like it's like a weird whatever. She takes that globe that we saw earlier and throws it in his face and it explodes. She then lifts up a rug in our living room and then lights, I'm guessing like Christmas decorations that lead to the Christmas tree, and it explodes. She had her tree rigged to explode. I don't know. I was like, what? Basically, after this, Sydney jumps on top of the Grinch. She's getting ready to stab him until she sees that he still has the necklace that she gave him at the beginning of the movie. And she's like, you get this? And he's like, and then she forgives him because towards the middle of the movie, or whenever the Jewish guy meets up with him, or whenever the deputy is talking to her the first time, he's like, you gotta learn to forgive. So then she just lets him forgive, but by doing so, his heart gets 2 sizes too big and it explodes. And he says, go away! Run! Go! He does like a scene from The Hurt Locker and rolls himself over and fucking explodes. so she won't die. So then the Grinch dies. And then it cuts to like some weird stock footage commercials where it's like brings all this tourist traffic to Newsville. Basically, the movie ends where it's like, oh, you brought all this infrastructure even though the Grinch is dead. People want to go hiking and hopefully see the Grinch. And then the deputy and Ronda Rousey make out. And then the narrator's like, oh, all is well until next year. But it's like, is there more than one Grinch?
And so ends our story with holiday cheer. And they all lived happily ever after, at least till next year.
So I'm guessing they're gonna set up for multiple Grinches, or did the Grinch survive, but he's still mad even though he tried saving Sydney there? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And also, if I was Doc, I'd be fucking mad that Sydney didn't stab him in the fucking face 3 times. And also, just because the Grinch, like, people were mean to him or called him a monster, it doesn't give him the right to go and murder, like, I mean, how many fucking people? Like, over 20 people? Oh, someone called you ugly, dude. Big fucking deal. It's like trying to be like, oh, well, you know, people were rude to him first. It's like, no. It doesn't justify anything. They should have just fucking put this animal down because it's rabid. It's absolutely fucking rabid. But lo and behold, this movie, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would not recommend it. I would, not even as a funny watch. This is a warning to anybody. Please do not watch this movie. It wasn't even like, oh God, it's so boring. So unbelievably boring. If you're gonna watch a Christmas horror movie, watch Krampus. Krampus fucking rules. Can we say that? I'm gonna say that. I want to put that out there. Krampus fucking rules. So does, I mean, Jack Frost is kind of shitty, but at least it's fun. That's a fun Christmas horror film. The beginning scene to Silent Night, Deadly Night is awesome. We should play a little bit of it here. That's the peak of the movie, though. So if you think the whole thing is like that, it's not. I'm just gonna put that out there. But anyways, that's The Mean One, the new Christmas horror movie for this year. So just wanted to sit down and talk about it and let you know to please avoid it if you can. Run away from it. It's not good. Watch Krampus. Krampus is a good one. I'd even recommend Ginger Dead Man over this movie. I don't think that movie's like awesome, but you know, Gary Busey voices the cookie. Do I need to say more, right? But that's all I got for you today. See you in the next one.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're gonna talk about women. I love women. Like I like the new merch that we have. Look at this. You know why I love women? Because they read smutty books like this. Remember this? Got the nice Book of Evil, Book of Smut. You got icebreakers up there. You got Thorn of whatever and fucking condolences and all that stuff. But today we're talking about women. Nowadays, women have more freedom than ever before. You know what? I'm gonna stand by it. Gone are the days of wives being confined to strict and narrow expectations of the nuclear family, right? Everyone just shake your head in unison. And this is an amazing thing, ladies and gentlemen, as most men see marriage as an equal partnership where both of them have equal say in how to navigate life together. Yeah. Back in the day, however, relationships had a strange hierarchy to them, where the man was the head of the household. He brought home the money, while the woman tended to the housework and watched the kids. How the good times are gone, right, Nick? Strangely enough, many men have grown to miss these old school traditions. They believe that this was the way things were meant to be. You think that most women would detest going back to this era of powerlessness, right? But no, you may be surprised to find out that there is a growing community of women that openly promote and glamorize the traditional lifestyle. And these people, these fucking cockroaches, are referred to as trad wives. Or traditional wives. There are a lot of strange characters on this side of the internet, so let's dive right in.
Yes, even Margie found that she could learn to cook.
What's wrong with being a trad wife?
Dude, you know what? If a woman wants to fucking cook and clean and stop that yapping, who am I to say no? Wish my wife was a trad wife.
Hunter, she can hear
If
you.
I say it loud enough, I hope she does hear it.
Hope my wife was a trad wife.
And just broke my wrist. Just kidding. Can you imagine that? But first, where did this resurgence come from, right? Why are people fucking being Marty McFly and wanting to go back in time to that, you know, era? If you had the machine, would you fuck your mom from the past?
What?
No. Exactly. See, exactly. He did this. That's how I know it's real. You gave me a little Tom and Jerry.
She watches these videos.
What watches these videos. This is Nick's mom. He says a lot of crazy things when you're not looking. Many believe that the trad wife aesthetic is linked to the girl bossification of feminism in the mid-2010s, emphasizing female empowerment. Women were encouraged to climb up the corporate ladder and make a name for themselves without depending on men. Over time, there became a romanticized depiction of the earlier era, where on the surface, everything seemed much more simple. Of course, back then it was much more doable for one man to make enough money to purchase a house and provide for the entire family, right? Those days are gone, all right? Working at a glue factory at the age of 18 and be able to buy a house, that's gone. That's not coming back, right?
What? Really?
Exactly. You're being like, we're a Crayola family. We do nothing but make crayons. That's gone. We don't do that anymore. Wipe all the liberal tears. Women that yearned for this era had begun making content where they showed off their traditional lifestyle. Visually, they would dress straight out of the 50s, cook food from scratch, clean their home, and push their traditional ideals.
Barefoot and pregnant.
Barefoot and pregnant. Want that bumper sticker. Ironically, most of the trad wife influencers we're going to be talking about today are making tons of money off their content. Not so trad after all. IMO, TTYL, G2G.
You gotta make money somehow as a trad wife.
Somehow. It's definitely not OnlyFans.
Only trads.
Only trads. Why is that not a thing, dude? Only trads. It's just like fucking cooking recipes and shit. But they're topless. There's all over them. You gotta cut that part. These are one of many reasons that people view trad wife content as a completely unrealistic, fetishized depiction of the era. One that caters to the male fantasy of control and submission. I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we all hate it. Right, Jacob?
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
He said yeah.
Yeah.
Now, to get a better idea of some of these trad wives in action, we're gonna take a look at 3 of the most prominent trad wife influencers. Just so I can get a little peek. That's not bad. Just so I can wrap my head around it. That could also probably be taken in a different light, huh? Wrap my head around it.
Oh, something's getting wrapped
I just want to have a look.
Let's see what's going on.
Let's see what's happening with SDC Williams, who is a 26-year-old trad wife TikToker that posts videos of her cooking and cleaning with a heavily 50s aesthetic.
God, she looks like Marilyn Monroe.
I'll tell you, I'm glad we're not going back to that time music. They probably listen to Christmas music just all year, right?
I like the 50s Fallout aesthetic.
That's all. It always comes back to that, doesn't it?
It's like New Vegas. Is it like New Vegas?
Anything and everything.
You like my car?
Yeah, it's a nice car.
Yeah, it reminds me of New Vegas.
Like it's a Chevy Volt.
Yeah, it's like New Vegas.
Anyways, she's married to a man named Connor. And apparently, the two of them spent several hours on their first date bonding over the idea of traditional marriage. I gotta say, that's a strong first date conversation. How you doing? I'm Connor. I love traditional marriages.
Oh my God, me too.
You want to sit here for 2 hours and talk about it?
Yeah.
Does this feel a bit weird? You're gonna wear a dress? I planned on it. Okay, good. Guess I shouldn't accuse him of being a wife beater. I'm not trying to. That's not what I'm saying. According to a segment they had on Dr. Phil, because yes, they went on Dr. Phil, Connor believes that men are born to be leaders.
Amen, brother.
Hey, Connor, you know what? Semper Fi, brother. You're fucking right. Hell yeah. Sometimes she'll post videos about the things that the two of them practice in their marriage. And among them, she explains that 1, her husband always gets the final say.
What's wrong with that?
How do I implement this in my life, dude? 2, neither of them have opposite sex friendships, as it opens the door to potential affairs. Fair.
I don't want my girl hanging out with other men.
Yeah, dude. Last time my girl hung out with, so Allison has the guy that comes over.
Yeah.
But I have my Steam Deck. I go in the other room. It's totally fine. Actually, I just got this PS2 thing. I'll tell you about it later. Okay. And lastly, she submits and serves her husband the way it is explained in the Bible. Bible, my bad. Also, I want to say so far, who cares? If you want your husband to get the final say, who gives a Listen, guys, I'm a fucking little pussy whipped hound. You think I can never overpower anything with Allison? No, dude. I'm a cuck.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Online, people have theorized that this is all a facade, an attempt to grow a platform by catering content to conservative men, which let me tell you, dollar bills.
right?
Nothing wrong with any of this, really.
What? Let me ask you this realistically. Do you think that any of that's wrong?
As long as no one's getting beaten.
Yeah, if it was somewhere she's just like, man, he could slap me around and I can't say anything about it, sweetie. Just no bruises on the eyes this time. Like that, I'd be like, well, what are we doing?
Unless she likes being beaten.
Bruh. I don't even know in a world where I'm like, do we... Even then, I don't... let's say I'm passing her at a grocery store. Oh my God, are you okay? No, I wanted this. I'd be like...
Well, what if it's a, you know, a bed thing?
To punch somebody in the face?
Well, rough.
Listen,
love.
hey, I get it, dude. Rough hanky-panky. I get it. But I'm saying, punch in the face, fat lip. He's a great lover. Eyes swollen shut, look like fucking Rocky. Cut it! Cut it! You have to cut it so she can see. Adrian!
As long as it's consensual, man.
Okay. You know what? More power to you. I'm not trying to shame anybody. I'm just saying. Listen, we're just putting it out there. Throwing it out, seeing what comes back. I don't know.
I think it's empowering to give the woman the option if they want this type of...
If she wants me to beat the shit out of them. That's big of you, dude. You want me to beat the hell out of you? While some creators have been incredibly successful at delivering the traditional aesthetic in a way that many can buy into, others, however, are grifters that are less subtle. Much like Lily Gaddis, the most aggressive trad wife.
Is that self-proclaimed aggressive?
I hope it is. Lily Gaddis is a self-described trad wife who went viral after posting a TikTok rant, cooking a meal while complaining about how certain guys falsely claim that women are gold diggers.
I couldn't care less about your fucking money, okay?
And in the video, she casually drops the N-bomb. She says, I don't know if it's because you get your information from street interviews and, like, Miami, you're getting the opinion of some dumb whores and immigrants fresh off the boat looking for a green card. Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass
men.
Men. I can't say the word, nor have I ever. Which I will say, compared to the last one, listen, there's a thing about, like, if you want to dress up like you're from 1955 and be like, I just want to stay home and cook and clean and I love my husband and I respect, like, I serve him. You can even be like, I can even go that far, I serve him. More power to you.
It's
right?
cosplaying.
That rant right there, I'm gonna say no shot on that one, all right? You know, that's a little something.
So you're an unashamed racist?
Correct.
Picture this. You're home alone when suddenly the worst happens. You have no one to run to, no one to yell to. You're all alone. This could have been easily avoided with the Meat Canyon Patreon.
To reveal her ideal man, which is
broke mechanics and surfer hippie dudes who just want to live in a shack and surf and have babies.
It's the ideal man.
Not materialistic. She's
Not
like the
materialistic. If anything, less materials the better. Broke mechanic. Yeah, he has nothing. He's good with his hands. Oh. He knows how to fix things. Huh? People in the comments were quick to make fun of the insane amount of seasoning she was aimlessly dumping onto her dish, while others pointed out that she had just used multiple stereotypes in a video about hurtful female stereotypes. Which I want to say this, how dare they? How dare they just throw out that she's just throwing on random seasonings, dude?
Yeah, it's her dish.
The white cuisine is full of flavor, as we know, right? Show a picture of a nice white cuisine. I feel so racially charged as being like a white dish, doesn't it?
A little.
What are the whites cooking? That's a honky dish if I've ever seen one. Does the honk meme, does that do anything for you? You don't like it?
It reminds me of Goose.
Are you drunk? What kind of response? Reminds me of Goose. What's that clear liquid you're drinking? Swatter. Reminds me of Goose. It reminds me of the trash bird. After this video blew up, she ended up losing her job, which is to be expected, seeing as the company she worked for is operated by a black woman. And she said,
married to broke ass.
Bleep it. Losing her job didn't matter at this point because she decided to fully embrace her extreme character, and the audience that she garnered really took a liking to it. She started to blame her firing on the woke mob. Not a bad mob to point fingers at. even making a fake apology video doubling down on her original statements. Roll that clip.
All the backlash just really made me just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that, I still couldn't find a care.
Cute. She began appearing on interviews on platforms like InfoWar and started a social media career parading herself as a free speech activist. Nowadays, while her Twitter sits at 230,000 followers, her actual content has dwindled in views severely. Oh my God.
She's not hip. She fell off.
Dude, you know what I would do? Double down even more.
That's what you gotta do. Call out again.
Call out again. And then also with the trad wife's lifestyle, I'm saying go like a Little House on the Prairie with it. I'm hiring a guy to record me from the woods. You just see her like out there like cutting wood and shit, making pies in the middle of nowhere. That'd be kind of cool.
You put a bunch of trail cams.
Yeah, she looks like a deer and like the night vision.
Churning butter.
Yeah. Yeah, here's a twig snap. But now let's talk about one of the most successful trad wife influencers, Nara Smith. Nara Smith is an influencer with over 11 million TikTok followers. Okay? 11 mil. More than me. More than a lot of people. More than most, Nick. She's a 23-year-old woman who makes content primarily focused around cooking food from scratch for her family, typically with soothing ASMR-like voice.
I started by combining some almond flour, maple syrup, coconut oil, and some tapioca flour.
Seems just like a cooking person. Is this a trad wife? Really?
Yeah.
Her creations can range from simple things like pizza or tuna sandwiches to more bizarre ones like bubblegum and sunscreen.
So this is the thing, people criticize her, where it's just like, I think it took her like 12 hours to make bubblegum or something.
So? There's Hubba Bubba down at the store. Why make it if it's going to take 12 hours?
It's more of who has the time, unless you know.
The trad wives. That's the appeal. And you know, I think a lot of these fucking lazy bums are like, even if I had 12 hours, I'm not making that with fucking bubble gum, dude. And I bet you anything the bubble gum tastes like shit, but you know what? They made it from scratch. So therefore, you're like, I'm powering through. Hubba Bubba can suck my dick. But I will still be buying juicy fruit. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I like the gum.
Oh.
What's the zebra gum?
You do not tell me you like fruit stripe gum, dude. Fruit stripe gum has flavor for like 2 seconds and then it's fucking gone. I like that one, and it hurts my jaw after a while. Off. Both Nara and her husband, 26-year-old Lucky Blue Smith, are models. They got married after only 6 months, and now Nara has had 3 children. Oddly named, which is kind of rude to say, oddly named. They're freaks, Rumble Honey, Slim Easy, and Whimsy Lou, giving birth for the first time at only 18 years old. And you know what? When I said a Little House on the Prairie, I meant it. As long as we don't go back to where like 46-year-old guys are just like, you're my 12-year-old bride. Like that Wife's Kid You Know deal. You are my child bride. You remember that one?
No, I haven't seen that one.
It's so good. It's like songs of old.
You are my child bride.
Shout out Trevor Moore. Big dogs up in heaven. Miss you, Trevor. Lucky also had a daughter from a previous relationship named Gravity Blue. Why does any of this feel relevant? Are we just making fun of our children?
Yeah.
I just want to say, Nick, who wrote the hurtful. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna put that on you. Whatever. I'm not here to make fun of the kids. I think we're just saying it's kind of odd. I think that it's just setting up precedents to be like, she's making bubblegum for 12 hours and she's naming kids Gravity Blue and Whimsy Lou and Tammy Tim. We're getting a full picture here, all right? You name whatever I was thinking about naming my son when we have one. His name Cotton.
Oh, like King of the Hill.
Cotton Hancock. That's what we were thinking. My wife wanted to name our daughter Billy, AKA, do we live on a plantation? I'm not sure. We might. Who knows? Okay. I'm gonna take him down the bayou so he has a French Southern accent. Ooh, it is hotter than molasses. It's hotter than the devil's tank down here. The sweat rolling down my back like molasses. You can just choose to leave that in or cut that out. I don't think that really adds anything to the video, but please, who's editing this?
I give it to Jono.
Yeah. Come on, buddy. Throw me a bone here, buddy. While her content gives off the trad wife aesthetic, she does not often promote the same 1950s style gender roles and has clarified to reporters that she considers herself a working mother. So that's what I mean. Can a fucking person not make 12-hour bubblegum? Is she really a trad wife? She's a model who likes to make 12-hour bubblegum and she names her fucking kids after Oompa Loompas. I don't think that's like a big problem. Does that make you a trad wife? I don't think it does. You know what? Throw that up on one of the Papa Meats Oopsie Daisies. Right? We just picked up a fucking bouquet of Oopsie Daisies. That's what we plucked, dude. Way to fucking go. Put that one on us. God forbid a person gets into baking and wants 12-hour bubblegum. You spend your time however the fuck you want. That's what I gotta say. What the hell are we doing?
As far as this content goes, Nara is pretty innocent. Yeah. It's bubblegum. Let's talk about a tradwife creator that's had a more turbulent history. Hannah Nealman, who's a TikToker with over 9 million followers who makes videos showcasing her homemaking and cooking abilities alongside her 8 children. And she's squirting them out. I wonder after how many children do they just start falling out? I'm pregnant. Oh, water broke. There it goes with it. On the ground.
4.
I think after 4 kids, it's just done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because after a while, I'm like, ain't no way fucking Kegels are gonna do anything, right? You've had 12 kids? Yeah. You should do Kegels. What's the point? Looks like an Arby's beef and cheddar down there. It is just a hot mess is what it is. She also runs a 328-acre farm with her husband known as Ballerina Farm. The name comes from her history as an experienced ballerina, having trained at Juilliard, a prestige performing arts school in New York City. That's also in Whiplash. That's where he drums. Juilliard.
That's where Adam Driver went.
That's where Adam Driver went. I feel like once again, we're getting ready to walk into a trap of this. This has nothing to do with trad life stuff. Okay. Her husband, Daniel, met her at the age of 23 at a basketball game. Who cares? He wanted to get married to her from day one, but their first date came 6 months later. What the f does that even mean? Cut that. Who cares? Hannah was engaged after only 1 month and then married the following month. 2 months in total. And pregnant the month after. That's a fucking crazy 3-month stretch. Many people believe that Hannah's life is much sadder than the way it's portrayed on her TikTok. An article from the Times seems to tell the story of a talented dancer that had to throw away her promising future very abruptly, bringing Hannah's agency in the marriage into question. The claims that Hannah was unhappy were also exacerbated by a particular video where she was given an underwhelming gift by her husband. What are we doing here? What is this? Are we a fucking People magazine? Who cares? She gave up ballet, moved to Brazil so Daniel could work for his father's security company, and soon enough, they had 3 children. The horror. Hannah admitted to reporters that out of the 8 times she gave birth, she only used an epidural 1 of them because Daniel happened to be absent that day for work-related reasons. that is kind of fucked up. The one day he's gone, she's just like, please numb me up. While they are a Mormon couple that takes part in the traditional gender roles, they don't seem to identify with the trad wife label. Of course they don't. What? Can we include this stuff? I mean, like, there's something that Ballerina Farm showcases that is much more realistic compared to others, however. And it's that their farm life actually requires a lot of labor. So they have to actually show a lot of the work. Once again, not sure how that really correlates with this deal. Is this just supposed to be like trad life was forced on her? Is that the meme?
Yeah, the story is she was a ballerina and then she met someone who wanted her to take a more...
Yeah, to be submissive.
Submissive.
Have the kids, no nannies, no epidurals. Well, lots of Mormon stuff. Now, Nick, did you do that too because did you want to save her?
Yeah.
Would you save a woman that had 8 kids?
Yeah. Come on, kids. Come meet Teddy and Max.
You'd raise them like that. Yeah, come meet my pups. Now, there are many downsides to embracing the trad wife lifestyle. That isn't just you have to make 12-hour bubble gum and wear 50s dresses and, I don't know, live on a farm. That's kind of the negative so far. I don't really know. Is you having fun with this video so far? I'm not sure. I don't even know myself. Of course, for the right type of person, living like this can certainly make some people feel fulfilled and happy. Others look at it as an extremely soulless and repressive way to live. Those are judgmental people. Who cares, is what I say. Who cares, dude? Another woman named Anitza Templeton details the horrors of leaving a decade-long marriage as a trad wife in an article from People magazine.
We are People magazine.
This is so fucked. I'm so sad. She voices her disgust for the genre of content. Quote, "It's just a little dangling carrot to keep you trying to be this perfect trophy wife. She's beautiful. She has the children. She does it unmedicated. It's this stupid goalpost that's always moving. You can never reach it because if you bake the bread, well, did you use fresh yeast? Oh well. Did you mill the flour? Oh well. Did you grow the wheat that you milled? The flour? Did you mill the wheat? Did you grow the wheat that you milled the flour? What the fuck are you talking about here?
She's complaining about her job.
Yeah, I know. She goes on to criticize people like Hannah Nealman, stating, "You're not showing the full picture. There's a lot of ugliness behind the scenes. Who gives a fuck?" Regardless, this resurgence in online content promoting traditional marriage has started to influence young women all around the internet. Many Redditors have made stress posts about how people in their lives are buying into the lifestyle. Oh my God, Redditors are upset? No way! Well, who's worse, Twitter or Reddit users?
God.
Isn't that a hard debate?
They're both on the opposite spectrums.
They're both, don't get me wrong, they're both just
awful.
I feel like Redditors complain way more.
You think so?
Within their own communities. That's the sad part.
Well, yeah, that's the weird thing is you go into a Reddit deal and then they just bitch about the thing that they're supposed to be like liking. I don't know. Versus Twitter, I guess it's just more like drive-by shootings. Oh, this happened? What a fucking idiot! That kind of thing. Things get even more bizarre when you see just how much men want a trad wife. Me, I do. I want that. Nick does. Everyone in the studio wants a trad wife. Right? Isn't that right, Nick?
Jacob has a trad wife.
Jacob does not have a trad wife. Of course, swarms of men are also being persuaded by this movement as well, despite the fact that there can also be downsides for men participating in this lifestyle. Name fucking one. Some men who were the sole breadwinners had their own fair share of stress trying to provide for their entire families on their own, especially in the modern times. And not only this, but often the stress can result in them working miserable jobs in order to keep things financially afloat. Welcome to the fucking world, dude. Thanks, Rockefellers. You rich goons. This life can come at a cost of men not having deep emotional connections with their children. As a modern single income family structure may require harsh hours unless you're lucky to work a high paying job.
That's my dad. He was a manager at Taco Bell.
Cool. That's awesome. Still, some are so desperate for it that they've even begun engaging in conversations with AI tradwife chatbots. I have. Apps like Character.ai show that men are creating their own versions of the perfect wife in order to indulge in this fantasy. Could you tell me you just love me? I feel like that's what it's like. Will you make dinner tonight? Sure. That's all I wanted. Oh, good God. Rye bread, 12-hour bubblegum. The character description for one of them reads, quote, her name is Amanda Melvin. She has traditional Christian American homemaking values where the man works and the wife stays at home and cooks, cleans, and tends to the children. She believes in the need to be an obedient wife and serve your husband's every need when he gets home from work. She believes women these days are too woke and need to revert back to traditional times where they had no rights. It's a powerful... That's a powerful text box. It does seem like the majority of these guys that are doing this though too are just babies. I don't want to clean. You pick it up. Doesn't it feel like that? I don't want to cook.
I worked hard.
I worked hard all day. When I come home, I would just want a hot meal and for someone to rub my feet because I work so hard. And a blowjob. Some men even go as far to use AI technology to redress women who wear provocative outfits online, pushing similar ideals about promiscuous women. How fucking cringe is that? Would you just cover yourself up already? You show too much ankle in that dress. Cover it up. Isn't that supposed to be like possessive or something?
Yeah.
I don't want them seeing you like this. On the r/tradwife subreddit, a man posted about his desire to find a tradwife, and he posted, where do you women exist? Like that, from Hollywood 1992. I wonder how old he is. I'm a 32-year-old man with a stable income and have been looking for a wife for a while. It seems that society is permeated with promiscuity. I just would love to know how and where to meet traditional women who appreciate a strong leader, would love to have kids, but I don't want to give my seed to anyone, and I'm grateful I haven't yet. Thank God I didn't give my cum to someone. Give me that back. You give me my vial of cum back. Put it in my pocket. You vile witch, get away from me. Please, I know you guys exist, but you're mostly taken and already happy. I know the first answer will be church. I'm not against dating a religious woman, but I'm not religious, and I don't want to pretend to find women. That's lame. Please help. Lol. In which the immediate replies in the post were users chastising him for having a Reddit history filled with video game, crypto, and related content, specifically hentai and AI-generated images of women having sex while covered in mud. He's like, how you could see that? What, can a guy not get freaky with some mud? I like him in mud, I like him dirty. Now, like we always do on this channel, let's try and end things off with a more positive story. Let's talk about the man who killed his wife for not being trad enough. We gotta do it to him. 38-year-old Lee Gilley was a software developer from Houston, Texas. He was married to his wife, Krista Gilley, who was pregnant with their third child. Krista was a physical therapist and a professor that placed high value in her career. Lee, however, had been revealed to have gotten into a little bit of odd beliefs. Part one of the newfound beliefs was that women were meant to stay home and take care of children exclusively. He was found to be liking pro-trad wife posts on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn?
Yeah, I know.
There's pro-trad wife content on LinkedIn? What the f? This is an excerpt from that LinkedIn. Quote, I no longer trust women in the work environments. He already liked it. Men are easy for me to screen because I'm one of them. Women, not as easy, especially given how in modern times they put their happiness before anything else, and it's not really obvious at first. I got that's a like post. He's like, too true, brother. Too true. Why the fuck are they so happy? But then yet they're bitches sometimes. All right. Boop. Lee then allegedly killed his wife. That's a jump, Nick. From that one LinkedIn post, that's all we had? That's the only information we had? That's it? From the in-between? Lee then allegedly killed his wife before calling the police and claiming that Krista had just tried to take her own life by overdosing and that he was performing CPR. She was pronounced dead, but doctors quickly noticed injuries on her body that were not all consistent with Lee's story. In reality, there were signs of strangulation. Lee was charged with the murder of Krista and their unborn child with denied request for bond. This has got to be one of the worst videos we've ever done. There's so much... Whatever you see online, it's probably not real with anything. Trad life, non-trad life, poly couples, all kinds of shit that we talk about. If you see it online, it's people probably bending the truth in a way to make their life seem way cooler than what it is. Everybody does it. I just farted a bit. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what.
You gotta cut that. Do not keep that. It is what it is. So I just gotta say this. If you want to fucking make 12-hour bubble gum and you're like, I just like doing what my husband says, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, then don't do that either. This whole trad wife thing, who gives a shit? You know, I mean, honestly, who gives a fuck?
But you're
who cares?
You're oppressing women!
I'm not oppressing women. I'm saying if you're a woman who doesn't want to do it, then don't do it! And here's another thing. If you're a guy who's just like, God, women are such bitches, I wish they'd just shut up. That's not a guy advocating for a trad wife. That's a guy wanting somebody to just like take care of him. He's a giant toddler. And he's just like, I wish someone would suck my dick and make me cookies. That's not a relationship, right?
What?
So I'm saying that out there's probably traditional lifestyles that work for people, and there's probably people that are on the opposite spectrum, like maybe city folk or something, who are just like, you can never get me to do that. Ah, fine. You know what I mean? Whatever. Just do what you want to do and just shut the hell up about it. We jumped way too far from the LinkedIn thing. You can't go from the LinkedIn post to the guy fucking killing his wife. We got to figure out our own thing. Here's a real news flash. We're restructuring this. That's the video.
I support trad wives.
Cool, that's the last thing that's I already stopped recording.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Today is December 4th. And right now the streamers are happening. I'm nominated for one. I want you to just freeze it. Did I win?
Congratulations!
I don't know. I doubt it. It was literally me versus like a bunch of Storytime animators, so I did not expect to win. I just want to put that out there. Well, I'm just happy that I was even nominated. What an honor. The streamies. Mom, I made it. That's awesome. Today, I've been seeing these videos online about people trying to guess the different pops, and I just wanted to try it. Here's the catch, though. Every time I fuck up, I'm gonna take a shot of this nice Jack Daniels bottle here. So, we're gonna get drunk on the process, but I don't know. Some of these, I don't think it's humanly possible to actually tell, but god damn it, I'm gonna give it my all here. I have the heart of a lion. Is that a good heart to have? I had the heart of an elephant. It's big. I'm a champion, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we have the first ones here. What is the first box of elixirs?
Cola.
So it's 1, 2, and 3. Cola, Coca-Cola. Did I get that? Ah! Holy shit.
The fact that you said it was flat, that was definitely not ours.
I was like, that, yeah, as soon as I tasted that one, it tastes like a fucking, like, cushion. Like a... That's literally what a couch cushion tastes like, dude. Also, the best out of those, Coke, obviously. If there's any kind of little debate in the chat about what is best, Pepsi, it's not even close. All right, so this is the Mountain Dew Triathlon. We have regular Mountain Dew, Diet Dew, and Zero Dew. This is a difficult one. I feel like Mountain Dew is a very strong flavor, so I feel like I should be able to get this. Like, this seems like one that's like, the sweetness is gonna be there. Let's start it off, dude. That tastes like a... That's zero. Oh. I feel like I'm like already ready to go.
Yeah, you're locked in already.
1 is Diet Mountain Dew. 2 is Zero Mountain Dew, and 3 is regular Mountain Dew.
Wow.
That I immediately I was like,
with the colas, you're warmed up now.
yeah, no, like I said, like the amount of sweetness from this one. Unbelievable. Like, this just tastes like, I don't know, like fucking carbonated cough syrup, and this just kind of tastes like, I was like, that's kind of sweet. I feel like they're trying to be sweet but not sweet. Yeah, that one was easy. Not even a fucking challenge, dude. What is next?
Citrus round. So we have Sprite, Squirt, and 7-Up.
Oh, fuck. I feel like I know Squirt is a little more lemon than lime, whereas Sprite and 7-Up are a bit more lime than lemon. So, I don't know. Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh my god. That's probably 7-Up. That's my girl Sprite. I know for a fact that's my girl Sprite. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm like feeling it again. 1 is Squirt, 2 is 7-Up, and 3 is Sprite.
Holy shit, dude.
Is that it?
Yes! This week's video is sponsored by Manscaped. Thanksgiving season is over, and it's time to protect those balls. Whether you're looking for a white elephant gift, something for your partner, or it's just time to shave the jingle bells, there's a reason why Manscaped has served over 7 million men worldwide. If you want the perfect purchase to prepare for the mistletoe season, then check out the Performance Package 4.0. It's got Lawnmower, the Weed Whacker, and the Crop Preserver and Toner. And since it's the holiday season, Manscaped tossed in 2 extra gifts for you. You'll get the Shed Travel Bag and the Manscaped boxes to help keep all your goodies protected. Add Manscaped to your wish list this season by going to manscaped.com and use promo code PAPAMEAT for free shipping and 20% off your order. Get your balls all cleaned up for the new year and use my promo code. It helps out the channel. Thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Water round. So Dasani, Fiji, and Aquafina. If I get this, then you guys have to fucking do shots. This is insane. Yoo-hoo shits for sure. I just got done having the worst food poisoning of my life, and this is already, I'm right back in it. I can already tell I'm gonna be right back in it. I'm not happy. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy that I won. Nesquik though, for fuck's sakes, like, dude, put milk back into your 2 Minute Maid 3. Oh shit! Holy fuck! I can't believe I got the orange juice. I never drink orange juice. I'm so happy. Oh my god. Thank you, Pulp. I fucking knew it. Just a little bit of Pulp. That's as soon as I had that little bit in my mouth, I'm like, uh-oh. Orange soda after orange juice. Jack. Damn. Fruit punch. Gatorade fruit punch. Powerade fruit punch. Body Armor. Where the fuck did Body Armor even come from? It's what? Hey, hats off to Body Armor. This tastes like this one was the best. Wow. This is a shell. This company is a shell of its former self, dude. Like, that's insane. Body Armor, is the best out of these. Like, man, I was pretty positive on Powerade. I was like, that it just tastes like a clone. What a fall from grace, dude. It's fucking Jack, dude.
Alright, so this is a special round. There's 2 root beers and then a mystery.
It's something gross.
It's not. Let's see.
What are the 2 root beers at least?
Barks and A&W.
No mug.
No.
We looked. Alright, so people are gonna be pissed that there's no mug.
We looked.
And then a mystery, whatever. Okay. Also, I want to go on record before I drink this shit. Ever since I was a fucking child, I've hated root beer. Always. Like cream soda and root beer. Get it the fuck away from me. I hate it. Especially root beer floats. What are you, a fucking criminal? It's disgusting. All right. Dr. Pepper. What are you guys trying to throw me a fast one with Dr. Pepper, you fucking losers? One is Dr. Pepper. Just admit that right now.
Good for you.
Wow. 2 and A and W at 3. I mean, I don't. Fuck yes. I can't. I cannot believe that I got the root beer one. I do not drink root beer. Like I said, I maybe accidentally drank one of her barks when I was younger, and it stayed in my memory forever because it was so fucking rancid. I think anybody who drinks root beer is a criminal, and I think you should be gunned down in the street like the degenerate you are. And that's my verdict there. Fuck you. All right, coconut water. I am very unfamiliar. Bai and Vita Coca. God, please let me know what coconut water tastes like and make an educated guess. I'm guessing Bai is probably a more higher. That is fucking disgusting. Bai, you know what? Oh, you know what? Honest, I would drink this. I would actually drink this. That's a good one. This is really good. This company needs to, if this is like shake, is there anything that says shake first? No, this is just what it is. If you taste that right now, and if you can look at me right in the face and say that's good, I'll punch you in the mouth. That is horrible. Now this, on the other hand, is very good. Just get both of these away from me. Drink that one, get it away from me. I can't believe I ruined my amazing start of like 4-1 or whatever. And I ended up 5-5. I guess I had to take one more shot. This is, you know what I hate is that I'm ending it on a shot. I wanted to end it with not. I'm just gonna do that much. I don't want to drink anymore. Right? You know what? 5 for 5. I'm not happy. I think that I failed, and but you know what? At least I didn't go negative. I'm gonna end on a positive note. At least I didn't go negative. You know, I want a streamy. Mom, hey, retire. You know, recap. The coconut water tasted the worst, 100%. Coconut water was the worst, and then root beer was terrible. Fanta was by far the best. I want to say the hardest was probably orange juice. Happy I got that W. That's a big W for the night. Happy I even started off with the Pepsi versus Coke debate. I got that. Flying colors. And yeah, so it was difficult. Let me know down below if you think that you could do this better, if you could do better than 5v5 or 5 and 5, because I'll tell you something, I doubt it, because you think you're hot shit, but you're not. You're looking at the best. So this is the best that any human could ever do. Don't even try it. Don't even at me on Twitter at Meat Canyon or Instagram at Meat Canyon. I don't want to hear it. So until next time, I love you all. Mwah. Goodbye. Nick, make a mixture of Vita Coca and a Jack shot right now and take it. Okay. Vita Coca me, dog. That looks terrible. I don't envy you. Oh. Oh. He took it like a champion. Oh my god, that looks so bad.
And then he hit the Bela Lugosi.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we are talking about a movie that I watched that may be the worst remake of all time. Children of the Corn 2023. Now this is a remake of, well, it's like a reimagining almost of the original 1984 movie Children of the Corn, which was based off of Stephen King's short story from 1977 called Children of the Corn. So a lot of source material going back and forth, but just know this movie is, I wouldn't say it's extremely different from the original, but it's like, they kind of just took the name, I think, to sell the movie, but it is what it is. But usually when I review movies and stuff like that, I always try to find the merits and the good out of stuff. Not everything's just a huge steaming pile of but you know how many times people say like, oh, it's the worst movie I ever seen. And it's like, was it kind of a forgettable movie? This, unironically, might be one of the worst movies I've ever seen. From poor pacing of a movie, terrible acting, bad writing.
Amazing. Party hard. Fight me.
The lighting was just really off the whole time, and then it builds up to absolutely nothing. But I wanted to talk about it because there are some funny spots, and I think it's funny to put it out there. So even if you don't watch the movie, at least you get a little bit of a digestible version that you can laugh at. Pretty fun. And before we get into any spoilers, in case anybody's like, hey, you ruined the Children of the Corn 2023 movie for me, I give it a 1 out of 10. maybe, just because they were able to press record on the cameras. I have nothing really good to say about this, so, you know, there it is. You know, you can have your own metric of judgment. I don't want the fuck you. So this is all gonna sound very, very nonsensical. And when I tell you this, and you're like, man, his review is all over the place, because that's how the movie is. All right, I'm gonna give you kind of a stream of thoughts of how this movie folded out, and it's gonna sound bad. It's not gonna sound like it makes a lot of sense. Welcome to my world, dude. Watching this movie last night. Me and my buddy Nick, who's the editor of this channel. I'll put a nice picture of yourself here. And we're watching this movie, and it's a kind of movie where you get to yell at the screen. It's a fun movie to watch with people. Don't watch it by yourself. Watch it with people to where you guys can like openly yell at the screen, Mystery Science Theater style, and just have a good time with it. It's one of those kind of movies. But before we get into this absolute corn maze of a movie, today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Now, when I'm in the need for a little gaming boost, I grab a nice little packet of titty milk here, and I begin to shake the bottle, not the other. But if titty milk's not your style, I like the Blue Raz or the Mango Meta. But that's not all GamerSupps has to offer. They just introduced new nutrition bars in case you need to have a little snack while you're gaming. In case you're like, I'm hungry, maybe I'll DoorDash. No! Nutritional bar good, DoorDash bad. But there's something even better. The new waifu cups are available to purchase at 2 p.m. Central starting right now. Or download the app and buy it at 1:40 p.m. Central if you're a tryhard. Last time one of these waifu cups released, they all sold out in about 5 hours. So if I were you, I'd get there before the hair. And also, you'll get a free waifu cup with the purchase of any one of these little tubs, filled with delicious little powders. And use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout to get yourself 10% off your order. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for GamerSupps for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. We should probably talk about what the original 1984 movie is, because there's been numerous sequels. There's been a lot. So it was weird when I was like, wow, 2023 remake of Children of the Corn, that's kind of odd. So the original film is, I would say, very reminiscent of the original Wicker Man, where it's like, it's more spiritual in nature. It's kind of like children in Nebraska have killed all of the adults in their town. And we're kind of following two characters that are driving across country, and they kind of just stumble across this little town in Nebraska. And they find that, oh, wow, all the kids are in this weird religious cult, and they're going to kill these two new adults to ensure a bountiful harvest of corn. And they all worship a person called He Who Walks Behind the Rose. It's kind of cool. But whenever these people come across country and they start to experience all the crazy things, it's already established. Like, they come here and the town is already taken over by these kids. It's really creepy just seeing a bunch of like inbred fucking mutants from Nebraska. Kids, you can overpower them, but they have like sickles. They kind of just all look really like Deliverance country, you know, like that weird inbred kind of country. They all have that vibe. And they're all ruled by this like little religious figure named Isaac. And Isaac is like, I think he's an older dude. I think he was like 20 something when they filmed this, but he's just like, he looks like a child, like a Hasbula kind of thing. I don't fucking know. But the whole movie accumulates to like a lot of like weird religious aspects to the movie, and how all the kids are like under this like weird mind control. And they're all like sunk into this perception of religious chaos and having to do right by the man who walks behind the rose and stuff. Elements of sacrifice, just a lot of like religious elements. It's not the best movie in the world, but it's fine. It's cohesive, you know, it makes sense. So to transition that little conversation into the Children of the Corn 2023 movie, it's a bit daunting, I think. It's so polar opposite. The only thing that they kept in the new 2023 Children of the Corn is that some kids kill people. Other than that, I mean, even the monster, the He Who Walks Behind the Rose, they just call him He Who Walks. Is it just a man out in the corn then? And also you get like a corn monster really early reveal in the movie, which is weird. Now, I'm gonna try to remember this movie from memory. This is gonna be hard. The movie basically starts off with our 12-year-old antagonist. She's kind of the co-lead in the movie. She's the new Isaac, and her name is Eden. Ooh, big change up. A little girl as the lead now instead of a little boy. I mean, that's gonna flip people on their head thinking about that. It's gonna flip people on their head. And it starts off with her rebellious, supposed to be 17, but played by like a 28-year-old actor who is like killing people at a daycare or something. They don't really allude to it. He's just like, he kind of just walks up to her and he's covered in blood, and he's just like, by the way, nothing really dies in the corn.
which what does that even mean? That's like one of the first lines in the movie. Nothing ever dies in the corn. So we're left with that cryptic message, and then we get a nice montage of him stabbing people, and then it cuts to some townsfolks with a hose leading to a window, and then there's just a bunch of dead kids. And you're kind of like, why did they gas those children? It's never really said why. I think it's like an orphanage maybe or something. And then the pastor of the town, which you don't find he's a pastor till 25 minutes into the movie. He's just kind of a random man, comes in and he's like, I'm gonna be your new dad, Eden. You're gonna come stay with me. And then you're like, wow, I wonder if he's a pedophile. So she's sitting there talking to this guy in this room, and she's like messing with a puzzle, and she can't get the piece in. And she's like, God dang, she's like messing out, you know. And this is where the director's like, oh, we're showing her that she's erratic. But then the pastor just turns the puzzle upside down, and she's like, oh, I get it. And she puts the piece in, but it's like, couldn't you just flip the puzzle piece upside down? And then that's when we first also introduced this Alice in Wonderland meme, where she's just like, oh, I'm the Red Queen. And it's so on the nose of like, oh, I'm gonna be tyrannical like the Red Queen. Yeah, I like the Red Queen.
The Red Queen.
She says Red Queen so much, and then after a while, the next time we see her, she's wearing a red wig. But then she also literally says, oh, I'm the Red Queen. So it's like the director's just like, God, I hope people, like, I hope they understand what we're trying to go for here. Then cut to our new protagonist, Bo, and her brother. Bo's our new protagonist. She is a girl with a tiny head and a big bushy hair. And the only range of acting she has this entire film is to look flabbergasted and like she's about to cry the entire time. Even in these scenes, she looks like she's on the verge of tears. She's kind of given this arc of like, she's very mad about the corn. Oh, this stuff is synthetic. It's put over the corn. Don't even touch it. It's bad for you.
Cut it out. Stop playing with that stuff, okay?
All this stuff is pesticides and it's gross and it'll kill you. And then the brother has this like weird fascination with this small ass Nebraska town. He's like, you hate this town. You hate it here. You know what? Whatever. And they pretty much end up in an area where all these kids are playing, and they're they're sitting there and they're busting out all these windows to this car. I mean, like just shattering them. That's in the middle of a cornfield also. Why is that parked there? Then there's a corn silo, and then at the top of it is a plank, and there's a little kid who's like, come on, let me down, guys. And the Red Queen, remember her? She's like, oh, you made your dog sick, so you're punished to death. And it's supposed to be like a cute game, but it feels very real because a child comes up behind him with a giant drill bit, and he's stabbing him. It's supposed to be like, haha, yeah, but like poking him. But the sound effect they use is like, it sounds like he's puncturing skin. It's like, and he's like, ow, and everybody's laughing. Bo sitting there, she still looks like she's about to cry, so you don't know if what kind of emotion she's feeling here because she's looked this way the entire film. And then an older guy comes out wearing a hood, and he has like a fucked face or something, even though it just looks like a patchy beard. And he's like, what's going on here? What the hell's happening?
What in frick's name are you doing on my grandma's car?
What did you guys do to my grandma's car? The car that they busted out, and it's just like, why is your grandma's car parked out here? Anyways, he ends up being like, what's happening? What's going on here? And they're like, oh, we're playing a game. We're gonna push this kid off this fucking silo that's like 100 feet up in the air into a stack of corn stalks, which I don't, like, listen to anybody who didn't grow up around a farm or something, right? Corn stalks are hard. They're very thick. You could beat the shit out of somebody with a corn stalk. So for him to jump into that, I mean, I feel like he would just break every fucking bone in his body. It's not gonna be like a cushioned landing. It's gonna be like he's falling into a goddamn stack of steel bars, as it were. But before the little boy is able to be stabbed in the gut and pushed off this plank, Eden's like, light the corn stalks on fire and let him fall and burn in the fire. Which you're like, God damn, dude, Jesus Christ. Luckily, Bo's there to be like, hey, there's all these chemicals in the air. If you light that thing, this whole cornfield's gonna burn. That's how it felt when I was watching it. It's like, I wonder how this movie's gonna end. I wonder if a fire's gonna happen in the cornfield. Probably not. That'd be a bit odd. So Eden's sitting there. She kind of looks like a small Jay Leno. That's what I was thinking the whole time. Kind of looks like a tiny little Jay Leno. She's sitting there and she just gives like a meh. And then it just cuts. The scene just cuts, and now the fuckface kid and Bo are walking down the road, and they're just talking about memories. And it's like, okay, well, what happened with the kid who's getting stabbed in the spleen? But as Bo and her fuckface friend are walking down the road, they find like a rusty sword, and then the fuckface kid just says, oh, it's been a while since we've played pirates. And you're like, what? You just found a sword, and that's just supposed to... Remember when we used to play with this? Really? And then he just takes it and throws it in the cornfield. And once again, he's like, oh, well, I mean, times sure have changed with this sword. You know this. Anyways, I'm just gonna toss it in the cornfield. I know this movie's called Children of the Corn. I'm sure that sword will never come up again. So like back to back, it's just two giant like, hey, we're foreshadowing. This is what foreshadowing is. And as the sword lands into the cornfield, we get our first reveal of the corn monster, like the supernatural thing, which is fine, I guess. But it's like, wouldn't you want it to be a little bit more ambiguous of like, oh, are these children going insane? But no, it's just like, oh, no, yep, there's a corn monster. It wraps around the sword, which you're like, if that was the only visual of the sword and it would just serve that purpose of revealing the monster, that's fine. But she uses it to stab the corn monster in the head later. So we'll get to that soon. Then as Bo's walking away, she's by herself. There's like a fake out jump scare where the music goes completely silent and she's like looking into the corn. You can kind of see the corn monster in there, but it's blending in a bit. It was just one of those things like, why isn't the corn monster just attacking her? Why wouldn't that be? Is it because she's a kid? I don't know, but she looks like she's 37, but she's supposed to be 17 here. But we cut back into town and Bo is walking and we get the most obnoxious fucking jump scare of all time.
What blank?
I couldn't even hear what the brother said. He was just like to the sister. He says something, but it's mixed so loud that it's the most obnoxious jump scare. Were you just tracking your sister from the cornfield all the way back here without saying anything to her just to do this jump scare in the neighborhood? Okay. But this is where we get a lot of exposition. We get a lot of really boring backstory. This brother once again is like, this town, no one even cares about this town. It shows all these like businesses that are closed down and stuff. He's like, no one cares. Dude, who gives a fuck? No one's gonna open up the feed shop again. How are we gonna feed our ducks? And then you see a shot of them. I think it's their mom. You see some people in a truck and it's like, is that their mom and their dad? I don't know. Anyways, you see Bo and her angry brother's dad walking into the town meeting and Bo's like, well, let's go in there and see what's going on. And basically the town meeting is the dad says that they're gonna subsidize all the corn and that they will be planting corn no longer because the corn is dead, it's dying. So the whole subsidization, which subsidization is the government pays you, is basically the whole thing. But the government would be paying them to not grow corn. They don't really say what's gonna happen with all the fields. They're just like, the government will pay us to not grow corn, which I'm not a farmer, so maybe this is some real shit that I don't know, but it just sounds odd. They don't say like, yeah, they're gonna be putting in malls or like new stores, and that would be a disruption to the rural nature of their town. No, he's just like, yeah, the corn's dying, so they're gonna subsidize us not to grow corn. No more corn, we get paid for it. And everyone in town is just like, I would love to not grow corn. The amount of times they say corn in this scene is really, really funny.
Corn.
The corn's dead here. So you know what? Fine. You know what? I'm gonna go down to Florida with this new subsidized corn money. So all the adults do a vote. Who wants to subsidize and say aye? They all say aye, and everyone's all happy. And then there comes Jay Leno child sitting in the back, and she's like, not everybody voted.
Except everyone hasn't voted.
Who didn't vote? Us kids. And then there's a really funny shot with 3 people sitting in one pier. It's like a really tiny stand. It's like, why are you guys standing in there like that? Just stand around. Like, you don't have to. It's not like it's a fucking like magical rule that if you don't stand on the podium, you know, it's just weird. But they're like, you know what? It's their town too. They should be able to vote. And then the adults just kind of just bully the shit out of these kids.
Well, I vote you go home and play with your toys. Okay, little girl?
And the best part of this bullying process is they're all like, oh, you're all babies. What would we ask you? And they're like laughing in their faces. It's really funny. Well, then like the dad, he's like, especially you. And it's like this kid just kind of like, me? And he's like, I'll deal with you when I get home.
You just wait till I get home. You just wait, boy.
Yeah, that part is so funny. So yeah, they're all pissed off now, and then the only people that really have anything against it is the pastor, who's just like, oh, religious stuff. And then Bo's like, oh, you guys aren't even fighting for the crop, for the corn. The corn never had a chance. I was laughing too hard still from the barrage of insults that the adult give that I kind of blacked out. But essentially, she's like, this is a poopy decision. This decision is poop. And then she just leaves. After this, Bo goes, meets up with Fuckface and the 2 other friends, the 2 other goons that were sitting in the podium. And she's like, oh, I called a reporter to do a news story on this to blow the whole lid off this operation.
Omaha reporter for NowCloud?
Because people aren't going to be growing corn in this town anymore. And the reporter's like, fine, I'll come, which it's goddamn, must be a rough news week if that's the only story you got. But she's like, all right, fine, I'll be there. She's getting her makeup all made up and stuff. So then, where the Are you experiencing signs of hair loss? So Bo walks into the cornfield. She stumbles her way through the cornfield, and all of the children in town, including her brother, they dug up like a huge pit. Like, I mean, this would probably take them, I would imagine, maybe not days. It would a long time. And they have a dead pig in there, and they're painting the inside of the crops, and they're all of them are covered in blood, and they're painting it. And she's like, "What the hell what is this stuff?" And then little Jay Leno is like, "Blood." That's kind of what she says. This is where we start getting into like metaphorical talk of Jay Leno really starts being like, "He who walks is hungry or needs a sacrifice." And she's like, "Okay, well, this is weird. Well, how about we get all the people together and go to Town's Hall instead?" Why would we go there? Oh, because we're going to do a trial. And they kind of are like, "Okay, well, we'll meet you later. We'll meet you later. We'll, talk with all the people." So then it's nightfall, and Bo, her dad, and the angry brother are sitting in the living room. Once again, she looks like she's been crying for 7-8 hours. She looks out the window and she sees all these kids running, but one of the kids stops with a flashlight, and she holds the flashlight up to her face. Granted, 100 yards away. I mean, far. Imagine somebody a football field length distance from you. Like, what are they doing? She shines a flashlight up to her face, and they do that really cheap thing that a lot of like found footage movies do, where like they stretch where they do this. She holds the flashlight up to her face, and she does that abruptly. It's so out of nowhere where you're like, wait, what the fuck was that? There's been no other even like the corn monster, it was just vines. Like, this is, I'm like, okay, so it's just a weird paranormal element, and guess what? Never happens again. Weird face. Never again. Doesn't happen again. Pretty fun. This causes her to basically freak out. She starts looking around. She gets all scared. She cries a little more. It's 9 o'clock when that scene happens, and then there's an hour and a half time jump. Really got to make sure that you show that it's 10:30. That hour and a half is important. And the dad is chained up, and they go back to Town Hall. The kids take him to Town Hall, and they hang the guy that was laughing with people, so the little kid's face. They hang him. So to have this like major jump, and at this point you're just kind of like, why are the kids mad? Really? I mean, they got bullied a little bit, but is any of this really justifiable? None of them also see that manic. It just seems like a bunch of suburban kids that are just like, we're mad. It's very odd. And then to even have the idea that like every child in town overpowered all of the adults that were around. Really? So after the guy gets hung, they take over the police station, and all of the adults in town are in a jail cell. Every single adult got overpowered by a child. Even if they had weapons, you might get stabbed or whatever, but could you not just gang up on like a couple of, I mean, like, I feel like whatever. So fuckface, crybaby, Bo, and 2 irrelevant girls are standing there, and Bo really feels like she needs to take action whenever her dad looks at her and says, "Bo, do something." It's like, it was one of those things where you're like, oh, I guess I should do something, shouldn't I, Dad? So then they get into a nice little, like, they're like, we have to do something now. And the fuckface kid's like, all right, fine, let's do it. We have to stop this. And he starts just running and immediately screaming, and a child hits him in the back with a baseball bat. And then another kid just fucking hits him right in the face with a metal bat, and he's dead. And it's like, okay, well, that's that. Little Jay Leno puts on a gas mask. She gassed the parents, or the adults, just like, the little kids that died at the beginning, if you remember that. And this is the funniest part of the movie. This is whenever I had a pretty big laugh. They gas the adults, and then they all wake up in that pit from earlier that they were covering with blood. It's a massive pit, and all the adults are like, I mean, the pit's like, what, 8 feet deep? And they're like, oh, you little bitch, whatever, all this thing. And then the kids just take a bulldozer and they like bury them alive. But none of the adults just kind of lay there and take it. They're like, no. Let me tell you something. With a pit that big, it would take, hours to fill. Like, realistically, with one bulldozer, to actually pack it down and fill it up all the way, it would take hours with one machine. So after like one scoop, couldn't the adults just like stand up on the dirt and just like get out? But no, it's just a hilarious montage of the buckets pouring dirt. It's just really funny. It's so stupid. God, it was so funny. So everybody dies, and Bo is just crying and not doing anything the whole time. And then she has a moment where it's an up front angle. So it's like, oh, she's determined to make a difference now. But nothing really comes of it. She's still just kind of crying. And we go back to the police station now. Apparently they left 4 adults in there. The pastor's one of them. We find out he's a pedophile. Big shocker, and they stab out his eyeballs. The dad and them, Bo convinces them to let him out into the cornfield because I think Bo thinks that the monster's made up. And she's like, hide. Go hide in the cornfield, Dad. I'm sure it's fine out there. So then Bo and Jay Leno and all those kids, they go to the town hall again. It's just the same set pieces. They just said, we have these for 2 days, so we need to use the most if we can. Go back, and the reporter from earlier, if you remember that, she's there chained up now. Eden's wanting to cut off her head, and then Bo's like, no, we should take her to the corn.
Send her into the corn.
And then little Jay Leno's like, well, why don't we take her there myself? So they all carry her very awkwardly. It's like one of her legs, it's kind of just weird. I don't know how the shot of them carrying her, I was like, that's a weird way to carry her. Carry her to the barn, and they chain her up facing the opposite way of the entrance to the barn. And then Bo kind of has a heart-to-heart with the little girl Eden, because Eden calls out, she says, he who walks, whatever, come here, and if you're hungry, if you want this girl. And nothing really happens, and it's like a moment where it's us, the audience, I think are supposed to be like, oh, she's crazy, there is no corn monster. But it's like, we ruined that earlier when we saw it. So we know it's there. Bo's sitting there and she's like, Eden, it's not real. It's not real. And she grabs really quick and threatens to cut her throat. But then you hear big T-Rex footsteps from Jurassic Park. And then she just lets Eden go. And then the reporter gets dragged out and you get a really funny help me. As she's getting dragged away by this giant cornstalk monster. They don't fully show the cornstalk monster because I think they're waiting for a better reveal than that. But for Bo's impotence or her lack of loyalty, they cover her in gasoline. And then to get away from them, all Bo has to do is with her wet gasoline hand, she throws her arm and they get kind of wet and they're like, ah! And then she runs off. Bo runs all the way up to the cornfield, back to the silo from the beginning, and there's the car. But from over there, you hear the reporter being like, help me! And she gets dragged up, and then the 12-foot tall corn monster tears her in half. Why did you just not tear her in half at the barn? Why did you have to do it? And he doesn't even eat her. He's just like, tears her in half, and he just like walks into the cornfield. It's like, okay. And preface earlier also, Fuckface Kid also said that there's a gas leak. Foreshadowing! They put all their foreshadowing in that spot. So she starts to drive away out of the cornfield, and then the car dies. And then we find out that Eden's in the back seat somehow. Hi, Bub. And she comes up and she has one of those cattle guns that kills the cattle. And then she's like, okay, well, I'm gonna kill you. But then Bo's like, no, can I have one last cigarette before I go? So then she gets out of the car and she's lighting it, and God, it's so boring. So just kill him already. Bo takes her cigarette, and then there was a gas leak from the car, and then she lights the gas on fire, and then it burns the cornfield. The cornfield gets set on fire, and then you see the barn explode, right? But it's thousands of acres of land, and not that much is on fire. And then from out of the cornfield, the corn monster is like on fire, and he's like, "Urgh." And the girl's all upset, Eden's all upset, little Jay Leno is like, oh, dang it. So they both walk into the cornfield together while it's on fire. And then when it cuts to them on fire, like the whole landscape is on fire, and all the children just kind of show up at the end. And then nothing happens. We cut to, it's a literal cut. Bo is in the burnt cornfield and she sees Jay Leno's ring, and then she like sympathizes. She feels bad for this like horrible little girl, but then she sees Eden's boots and Eden's face is all melted off and her head busts open and Corn attacks her.
Don't worry, Bo. Nothing ever really dies in the corn.
And that's the end of the movie. Nothing ever dies in the corn. Remember that line from earlier? But there's just a lot of questions. The angry brother, there wasn't any resolution. Is he just still angry? What happened to all the kids? Why is there no firefighter, even from a town over? Think about an entire cornfield, how much smoke that would cause. That would be national attention, or like at least like statewide attention or something like that. It was just really funny. I hope the clips can justify how funny this movie is. I wouldn't recommend, it's not funny enough bad, but if you're with some like buddies and you are drinking or something like that, and you want a movie that you can just like banter with, I think that this is like a funny movie. It's very upsetting just because of how stupid it is. But be warned, my friends, this is one of the most boring movies I've ever seen in my life. I think it's the worst reimagining I've ever seen. I remember one of the questions I even said was Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey better than this movie? And I was under the impression it was. Children of the Corn 2023, I think it is going to be officially the worst movie of the year. We're still kind of early into the year, we'll see, but wow. Horrible. Just horrible. You know what I hate about corn, though, is that when you eat it, it just is in your poop. Like, it doesn't process. And I like corn. I don't mind corn as like a thing, but I hate pooping it out because it's just gross. It's like, why didn't that get digested? I hate looking at a corn on the cob, like a poopy corn on the cob. Whenever I poop.
That's good.